And what I have come to understand that there is a mindset behind the money. And that is what I'm here to talk to you about tonight, ladies and gentlemen. There's a mindset behind the money. Listen, it's not enough to chase the bag, okay? Now, between me and you shouldn't be chasing the bag anyway. How about that? All right? The bag is supposed to be there waiting for you, all right? God says, listen, He will create a table before you. All you have to do is walk up to it and eat, okay? So you shouldn't be chasing the bag. Why are you chasing it? Why is it running from you? Okay? Why is the bag running from you? And it's not that it's not there for you. That opportunity isn't there for you. That you are not able to operate in the gifts that you have, but you just don't have the mindset behind the money. You're forgetting about all the other things that have happened to you in life that has caused you to procrastinate, right? Some people call it laziness. You have a little bit of laziness in you, possibly, right? You are trying to multitask and do 12,001 things at one time, okay? You're trying to build a business while you work a full time job. You have a spouse, you have kids, and other obligations that you have to meet. And you wonder why you are connecting with this coach, connecting with that coach, connecting with this coach, and all of them are telling you pretty much the same thing. But for some reason, you're not accomplishing anything, right? You're overwhelmed, you're frustrated, you're stressed out, you have this yearning, you want to do it, but nothing is happening. And you're saying, I'm spending thousands of dollars on coaches. These are supposed to be the subject matter experts. These are the people that are supposed to get me to where I have to go. Well, can I be truthful with you? It's not them. It's you. It is not them. It is you. If they're telling you to do one, two, three, and you are doing eight, nine, and 10, whose fault is that? Or if you're not doing it at all and you have every reason, which are good reasons to you, right? You have every reason that you're not getting it done. And they're all great reasons for you, right? That's still not their fault, okay? You have to understand where you currently are in your life, in your headspace, and then start to operate there first and get that together before, okay, before you spend thousands of dollars on coaches that you are not going to do what they tell you to do. Get your life, as they say, first, okay? So, I'm going to touch on a topic, and it is a part of the mindset behind the money. Okay, it's a part of the mindset behind the money. So I want you to make sure that you have pen, paper, pencil, highlighter, everything that you need to take notes, because I promise you that if you just implement these few little steps, it is going to start you on the right track to make sure that your mindset is right in order for you to accomplish your goals, dreams, and aspirations. So, one of the big things are you cannot be everything to everybody. Write that down. You cannot be everything to everybody. How is that possible? How do you get anything done if you are saying yes to everything? You can't. See, Warren Buffett said the difference between successful people and very successful people is that very successful people say no to almost everything. Very successful people say no to almost everything. See, they're laser focused. They're focused on their goals. So, no, I don't have time to go to the cookout with you today. No, I don't have time to go hang out in the mall. No, I don't have time to sit on the phone with you for 2 hours and cut the breeze. No, I don't have time to do a girls' night and do dinner tonight. Now, are we saying that you can never have your time? You can never have your fun time. You can never have your playtime. Absolutely not. That's not what we're saying, right? That's not what I'm saying. Listen, you have to have harmony. I want you to write this down. There is no such thing as balance when you are starting and running your business. Yeah, I said it. And anybody that told you you got to find balance, tell them Mary Boyd said there's no such thing as balance. What is balance? Balance is when you have two things and they are equal, right? They are equal in weight, they are equal in time, they are equal. Now, how many of you know that you started your business? Where's the equality? Where is you can't give everything the equal amount of time. So there's no such thing as balance. But there is a such thing as harmony. You have to find harmony in this journey, right? So again, it's not that you don't ever do anything, you don't ever hang out with the girls, you don't ever do your fun time, you don't ever have self-care because that is extremely important, right? But there's harmony in that. And you have to find the harmony based on what you're doing and your schedule, okay? In order to get things done the way that you need to get done, okay? Write this down. It's focus, focus, not hocus pocus. It's focus, focus, not hocus pocus. Okay? The stuff doesn't magically appear, it doesn't magically get done. You don't wave a magic wand around like you in a Harry Potter movie, okay? And miraculously stuff gets done. No, it takes focus. You have to focus on your goal. Okay? You have to focus on your goal. So, one step about focus is figuring out to do or not to do. That is the question. Okay? To do or not to do. You're like, Mary, I got this to do and that to do. I got to take the kids. I got to deal with the husband. I got 5,000 phone calls to make. How do I do this all? Listen, what I'm about to tell you is a secret. Nobody ever told you this before. Make a list. Make a list. Listen, yes, we are very creative people. Entrepreneurs are very creative people. And sometimes we forget about the simplicity of things, okay? I am very creative, and sometimes I make things a lot harder than it has to be. My creative juices start flowing, and then I'm telling you, I get real off. Okay? But sometimes a simple list, make you a to do list. This is what I want you to start. Make you a to do list, and you're only going to make one. You're not going to have a to-do list for home, a to-do list for kids, a to-do list for the business, because then you're still all over the place. Okay? You're still all over the place. So you are going to start with your goals. Make a list of your goals. And that's all inclusive, not just business. Because guess what? Your personal life is part of your business. There's no separation. Your personal life is part of your business. Your personal life is you. Your business is you. So you can't separate the two. All right? So you're just going to all your goals. Make a list of all your goals. Then these are big goals, okay? From there, step two is to make smaller goals from those big goals that you have. You know that old saying, what's the best way to eat a burger? One bite at a time. Well, that's what I'm taking you through. One bite at a time. Now you know what your goals are, right? For the week, for the day. You can do your list for the week. You can do your list for the day, right? So, whatever it is, you're going to set your goals. Then you're going to make smaller goals, okay? Milestones along the way. And then from those smaller goals, you're going to create tasks. See, time management is about getting the task done that you need to get done in the amount of time that you have. Because we all have 24 hours in a day, right? It's what are you doing with those 24 hours? Okay? So you're going to then create tasks. What tasks do I need to complete in order to accomplish this goal? Right? So again, you're going to write your goals out, what you want to accomplish for the day. You're going to take that big goal and break it down to some smaller goals, some milestones. And then, thirdly, you are going to create tasks that will help you accomplish those goals. Okay? Now, again, there's only one list, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to have 3 or 4 or 5 lists and sticky notes all over the place. One. Have your one list and then put that list in order, right? If taking little Johnny to football practice is a non negotiable and you are in the car during that time at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., guess what? You cannot have a list over here that says you're supposed to be in a business meeting at 6 p.m. and you forgot all about it. You had the business meeting at 6 p.m. because the only thing on your mind was to take little Johnny to football practice. And because that wasn't integrated into your one list, you forgot. So a lot of times you like, I got this, I got this calendar over here, then I have stuff written in my hard calendar, and then I got a list over here, and none of the lists are ever together at the same time, by the way, right? You took your personal list with you in the car. You left your business list at home, but then you think of some business, something that you have to do while you're in the car, but you don't quite remember what it is because that one list that don't make any sense. So just have one list, okay? Simple. Simplify this, okay? And you're going to put that list in order. You are going to put that list in order, okay? From most important to least important, right? Everything cannot be done at the same time. Everything cannot be number one on the list. You cannot have 10 number ones, all right? You cannot have 10 number ones that you personally have to do. Now, you can have 10 number ones in some of those things. If you have a team, you can delegate that out to, right? But you shouldn't have 10 number ones that you have to do. Okay, so let's be clear on that. Okay, so make sure you have just one list. Now, I know you all again are going to think I'm crazy. Now, I already told you, just say Mary said. Okay, multitask not. Multitasking is a myth, ladies and gentlemen. It is a myth. Multitasking, that means doing more than one thing at the exact same time. Is that possible? 99% of the time, no. And I leave that 1% of simple stuff. Like I can be on the phone while cooking dinner. Yeah, I can do those two things at one time, right? But I cannot cook dinner and wash clothes at the same time. Because I don't think your washing machine is next to your stove, arm reach, where you can be stirring the pot and putting clothes. I can't even do it. And my rhythm is just off in doing that, right? You cannot do that. What you can do is put the water on the stove to boil. While you're waiting on that to boil, go get a load of clothes and then put it in the washing machine. That is not doing the two things at the same time. That's doing one thing after the other, right? So it is a myth, guys. I just really want you to stop trying to multitask in that manner. And when you have your task list and you have placed your task list in order, right? And you have designated your time in which that will happen, those different tasks, then you will get things accomplished. You won't feel like I'm worn out at the end of the day and I know I did a lot of stuff, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what I did. Anybody else felt like that? What did I do? I know I'm exhausted. My body hurt. My mind is tired. Like, but I swear, I just don't feel like I checked anything off the list. You're going to stop doing that. And you're going to stop doing that today. Now, I have this funny thing of saying, you're killing my focus, man. Yeah, y'all know I'm a movie buff. I love Chris Tucker, right? And I love how he would say, man, right? Like, he's saying, for real, this is what you're doing? Listen, there are things that are killing your focus. There are people that are killing your focus. TV. I used to be one. I have been released, thank God, from the TV. I can go all day literally without watching TV, right? But that didn't used to be me. I would get so caught up in series and different movies that I would spend more time watching everybody live their dreams on TV than I would actually working in mine, right? Social media is a big one. We are in a time right now that everything is virtual. Social media was already big, but it's even more so now. And they're constantly coming up with different things, right, to keep you engaged. Well, it's great to be engaged, but not to the detriment of your business. Are you engaged to the point where you have spent 3 and 4 hours of your day listening to somebody else talk about something every day and you haven't done anything for yourself? Right? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that stops now. Interrupted calls, conversations. You know, the kids need this, the husband needs this, the wife needs this, the friend needs this, and it's constantly being interrupted. They killing your focus. But if they don't know that you're focusing, if they don't know that between 6 and 7 or between 8 and 10, you are focusing on working your business. So don't call me because I'm not going to answer the phone, right? Don't interrupt me. Set yourself up to where you have done everything that you needed to do in the time frame before you need to focus on your business. I'm gonna give you all y'all. Well, I'm gonna say mothers because I know most mothers do the cooking. But listen, fellas, I know you're in it too, right? Cook meals for the week. That's a freebie. That's a freebie. My mama taught me that, right? I'm a single mom. I work 2 jobs, and I was like, me, and I live in Atlanta, y'all. So any of y'all ATLians, you know traffic, 285, 85, it's an hour and a half. By the time I got home, who was cooking? Starting to cook at that, right? So on Sundays, I dedicated Sunday evenings and I cooked 2 meals. I cooked the stovetop meal and I cooked the oven meal. And that's what we ate all week. Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and Friday was pretty much, you got something out. That was my schedule in my household. So I cooked for the week on Sunday. Again, controlling my time. So when I got home, all I had to do was fix the plate store, stick it in the microwave, warm it up, and my son was fed. And so was I for that matter, right? So I just took my time back. So there are certain things that you have to do, but you have to let those that know or those that would affect your time and what it is that you're doing and that can cause you to get off focus, you have to let them know your schedule. Your good girlfriend that you sit on the phone with for 2 hours all the time needs to know, don't call me at 8 o'clock. I'm not answering. All right? If you don't need your phone during that time, give your phone, turn it off, or if you can't turn it off, give it to somebody in the house and say, listen, unless they say that they dying, the world is exploding or something like that, don't bring this phone back in here with me because I need to focus. All right? So I have a task for you. I have a task for you in concluding. I want you definitely to improve your focus. Okay. This will start you on the journey of being able to get accomplished all of those wonderful things that your coaches are telling you to do in order to get your business up and running, to scale your business, to take it to a next level, to have that 100,000, 500,000, $1 million year that you need, right? You are going to take a piece of paper and on one side, and if you're a computer person, don't like writing, do it in Excel, however, that don't matter. Just do it, okay? On one side, you are going to put focus killers, focus killers. And on the other side, you are going to put focus tips, okay? Now, on your focus killer side, you are going to evaluate your life and be honest with yourself, okay? How long are you talking on the phone with people? Shooting the breeze. How many hours are you doing that? How many hours are you spending watching the 90 Day Fiance or Loving Basketball? I don't even know if that's still come on or not, or Atlanta Housewives, whatever, right? How long are you spending in doing that? Okay. What different things are killing your focus? Okay. And then once you write that list, beside it in the focus tips, I want you to implement some of these things. And this is just a few, and there may be some that you like, oh, I can do this, I can do that. Of course, create your own, right? Number one, you need to again focus on goals, right? Focus on goals is a tip. So, for instance, if you that multitask thing, right? And you got 5,000 things that you're trying to do and not understanding what's a goal, what's a task, you need to define that and write your focus on goals. These are goals. These is what I need to focus on, right? Again, if you have 1,001 things, is to create you a to-do list and prioritize it. Okay. If you have stuff all over the place and that's making you lose focus because you're constantly, your mind is just in 1,000 different places, okay? Create one to-do list. Eliminate non-essentials. What is a non-essential in your life? To me, like I said, for me, it was TV. TV was a non-essential, right? I don't have to watch TV. I know enough people that watch it when stuff happens in the news, they just tell me what's going on, right? That was a non-essential for me, right? So some things that you just do, like that's just me. Some of that stuff is non-essential, okay? So make sure you recognize that and eliminate it. Schedule time to focus. Yep. Schedule your time where you are sitting down and you're planning. Your focus time is your planning time. Your planning time is your focus time. Okay? Where you want to sit down and you just want to take a deep breath, write everything out. You're writing your plan together. You're getting the things that you know you want to do. You are planning your focus time. So you definitely want to do that. Okay? I'm going to put my hands on my hip as I say this. No multitasking. Stop it right now. No multitasking. That right? Don't do it. There's no such thing. So if you do the first thing, that will automatically give you the second thing. Okay, you won't be able to multitask because you have your to-do list. Know the warning signs. You ever heard talk to somebody and they just didn't quite give you the right feeling? It's like, I don't know about that person, right? There are warning signs that let you know that your attention is about to do this or your attention is about to do that, but you're not focused. Okay? Recognize those warning signs and immediately stop it. Okay? You have to learn yourself if you don't know yourself already. You have to learn yourself and recognize those warning signs. Again, continue to identify your focus killers and develop a pre-work ritual, whatever that is. Mine is devotion, prayer. I get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee in the morning. Whatever your ritual is, so that you're not hopping out of bed and going right to work. Okay, you're having a moment of self. You're taking some self care. You're having a moment for you. You're breathing. You're getting it together. You're reviewing. You have a pre work ritual, and then you start your day. So, ladies and gentlemen of our Black CEO Iconic Summit, I hope that these tips have blessed you today. I hope that you can take some of this and start getting yourself organized, your life together, getting your mind right, and understanding that there is a mindset behind the money. And if you don't have the right mindset, you will be forever chasing the bag. My name is Mary Boyd. It's been a pleasure being here with you. I am your reposition specialist. You can contact me at info at iammaryboyd.com. And Boyd is Boye. Yes, I'm unique. I have an E on the end of Boyd, right? So info at iammaryboyd.com. You can connect with me on Facebook at Mary Boyd, and you can connect with me on Instagram at I am Mary Boyd. I thank you all for joining. Make it a harmonious day.
All right, beautiful people, man. Good day to you, man. Thanks so much for joining us, man. I am your host here, facilitating this talk and discussion about this thing called cryptocurrency. I am ERGJ. I got my full name is Evan Jefferson. I got 4 names. I go by ERGJ. That's Googleable and all that stuff there as well. What we're going to be talking about today here, guys, is the truth about cryptocurrency. Just give you a little bit of background about me. I have been in the cryptocurrency space for about 6 years. During that first period of being introduced to this thing called Bitcoin, I went out to the community and started to screaming to everybody, hey, I think I found something. And quite a few of them, most of them didn't listen to me. But at any rate, that was around when it was at about $1,000 per coin. And as we're, as we're presenting this to you today, it's over 50,000 a coin. And so I wanted to make sure that I do my best to give you more information this time around, what you need to know about crypto, what you need to know about crypto. Again, this is me. I have a lot of memes, a lot of caricatures, so you see me all around in a lot of different ways, but it's still representing me here at ERGJ. A little bit about me. I'm a certified global financial educator, founder of the New Black Wall Street, president of the New Black Wall Street Investment Club, international best-selling author of the book, The Black Billionaires Club, which is a study of Black wealth and study the 12 richest Black people in the world today. Founder of the Black Billionaires Club as well. We turned the book into a club. That's where we actually build business, build wealth while we build ourselves. And the most important part of that is building ourselves. And I'm also a small business consultant and strategist. Now, What is crypto? Let's get right into this thing because I know y'all want to hear me talk about myself all the time. What is crypto? So, cryptocurrency is a digital or virtual currency that is secured by cryptography, which makes it nearly impossible to counterfeit or double spend. Now, how I kind of just break this down, how I looked at it when I got introduced to it, I saw it as the evolution of money. If you just begin to just study money across the years, decades, and the centuries, you'll begin to see that we're now into a digital age. So for me, it was like, why wouldn't we have a digital money? Many cryptocurrencies are decentralized with networks based on blockchain technology, a distributed ledger enforced by a disparate network of computers. This to me is all developer talk. It just basically means that everything is open. You can see all the transactions take place, but it is anonymous. And it's all, and the biggest thing is that it's on this new technology. So that's the new part. That's the evolution part that I mentioned when I say the evolution of money. And some may say it's the future of finance. A defining feature of cryptocurrencies is that they are generally not issued by any central authority. So this is superseding what we call the central bank. And this is why it is a disruption that's taking place right now. And we'll get into a few other things as far as cryptocurrency later on, rendering them theoretically immune to government interference or manipulation. We can also call this this phenomenon global currency, where it supersedes the dollar to the euro and all that foreign exchange stuff that goes on as well. I just want to give you a quick breakdown of what exactly is crypto. Let's get into this thing because I want to make the case. And there's some things that you just need to know as you kind of fix into your head. Is this something that you should be looking at? You know what I'm saying? Something that you should be looking at. Here's some stats for you. The cryptocurrency market as it stands right now is a $1.5 trillion market. And ask yourself, well, why would so much money be in this market if it wasn't a thing? $1.5 trillion are flowing in the cryptocurrency space over the past 24 hours. Here's how much volume or how many transactions. When you go to a market, you have this thing called buying and selling. So these are the transactions taking place. Somebody's buying, somebody's selling. All the cryptocurrency in the world, 183 million transactions taking place in the past 24 hours. Now we have this thing called BTC. That's a short code for Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominates the market. It dominates 61% of the whole currency space is dominated by Bitcoin. So 61% of the money is tied up in this thing called Bitcoin, which is, I would say, the most important coin as we stand today. Now, there are over 8,490, and they're always being created for some use or some reason, and some for some junk. So there's some junk out there, just like there's some junk stocks. There's some quality stocks. There's some junk stocks. There's some some large stocks. And there's some penny stocks. Very similar there. We have a lot of currencies that's being created for whatever they are. And I always like to look at what they were created for to give me some idea of whether they're going to be worth something in the future. And then there are markets. This is where cryptocurrency can be exchanged. So there's over 33,895 markets in the world across the globe that's going to be able to allow people from all walks of life to be able to transact or to get or send or receive or buy or sell or trade this thing that we call cryptocurrency. Now, of course, Bitcoin is the dominant, so I figured I'd show you what we're looking at here for Bitcoin over the past year. This thing just passed $50,000. I mean, let me say that again because I don't think people in the back heard me. $50,000. It's up over 433% in the past year. My estimation, for my own personal belief, this will probably be the best performing asset of our lifetime. Okay, not just this year. I believe of our lifetime. I mean, you think about how well Amazon has performed. This thing right here has a lot of attributes to it, and it's not just Bitcoin, but obviously that's the one that dominates. So I want to bring that to your attention. 433% though. That means if a year ago you had heard the word, a year ago you decided you're going to put $100 into Bitcoin, and today you'd have $533. That's just what we're talking about there. Okay, 433% in 1 year. 1 year. All right. So here's the top 10. I just wanted to introduce you maybe to some new terms, some new words you may not have heard of. But here's the top 10 cryptos that are being traded in the world. And I want you to pay attention over here to the market cap. So Bitcoin, BTC, it has $957 billion flowing through it. And the way that you get market cap is you basically take the price of the coin, which is 51,452, times the number of coins that's being circulated, which we don't have on this screen, but it comes up to 957 billion, 957.9 billion. The second most important coin that's been created is called Ethereum. And again, we can get into the technicalities when we get to our intro to crypto session. But this is $208 billion that are tied up in this thing called Ethereum, this cryptocurrency called Ethereum. Then we have a coin called Tether, 32.4 billion. See how that dropped so much? I would call Bitcoin and Ethereum like large cap. Then we start getting to the mid cap stuff, if you are familiar with stocks. Polkadot is that's fairly new. That's up to 28.5 billion. And then Cardano, which is short code ADA, is $27.2 billion flowing through this crypto market there. And then we go to our next five. Binance coin, that coin has $24.8 billion flowing through that. Then we have Ripple. Ripple's pretty interesting. They're going through some of the fight with the SEC right now. That one has $24.7 billion in it. Litecoin, which is like the silver to Bitcoin's gold, that has $15.1 billion flowing through it or tied to it. Bitcoin Cash, which is a which was a fork or a split from Bitcoin, that has $13.3 billion tied to it. And then we have this cryptocurrency called Chainlink, short code Link, $12.9 billion. So now we're starting to see, you ask yourself, I began to ask myself, maybe you don't ask yourself, man, if all this money is tied up in this cryptocurrency, maybe it's a thing. Okay, maybe it's a thing. And I'm going to continue to make the case, some things you need to know about crypto. Well, what's this? Oh my goodness. This is a Bitcoin ATM. Now I'll tell you, this right here is what changed the game for me. I live in a small town in Decatur, Georgia. If you guys are familiar with Atlanta, south of Atlanta, it's called the Hood. Okay, I live in the Hood, and I go to the Hood Mall. It's called South DeKalb Mall. Now I go across the street from the Hood Mall, called South DeKalb Mall, to this Hood gas station called Chevron. When I go into the Chevron one day, just to pay for gas or get a stick of gum or whatever I was in there for, I saw an ATM, regular ATM. I was like, cool, okay, all right, get some, I pay my little fees, get some money. But then I saw another ATM. And I thought to myself, why y'all got two ATMs in the Chevron? Well, guess what, guys? When I looked at that ATM, I saw these little signs on it, and it said Bitcoin ATM. That was 4 years ago. And I said to myself, oh, wait a second. If, the Indians and the Asians and the Jews are starting to put Bitcoin ATMs in their gas station in the hood, then this must be something. Okay, that convinced me right there. I said, this must be something. That's when I began to do more study and more research and learn as much as I could along the way about this thing called cryptocurrency. And then obviously the dominant coin at that time was Bitcoin. So I said, well, where else are these ATMs? So I'm in the area code 30034. I'll show you some of these places that we see this ATM now. Got the Covenant Food Mart over on Covenant Highway. You got the Texaco over Glenwood Avenue. You got the Chevron over East College Avenue. Then got another Glenwood Food Mart over Glenwood Avenue. Got Valero Food Mart over Hosea Williams. Got Texaco over on Rockbridge Road. And there's more. I just wanted to give you 6. You guys do the same thing. You go to this website, coinsource.net, put in your zip code, and you'll be able to see some Bitcoin ATMs that are near you. Well, maybe that's not enough. Maybe that's going to convince you. Maybe you're still like, what is this thing? This is not a thing. Although it's $50,000, you might even be saying it might be too much. I don't know. Let's go a little bit further. So we got Bitcoin ATMs. What else do we have? Well, what do you know? We have this thing called a crypto card. What I would call a crypto card called BitPay, which has a Visa and a MasterCard logo on it to allow you to be able to pay for stuff with this thing called Bitcoin, which is also obviously a cryptocurrency. So we got ATMs coming into the fold. We have credit cards now being adopted using, again, these are major businesses, major companies. The 2 major credit card companies in America, Visa and MasterCard, now have the use to be able to transact with this thing called crypto. And obviously BitPay stands for Bitcoin. So then I started to get a little scared. So, oh Lord, this is really a thing. This is really a thing. Let's keep going. What else did I find? Well, You have this company called Coinbase, which is one of the dominant places where people kind of start and hear about. It's kind of semi-regulated, but not much. Well, guess what they're doing? They're taking their Coinbase, which is an exchange where people can buy and sell crypto, and they're taking this company public. Crypto trading platform Coinbase said it submitted paperwork with the SEC. Silicon Valley Unicorn is valued at an estimated $28 billion, and Coinbase sees around $1 billion in trading volume every day. So there are people like you and me that are using this app or this platform called Coinbase to go and buy and sell crypto all day long to the tune of $1 billion in trading volume a day. Now, they're going public. They have to file with the SEC. So is it a thing? What you need to know about crypto. Well, lo and behold, your man, Jay-Z. He makes a partnership with a brother named Jack Dorsey. In case you don't know who that is, Jack Dorsey is the CEO of Twitter. He's the CEO of Square. Square just happens to also allow you to buy and sell crypto or buy and sell Bitcoin on their platform, in case you didn't know that. And they are creating a cryptocurrency fund as, and this was the title from the article, as cryptocurrency goes mainstream. Here's my question to you. If Jay-Z owns Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, if Jack Dorsey owns Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, why not you? It's going mainstream. It may not get to us mainstream because, you know, we typically be the last people to get around something. But Jay-Z, let me tell you a little something about Jay-Z. Jay-Z's been acquiring Bitcoin since 2014. That's about as far as I can trace it back to about 2014. He been getting him a little bit along the way, and then they said they were donating, or they were contributing 500 million Bitcoin to this project. And I said to myself, if they're contributing 500 million Bitcoin to this project, this Bitcoin development fund, well, how much crypto do they got? Because I'm pretty sure they're not giving it all. I'm pretty sure they're contributing all that they got. So if they contributed 500 million, well, how much do they got? That's not all. Who else? You probably seen this. Elon Musk. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, right? Recently, Tesla bought $1.5 billion of Bitcoin, causing the currency to spike. This kind of helped to push it through to the 50,000 mark. So Elon Musk, who happens to be the richest man in the world, and then he goes back and forth with Jeff Bezos from Amazon, but he's basically the richest man in the world. He's buying Bitcoin, or his company is buying Bitcoin. If Elon Musk is owning some Bitcoin, Jay-Z is owning some Bitcoin, Jack Dorsey is owning some Bitcoin, my question, why not you? Here's some institutions that are adopting this thing called cryptocurrency. PayPal, in case you don't know, they just now allow you to buy and sell Bitcoin on their platform. I just mentioned Square. We saw MasterCard and Visa. How about Microsoft, AT&T, Burger King, Subway, Overstock, KFC, Virgin Galactic, which is ran by this man named Richard Branson. He trying to go to space, just like Tesla, just like Elon Musk trying to go to space. Dallas Mavericks, that's ran by a man named Mark Cuban. They seem to all run in the same kind of pack, by the way. And then the Miami Dolphins, who I don't know who owns that, but I'm pretty sure he runs around that same pack too. They all are futuristic thinkers, kind of, sort of, you know, pushing the envelope, kind of, sort of, and pretty cool too. I mean, we kind of like Mark Cuban. He's pretty cool, right? Elon Musk, I mean, he's a little out there, but he's pretty cool. Jack Dorsey, yeah, he's pretty cool, I guess. Jay-Z, of course, we think he's pretty cool. So we have institutional adoption, which is basically saying before, 4 years ago, they was trying to push it away. Now they are receiving it with open arms. Again, all these companies are adopting this thing called cryptocurrency. Why not you? And that's what I got for you, beautiful people. I wanted to make the case and get you to think about this phenomenon that we have called cryptocurrency. I'm your boy, ERGJ, and here's how you can follow me. Right? Check me out on Facebook, ERGJ Enterprises. I do live crypto trading daily at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right there on the page. So you want to learn more, want to see more, you can do that there. Check me out on YouTube as well, ERGJ Enterprises, Instagram, ERGJ Enterprises. And if you're interested in joining the few, the Black Billionaires Club, check us out there as well, theblackbillionairesclub.com. I'm your boy, ERGJ, and I want you guys to remember this, that it takes a village. It starts with us. Let's build as we climb together. We all we got, beautiful people. Matter of fact, we all we need. Thank God That's more than enough. Hope to see you at our Intro to Crypto, our Intro to Crypto class. And until then, guys, be safe and God bless.
Welcome everyone. How is everyone doing today? I am so happy that you are here at the BlackCEO Iconic. My first question is, I want to know, do we have any CEOs iconic that want to create the 3 B's, which is build your business, build your bank account, and most importantly, build your legacy? If this is something that you have thought about, that you've talked about, or you even dreamed about, but you just don't know how and where to get started, I want to let you know that you are at the right place and at the right time. My name is Valerie Jenkins. I am a business coach, CEO of Women Empower Women Academy. I'm also a business owner of CHBH Event Planning Company. And I empower women to take action on becoming the best version of themselves and having the life that they desire and deserve by creating the 3 B's. Yes, building their business, building their bank account, and most importantly, building their legacy. So if I have any CEO and iconic business builders out there that want to get started, you're at the right place. So let's just jump into it very quickly and start off with, you're not here by accident. No, you're not. You're not here by accident. BlackCEO Iconic is about how you start. Yes, I said it, how you start. Taking that strategic plan and putting it in place so that you can have cash flow in your business. That's right. And then first you have to transform your mind, okay? Before one can be a CEO and iconic, you have to first believe that you can. So it starts with that transforming that mind, that mindset. And then to activate the gifts and talents inside you. Yes, we all have gifts and talents inside us. And then put those results into place so you can see a positive and successful outcome. I can't keep working out and going to the gym and eating well and not get results, right? Does that make sense? And then you want to thrive. The days of surviving up to 2020 are long gone. We are thriving. We are growing. We are progressing. We are flourishing. So I've given you some of the secret sauce on how to start. Strategic plan put in place for your business to start building that business that you desire, that you know that you can do. And then transforming your mind. Once again, in order for you to be a CEO and iconic, you have to already know that you can activate those talents and gifts that are inside you. We've all been wired, right? That is a part of our DNA. And then to put those results into place so that you can see a positive outcome in building your business, to have your bank account to be built, and then also to build that legacy. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely a legacy builder. And then to thrive. The days of old with just surviving is done, ladies. It is absolutely done. I want to talk to you now about 2020. Yes, I know it feels as if we're still in 2020, where the month has just been extended. Instead of 12 months, it's now 13 months, right? But no, I want to tell you that 2020, we have tapped into areas that we didn't even know that we had. We were pushed to the limit. Some of us had to do some very creative things. There were more women that started their business in 2020 because of all of the uncertainty, because of all of the coming out of that comfort zone. And as we know, nothing happens in a comfort zone, right? So we've talked about 2020 and maybe still feeling that it's 2020, right? Because the extension, but no, we're in 2021 and it's time for us to build that business, something that we've always wanted to do. And I'm here to tell you that you can build a business, build your bank account, and also build your legacy while having a 9 to 5. If this is something that is already resonating with you, I want you to go over to ValerieFreeGift.com and go and get your free gift. But let's talk about the reasons why some women, not all women, not most women, don't succeed with building their business. So I'm going to give it to you. And please, I may step on some toes, but it's all out of love, right? So can we just talk? Absolutely. Okay, so number one is we make excuses. Yeah. Please don't at me later. Do not send at thou. Don't do that. I'm just being honest and speaking from my heart. I work with a lot of women and I know it's a common theme. We can be each other's cheerleaders, but when it comes to ourselves, we make excuses. And you know why? Is because of that F word, that nasty F word. You want to know what that is? Fear, or the thought of failure. We have to release that, ladies. Number two is that we don't feel, not all women, just some women, not most women, some women, don't feel that they have anything to offer. And I have to tell you, I beg the differ. There are women out there that are mothers, that are wives, that are caretakers. In 2020, we had to really step our game up and start being teachers, virtually teachers. We had to do fractions, we had to do algebra, we had to do it all. Talk about wearing a super cape, ladies. So number one, because we make excuses. Number two is that we don't feel we have anything to offer. And then you want to know what number three is? Yeah, I'm going to say it. We don't feel that we're good enough or we're worthy enough to build a business, to build our bank account, and to build our legacy. What if Madam Vice President Kamala Harris thought that she wasn't good enough or she wasn't worthy enough to serve, yes, to serve as the vice president of these United States? She certainly wouldn't be walking into the White House. She certainly would not be taking her stand to serve America. So, number one, the reason why most women don't succeed when starting to build their business is we make excuses. Ladies, we have to stop that. Number two, we don't feel that we have anything to offer. Just think about your life over the last 13 months. Yes, I said it, 13 months, not 12 months. Once again, 2021 feels like it's an extension of 2020. So think about your life over the last 13 months. And then number three is that we don't feel that we are worthy or good enough. We don't feel that we're tall enough. We don't feel that we're smart enough. We don't feel that we're pretty enough. And like I said, it's not all women. It's not most women, some women. So we need to break those barriers. And then I want to talk to you about being an overcomer, how to overcome these areas that are blocking you. Number one is we talked about excuses, right? And why we make these excuses. It's because we have that ugly F word, which is fear or the thought of failure. Well, now I'm telling you to embrace those things. Embrace the fear, embrace the failures that you may have had. before you decided to take that leap and start the business, because will be the very same things that will help you, that will propel you into your next level. So embrace the fear, embrace the failure. Do you know the same feeling that you have when you're nervous or anxious about something is the same feeling that you have when you have that fear or failure? It's the same feeling. You have that, your heart is beating fast. You have the, it's the same feeling when you have the failure, and it's the same feeling when you're starting something new. So embrace those feelings. Let that be the thing that propels you into your next level. And then the next thing, how to be an overcomer when it comes to breaking down those barriers. Don't overthink the process. Ladies, we always want to dot the I's and make sure all the T's are crossed. Just go and start. As I said, put a plan together, strategic plan together. So don't worry about all the I's being dotted and all the T's being crossed. Don't overthink the process, ladies. And then the other thing is comparing yourself to others. Can I just share my story very quickly? When I was starting my event planning company, I had the thought of a plethora of feelings, but the thought of, well, there are a lot of other event planners out there. And I said to myself, yes, that's correct, they are. But I am doing something different. I have Valerie's secret sauce. What is your secret sauce? Do not compare yourself to others. And then the other thing is, I love this one. All right. I love this one because if you are living and you are breathing and you've been through different experiences in life, what I will say is consider your life as your training ground. The things that you have went through, think about it. You are one step away from building your business, being a CEO, and being iconic. So consider the things that you went through in life as your training ground. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be easy, but I can certainly say after being in business for 10 years as an entrepreneur, as a CEO, and iconic, it is really worth it. It really is worth it. So let's just go back over a few things on being an overcomer in the areas that block you from going out and pursuing those dreams and desire and walking in your purpose. Embrace the fear, embrace the failure. Do not run from it. Go to it. You cannot conquer the things that you won't confront, right? And the other thing is please don't overthink the process. If you know that you have something that is placed in your heart and you've been talking about it, you've been thinking about it, it oftentimes wakes you up out your sleep, go and do it. And the other thing is whatever you do, do not compare yourself to others. Stay in your lane, right? If you know how to drive, you know that you have to drive in your lane until you put the signal on, then you move over and you drive in that lane. Or if you've ever bowled, you know that you have to bowl in your lane to get that strike. Stay in your lane. Do not compare yourself to others. And then finally, consider your life your training ground. Once again, it is not going to be easy, but I can certainly tell you that it will be worth it. Okay. So I gave you the recipe to getting started, the strategic plan, changing that mindset, activating all of those gifts and talent inside you, putting in the work to see the positive and the successful results, and then thrive, grow, flourish. Okay. Ladies, what I would like to say to you before closing, just a few more things, that in order for you to step out, you have to push yourself. And what I mean by that is to say it and to do it is two different things. How many of you know women that said, oh, okay, maybe even yourself, I am going to do this. And you see 5 years later, it goes by and you haven't started. You have to push yourself. Do not be that do not be a part of that. Some women, you want to go out and do it as most women are doing it. Don't be, well, I think about this, but I don't know how. Once again, if this is resonating, I want you to go over to Valerie Speak, Val Jenkins of freegift.com and go get my free gift. What I would like to say in closing is I've worked a 9 to 5 and I let that 9 to 5 be the thing that was going to help my investment with my business. So once again, it can be done. And if I have any CEO and Iconic and want to create the business, this is the event that you need to be at. I say to you, go out, enjoy the rest of your experience at the BlackCEO Iconic. And once again, please follow me on any of my social media. They will be posted. And go over to valeriefreegift.com and get your free gift. Thank you so very much for your time. And I look forward to seeing each and every one of you at the top. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tapping in to this workshop. I want to applaud you first and foremost because you are the most important piece of the next 45 minutes that we're going to spend together. You are tired, you're exhausted, you're doing a million things, right? You're running all around being superwoman and superman, but you chose to show up for yourself, right? You chose to prioritize self-edification and self-investment, right? So that you can better run your businesses. So I want to applaud you for that. Keep that same energy. I know it gets tough at times, but there are people, a full tribe of leaders who are ready and waiting in the sidelines to help you. I am one of them. I am Casey Richardson. I am a founder, a published author, and a coach and consultant. I lead a network called Blaze Women's Network. Blaze stands for building leaders and accepting zero excuses, right? We need accountability. We need people to push us to our limits and past them as well, right? So I hold intentional space for Black women because so many times we're left on the sidelines. And so many times we're blazing trails but we don't receive our flowers. Right? So many times we think we have to be superwoman and we kill ourselves in doing so. So I hold intentional space for that. And then I do one-on-one coaching and consulting with so many amazing, incredible, dope entrepreneurs. And that's absolutely a joy. So without further ado, I want us to dive into this content. So today we are talking about automation in our businesses. I'm pausing so that you all cut this part so it's a smooth transition. So I came here today to tell you that if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. I don't care how swift you are. I don't care how long you've been in the game. I don't care what your GPA was in college. If you are doing it wrong, if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. Because there are only so many things that our two hands can touch. Right? There are only so many things that our minds can think about at one time and do things well, right? And execute with precision. So I want to talk to you about business automation because it is absolutely critical for your peace of mind, for you getting the rest and recovery that you need, for you having consistency across all elements of your business, right? And for scale, because what you're doing today, if you're doing it all, it may be getting you through somewhat right now, but as you stack on top of whatever you're doing right now, more and more clients, more and more products, quicker and quicker velocity, that foundation will crumble and break if you do not have automation built in. So let's dive into this. Today's workshop will cover the following. We'll talk about the benefits of automation, just to spell that out for everyone, the criteria for automation, because it kind of helps, people get actual use cases for them. We'll do an activity where you're going to get a score on your automation as it stands in your business today. We'll do some reflecting, because that's important, right? I will be intentional about reflecting and being sober-minded about where we are today. We'll do another exercise, a little more robust. If you have your workbook, you can work in that workbook. If you don't have it, it is absolutely fine. You can do the exercise on a piece of paper. We will talk about some mindset principles. We'll talk about some automation principles, some things you need to make sure you remember and keep in mind for the long haul. We'll do a recap of everything we touched on in today's workshop, and then I'll share some contact information with you so we can stay in touch. So let's dive in. Benefits of automation. So when you choose to automate, there's nothing barring you from it. Anybody can do it. I'm going to prove that today. When you choose automation, you have higher productivity. One person can do a certain number of things, but bots, right? Formulas, systems, computers, software can do so many things in the same second, right? So that's huge. More reliability. Things are prone to human error, right? We fat finger mistakes all the time. We have typos when we're emailing very quickly all of the time. We skip steps sometimes, right? When we're trying to go at a higher velocity than we may normally go at. So automation is great for that. Increased availability. I talked about this, right? Getting your time back. You need that. Like, it's so critical, not just for your business, but for your health, for your sanity, right? For self-care, for self-love, etc. You will have greater performance. You will reduce operating costs, I promise you, especially if you build this now to support your business. As you scale, a lot of your automation costs will remain fixed. So that means whether the output is 10 units or 100 units, if your cost is a flat fee per month, you achieve operating efficiency, which gives you more cost reduction per unit sold. You will reduce errors. You will have improved client satisfaction, especially when you get to that point of consistency, right? Clients will be absolutely thrilled that email automations come like that, right? That reminders for things come like that, right? Where you remind them something's left in your cart, or there's automatic triggers when certain things happen in processes and they think that a person is doing it, but it's really, right, AI, it's really technology. And then last but not least, you have capacity for high level tasks, right? So really thinking about the creative and strategic things that are important for your business, so that you have time to manage it versus being in the weeds of everything, right? What should be automated? So these are some, I'll throw out 4 tips for you, or thoughts for you on thinking through your business and what you can automate. If you have tasks that are repetitive in nature, right? No matter who is booking it, no matter who's doing it, no matter who's buying it, certain things need to happen. Those are excellent processes to automate. Welcome emails, right? When somebody signs up for a list is an easy thing to think about, right? But there are so many other use cases for that. So start thinking through some of these processes that you repeat over and over and over again. Processes that don't require human intervention for completion. There are some things that it doesn't need a person to think about, right, and make a decision on. It's if A plus B equals C, we don't need a person to sign off on that, but those are the processes that are excellent candidates for automation. Processes that need consistency across the entire company. If you know that you will cringe to find out that your marketing team is communicating this message, right? Your sales team is communicating a different message. Your operations group, right, is operating at a different set of principles, and their messaging is different as a result. Those processes are very important to think about how you can implement automation so that you have consistent messaging, consistent branding, consistent core values, etc., right? consistent standards even across your entire business. And lastly, for processes that need to be error-free. Like if there are certain things where you have very, very little or no margin of error, you need to automate those processes so that you don't even worry about it. You can take that stress off of your plate because you know a system will formulaically, right, get it right every single time. All right, pop quiz. All right, so pull out your pen, pull out your paper. I want everyone to dive into this activity right now. You have to be honest with yourself. I'm not grading this, right? You are grading yourself, but it's so important to find your blind spots, right? So I'm going to give you 30 seconds on the clock right now to list out the automation tools that you currently have in place for scheduling. Go. Think, think, think. If you have more than one, that's absolutely fine. Put it on the list. Just scheduling. Think about, you know, what happens with booking. If you're sending the email and saying, give me a good time to catch up. Okay, does this work for you? Okay, great. I'm gonna go and I'll put that in the system. That's not automation. All right, timer is up. Next, I want you to think and write down about the email marketing tools that you currently have in place. Go. And this is the automated ones, the ones that give you automation. If you have more than one, list it out. 15 seconds on the clock. 10, 5. All right, time is up. Nice job. Stay with me here. Customer relationship management system. So we call these CRM tools where that is automated. Start listing now. For those who are thinking about what that is or wondering what that is, these are systems that allow you to have notes about your clients, when your last, you know, touch base with them was, when the next one is scheduled for, what their address is, what their phone number is, right? It could hold notes for you so you know how to market to them more effectively. Those are CRM tools. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1. All right, time is up. Now, social media posting. 30 seconds on the clock. You know how this goes. 30 seconds, write down all of the automation tools that you have for social media posting. 25 seconds on the clock. If you are currently drafting your stuff up, pulling it into Instagram, for instance, hitting send yourself, that is not automation. That is a person doing it, right? List the tools that you are using to automate social media posting. 3 seconds on the clock, and we're out of time on that one. All right, tracking and to-do lists. 30 seconds on the clock, go. If you have tools that currently automate the way that you track tasks and have to-do lists, list those out. And list all of them, right? If you have more than one. But it must be a tool. Writing on a legal pad does not count, nor does writing on the Post-it note that you stick on your bathroom mirror. Nice try, but do not do it. All right, 3 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. Next, project management tools. Automation for that. The timer is going now. So think about hubs that you use to communicate with your team members, right? Or external partners on certain things. If you're picking up the phone and calling them and you guys are jotting it down, that does not count. I mean, automation tools, right? Where the platform is allowing you to manage projects. It is giving you a timeline. It is giving you stages and allow you to make notes about that, et cetera. All right, 2, 1, we are out of time on that one. Good job. You're killing it. You're killing it. You're being honest with yourself. Now, 30 seconds on the clock, cloud-based file storage. Go. If you're saving it on your desktop, not talking about that. I'm talking about the cloud-based storage systems you use so that when you go to Dubai and you don't have that laptop, you can roll up to a separate computer and pull your stuff up from the cloud. That's what I'm talking about, okay? So 10 seconds on the clock, all of your cloud-based storage tools that you use, list them out. 2, 1, out of time. Payment processing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out all the payment processing tools that you use. So if you are currently only accepting cash and you're going to the 10 bucket, finding the nickels and the pennies to give the cash back, that does not count, okay? I mean the tools that help you to accept credit cards, right? That helps you to accept other modes of payment, right? And tracking that and providing receipts, etc. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1, out of time. You guys are killing it. I love it. I see those lists coming in. I see some sweating bullets coming too, but that's fine. Visual and graphic content creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out the tools that you currently use to create visuals and graphics, right? If you're in business, you need that. Branding is everything, right? You want to be recognized. You want to have a certain identity. You want to come off as having a certain personality, right? In your branding. So list the tools that you currently leverage to do that. And if you have no tools, we got to think about that, right? 6 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, beautiful, killing it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now drop shipping and custom printing. 30 seconds on the clock. If you currently use drop shipping, and what drop shipping is you design a product, right? Or you pull in a product, you choose a product, and people place orders. You get the money, but you're not fulfilling it. Someone else is shipping it, right? Someone else is providing the receipts, right? Someone else is keeping a tally of inventory, etc., what's left, etc. That's drop shipping. Custom printing, you can create the shirts, right? Get these things made. You're not in the lab doing it yourself, and time is up. Nice job. You're hanging in there with me. This is for your business, right? The sweat is worth it. Next, we have virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the current platforms that you leverage to acquire virtual assistants or acquire freelancers. Maybe you need a logo made, right? Maybe you need somebody to do a specific task and it's a one and done type job. List the platforms that you currently leverage to find those people. If you're not leveraging a platform and you're calling around, you asking cousin Bobo now, let's think about that. Time is up. You're killing it. Next, legal documentation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the platforms or tools that you currently leverage to get assistance with legal documentation. If you're winging it and doing it by yourself, you cannot put yourself on the paper unless you're an expert in that field, right? But again, we're thinking about tools. We're thinking about automation, because if we're doing it all, we're doing it wrong, right? So list that out. 8 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. You're hanging in there for yourselves. I think it's beautiful. I mean it. All right, time is up. Now, expense tracking. We love budgeting, don't we? Don't we love numbers? Yes, we do. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the expense tracking automation tools that you currently have in place. I'm not talking about the spreadsheet that you built 3 years ago. Not talking about that. Automation. Tools that actually show you what you spent last month, that actually tell you what you can file certain things as on your tax returns. Tools that give you graphs to show you trends. Tools that give you a view of your cash flow, right? That give you a view of your net worth. That give you a view of how you're doing on your budgeting. Time is up. That was painful for some people. I felt the cringe. I felt that energy, but it's all good. We're going to get through this together. Now, customer facing document sharing. Time is going. 30 seconds on the clock. List the automation tools that you currently have in place for client facing document sharing. Some businesses may not use this, but for those that do, right, this is an area for you to think about and list what you're currently using. We have about 12 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, and 1. All right, customer support. Now, this is an area where people don't think about often. Time is going on the clock, list what you use, but we think that we have to be the one handling customer concerns and things going back and forth, etc. But some people know, some of you, I see you smiling. Some of you know that that's not necessarily the case, right? You can leverage platforms and automation tools that can handle customer support for you. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Killing it. Surveys and data collection. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. What tools, what automation platforms are you currently using to collect data from your customers, to conduct surveys, even for your employees, right? Because we know that feedback is important. If you have blind spots that you're not attending to, if you're not getting feedback to understand in a robust fashion, right, how people are receiving and perceiving what you're doing, you're losing. So list out what you're currently using. Kudos, because I know all of you are using automated survey and data collection platforms. Now, website creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. What platform are you using to create websites? If we have coders in the room and they're building everything from scratch and using HTML code, dope, beautiful. That does not count, right? I'm talking about websites that you use that automate things for you so you're not king in code. We have 7 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, time is up. Sexy category down here, bots and AI. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. List the platforms that you leverage for automated artificial intelligence execution. Bots executing on things. 19 seconds on the clock. It's time to think big if you haven't thought about this before, because why not, right? Why not? 8 seconds on the clock. Think about that. Write it down if you have this category. If you have an automation tool in this category, kudos to you if you do. And we're moving on. All right. Ticket selling and event management. 30 seconds on the clock, go. Write down the ticket selling and event management platforms that you're using currently. So if you're selling raffle tickets in the church parking lot, right, during the homecoming potluck event, that does not count. I'm talking about automated platforms where people can purchase without you touching it, right? Where you have a list of registrants without you having to piecemeal it together inside of Excel. 4 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. We're done on that category. And last but not least, webinar, live session, and or online course platforms. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List all of the automation tools and or platforms that you use today to execute this, right? Anything that you can think of, right? If you do Facebook Live, that counts. IG Live, that counts. If you're using Zoom, that counts, right? 3 seconds on the clock. Finish that up. Beautiful job. I'm so proud of all of you for doing that inventory exercise. That was absolutely tedious, but so important, right? For you thinking about how you can go higher into the next level. So I want you to figure out what your score is, because you have an automation score based on what you just did. So go back through your list and award yourself 1 point for each tool and or platform listed. Hint, there were 20 different categories. So that'll give you a gut feel about how well you're doing on the automation front, or how lacking you might be today, right? I'm going to give you some time to tally that up. I'll put 30 seconds on the clock. Every single platform that you listed gets 1 point. Just total all of them up and see what your score is. I know no one has a 1. I know no one has only 5. I just know it, not this group. All right, 10 seconds. Let's button that up. 5. All right, beautiful. Again, and you should give yourself a round of applause because things like this can be painful, right? And we know we should do this, right? We hear it all the time. We read the memes on Instagram that push us to kind of assess things, right? But this is what that looks like. This is what that feels like, right? And we got through that together. I was able to hold you accountable in doing it, but I'm absolutely proud of you for engaging in this exercise. So now let's reflect a bit, right? Let's think about the current state. You just scored yourself. In your opinion, are you leveraging automation in your business across all 20 categories today? Future state. Can you be more intentional about automation implementation going forward? So the beauty of being an entrepreneur, the CEO, the founder, etc., is that you don't have to go through protocols to make changes or recommend changes, right? You can be as flexible and as agile as you would like to be. So if you can be more intentional about automation implementation going forward, I need you to circle those categories on your list, right? There are 20 different ones. Circle those categories so that you can be thoughtful going forward about beefing that up some. And then budgeting, this is critical. This is oftentimes skipped in decision making, and it should always be there. Does automation implementation fit into your budget today? You have to be sober minded about that. And if not, how can you make room for it? I talked about scale earlier, and I'm gonna pound on that one more time, because when you build the foundation in a way that's sustainable, your business can grow and grow and grow without crumbling at the bottom. So if you are building your business where you are the customer service person, you are the marketing person, you are the product development person, you are the operations person, you are the CEO, right? And you stack more and more on top of that, that foundation is not sustainable, period. I don't care how dope you are, right? It's not sustainable. But if you build your business and at the foundation, you have automated processes, platforms where you can stack and stack and stack, grow and grow and grow, and that AI technology won't go out on you, that software won't go out on you. You have built a sustainable business, right? And so it is important to think about, if there are constraints on your budget, how you can maneuver things around, how you can change your sales target so that you can get extra income, etc., right? How you can get grants even, right? To give yourself that added resource, right? That added capability via automation, so that you are built to last for the long haul. All right, great job reflecting on that, making your circles. I'll give you a few more seconds to button that up. If you don't know the answer to the budgeting question, that means you have some homework to do, right? Google and see how much different services might be, and look at your budget, see if you have room for it. Now, I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. You said, what services, Casey? I'm gonna help you out in every single category. Yay! I feel it, I feel it, I feel it. So now it's time to pull out your workbooks. Again, if you don't have your workbook, it is absolutely fine. Get another piece of paper, because I just know that first piece of paper is full of all the automation tools you already use, because you're absolutely dope. And if it's not full of that, you're still dope, because you've written circles and you've written notes and you've asked yourself questions and you've challenged yourself to be more intentional about automation implementation. So let's pull out a blank piece of paper now, or leverage the workbook that you have, right? And we're going to do an activity. So for each section I'm going to give you, I mentioned that there are 20 different categories, right? There's a 4-part question to each. For every tool that I give you, ask yourself, do you use this tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit into your budget today? And what is your target start date for you? So if you say, yes, I'm going to use this, I like it, I'm going to implement this, put a date on it. Put a date on it. Okay? All right, so for scheduling, Acuity, answer those 4 questions. Calendly, answer those 4 questions. Mixmax, A.ai, right? And we're going to do that for every category. So the beauty of this is that you actually get some recommendations on tools that you can use, right, to implement automation if you don't have it already. And even if you do have automation already, you can look at some of these other competitors, right, some of these other peer products, and see if they might have added benefits that you don't have today, or see if they might have cheaper plans that you didn't know about, and you can save money, right, by switching over. Email marketing. These are the tools, some of the tools that are out there for that. MailChimp, Active Campaign, ConvertKit, Mixmax, which is a Gmail plugin, HubSpot, and Drip. I'm going to give you a few seconds to answer those 4 questions across each of those platforms. Yes, each of those platforms, because each platform has its constraints. You might say no to 3 out of 4, right? But think about each of those and do extra research on ones that you're not already familiar with, so that you can make sure you're in the best positioning possible. CRM. Now, a reminder, that is client relationship management. So critical for beefing up your marketing. So critical for checking in with your clients. And it's like, oh my gosh, you read my mind. How did you know my birthday? Oh my gosh. You can answer that however you want to, but you really know because you have a dope CRM tool, right? So Zoho CRM is a tool. Fresh Sales, Copper is a tool. Insightly, less annoying CRM. Nimble, Keep is another one. Keep is pretty popular. All right, so we got that. Beautiful. Social media posts. So these are some of the tools that you could use and answer those 4 questions, right? Planoly, Zoho Social, Hootsuite, Sprout Social, Buffer, Loomly. These are some of the tools that you can use for social media posting, and it's automated, right? You can literally schedule when these post and not worry about it again. You don't even have to touch it, right? All you have to do is sit back and watch the lights come in and respond to comments that people are making, but you get back hours of your time, literal hours of your time, right? So answer those 4 questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit your budget today? What is your target start date for use? Because if you answered no in all of these areas and you see that there's an opportunity to implement automation in that category, you need to be saying yes to one of these, right? Or at least finding a different one that serves your need, right? But this is free game, right? Like this is gonna save you so much time. There's no reason not to use something like this, right? All right, so tracking and to-do lists, right? Todoist, TickTick, Microsoft To Do, Things, OmniFocus, Habitica, Google Tasks. These are great for tracking. These are great for creating to-do lists, keeping yourself kind of on task, right, and oriented in your mind. Would highly recommend using one of these. You might have a use for some of these. It just depends, right? Different functions within each of these. But ask yourself the 4 questions. And then project management. So we have Asana, Trello, Coda, Notion, Basecamp, Airtable, and Monday. Great for collaborative projects. You can kind of see people's progress updated real time. You can see, everyone will be able to see the same end date. It won't be something that gets translated differently, right? Once it gets to the 10th person, we know how that game goes. In elementary school, we start whispering in someone's ear, and by the time it got back, it's something completely different. Use a project management tool so that everyone's on the same page. They have the same information, and at times when things need to shift, right? Everyone is updated at the same time. It's very valuable. Cloud file storage, OneDrive, Google Drive, Dropbox, Box, and iCloud are some of the platforms that can be used. Again, answer those 4 questions, You need to be walking away with something from this, right? More edified than you were before you came. So be very intentional about this and take this seriously. Payment processing, PayPal, Stripe, Square, Shopify, Etsy, Affirm, Acuity Scheduling. These are tools you can use to accept payments, right? And it automates those things for you. It receives the money, it sends the receipt. If the card doesn't work, it schedules itself to do a retry in the next 24 hours, right? It sends you a notification if a subscription payment fails, right? So that you can do some follow-up and see what's going on there, like do some customer reach outs, right? Huge. And they have hardware too, so you can on the go be able to swipe people's card as well. Visual content creation. Write these down. Canva, Adobe Spark, Unsplash, Icons 8, Drawkit, Remove BG, Headliner. Ask yourself the 4 questions. There might be some other ones out there. If you have some on your list already that's not listed here, beautiful. So long as you are using some automation tools, right? Especially for graphics and visual content, because you want your color schemes to be consistent. You want the personality of your brand to be consistent, right? Excuse me. So get a tool so that you have that consistency without thinking about it too much. Dropbox or drop shipping and printing, Spocket, AliExpress, Printful, Suppliers Data, Sellwho, Blurb. These are great platforms to use, especially if you don't have time to manage inventory. You don't have space to store inventory, right? But you still want to sell consumer goods. And they could be computers even, right? Like AliExpress gives you a myriad of things to sell. You just choose your niche and they handle the shipping, right? They handle the sourcing from suppliers all over the world, right? They pass on the payment to you via one of these payment processing tools that we talked about in the last slide. But it takes a lot of the work out of that whole end-to-end process for you. Printful does the same thing. You can create custom printed shirts, for instance, right? But they do the shipping. They send you the money, right? They do the packaging, the labeling, etc. Virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. Major key right here, because if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. So go ahead and take you $5 and find a freelancer to build a logo for you, right? Some logo options on Fiverr, right? That's one of the options here. Upwork, you can find freelancers, contractors, virtual assistants there. Envato, TaskRabbit, People Per Hour, 99 Designs. Answer those 4 questions about these options, right? And choose a start date for one of them. Legal documents, Up Counsel, LegalZoom. It makes it so easy to find a legal resource on demand. Like, that's so valuable. That's so valuable, and it'll save you headache, money, right? Reputational risk down the road when you have your ducks in a row on demand up front. All right. Expense tracking, QuickBooks, self-employed and online are very, very popular. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have heard of that tool. Very robust. There's also FreshBooks, Expensify, Wally, Concur, Clarity Money, and Mint. I will just throw out there that Mint is really, really good for managing your personal expenses as well. I think having a view of kind of where you're on a personal front as well as the business front is important, because both of them, right, give you peace of mind, gives you precision, gives you important planning, financial planning. So answer those 4 questions about these tools. Customer-facing document sharing. There are many out there. I just have a few down here. If you use something different, that's great. You got a point for that, right? But listed here is DocSend, Quiller, PandaDoc, Prezi. Answer the 4 questions on those. Customer support, right? I talked about this. What if you don't have to be the person, right, that's handling the inquiries that come in randomly, right? That's handling, just general customer support routines. There are platforms for that. Intercom, Zendesk, Discuss. Great platforms. You should definitely look into it. If you already are, amazing. You got a point or two for that, right? But ask yourself these questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit in your budget today? What is your target start date for use? All right. Surveys and data collection. So there's Airtable, Google Forms, SurveyMonkey, Typeform, FormStack, JotForm, Quillitrix. Answer the 4 questions, right? Some of you might remember taking surveys via one of these tools. You pass that valuable information on to that company for free, and you never thought about implementing it into your own business, right? This is a light bulb moment for a lot of you. Use the tools. Most of them offer free trials. Most of them even offer free plans where you get some features for free. Definitely start implementing this. Ask yourself the 4 questions and hit a start date on there. Website creation, Squarespace, Wix, WordPress, Lead Pages, ReadyMag, Universe, Strikingly. All great tools for website creation. You can try to build it yourself from scratch if you have that gift. You could go out and pay a person a few $1,000s to create a website. You could, right? It depends on what you want. But there are some tools out there that automates this whole creation process for you for a fraction of the cost. So I would say lean into that. Bots and AI, Q&A Maker, Landbot, HubSpot, Chat Fuel, FlowXO. And I do not need you to just say, wow, who knew? I need you to answer the 4 questions, put paper to pen, and put a start date. If you have some light bulbs that have gone off in your head about how you can implement and integrate these into your business. The final stretch here on this activity, ticket selling and event management, Eventbrite, Sparkso, Cvent, Paperless Post, Splash, Tito. If you've never used an event management service before, check these out. It will make your life a whole lot simpler. Webinar and live sessions and or online courses. Webinar Jam, Twitch, Thinkific, Teachable, Podia, Mighty Networks, Kajabi. Great tools to use to offer webinars, live sessions, and online courses. Great tools. And again, you achieve scale because whether 2 people are in the room or 200, what if that price is fixed here, right? But you get the income per registrant. Let's build it in there. All right, beautiful job. Hand clap again on finishing this assignment and putting your target dates out there. We have the rest of 2021. Let's get it. Let's go. So I want you to make a vow that you will commit to results, not activity. Gone are the days where you're working all day on these monotonous tasks, these small tasks that take you all of your day, right? And you think you're productive because you've been doing something all day. Nope. Commit to results, not activity. This is a key mindset shift, okay? But vow to me that you will do this. If it's not getting you to an output, increasing the revenue, giving you time back, increasing the customer, right? We're not committed to it. All right, I heard you, I feel you, beautiful. Now, we're gonna reclaim our time, fam. Don't waste time on busy work. Let the tools do the work for you, period. So as much as you can, automate, period. So that we have time to spend with our families and the people that we love the most, so we can be present at the dinner table, right? So we can be present on the phone, in the phone conversation we're having with our family, and we have more creative juices flowing to bolster our businesses even more. I know y'all with me. I know you got it. All right. So So quick tips I want to share you around automation. Make sure that the platforms you choose provide consistency, right? I think we get that out. I don't have to give examples on that, but make sure it's reliable enough to provide consistency. Make sure that you approach this in a step-by-step fashion. I do not need you tomorrow to start 13 different platforms. That makes no sense. Take a step back, look at what's most critical, look at where you can start, and then over time, right? Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, depending on the intricacy of the different tools, implement more and more in a step-by-step fashion. Flexibility, you want flexibility, right? You want a platform that is going to be able to handle the business growth that you will achieve, right? If it's going to break next month, if you triple your income and you triple your velocity, that might not be the best tool to use, right? So think about flexibility when you're choosing. Simplicity is important. Make it simple for the customer, right? And make it simple for you. And then lastly, training. Too many people skip out on this piece. You need to learn how to use the tool well, right? So once a month, hop in on, their blog page and read a few blogs for a few hours, right? Once a month, hop in on a free webinar training they're giving around their tools and new launches that they've done. And if they want feedback, give that feedback so that the tool gets better. But those are the 5 main things that I would recommend to you to keep in mind as you automate your systems. So takeaways, because we've gone through a lot and you've done a lot. I'm so proud of you. I'm still clapping my hands for you. You guys are amazing. So we learned the benefits of automation. We learned criteria for automation, right? How we know when a process needs to be automated. We did the automation scorecard assessment. We looked at over 100 automation tools that are recommended to check out or implement into your business. That's huge. You have all that information you're walking away with. We did an assessment of future integrations, right? So you asked yourselves, okay, can I do this? Should I do this? What's my start date? Do I have budget for it, etc.? So you have the start of a plan. And we've talked about some principles to live and lead by, right? Mindset principles that we want to keep in mind, kind of our rubric for judging whether a system is worth using or not, etc. So kudos to you for getting through that. Again, I am Casey Richardson. I am the founder of Blaze Women's Network, where we are building leaders and accepting 0 excuses. I am also a one-on-one coach and consultant. I am a published author as well, and it is my joy to serve the folks that are so magical and so often overlooked, trailblazers who are underserved. That is what I do. So I would love to keep in touch with you. I've provided my contact information right here. I'd love for you to join the tribe and the email list. So if you want to keep in touch with Blaze Women's Network, go to blazewomensnetwork.com. We have a Facebook group, Blaze Women's Network, and Instagram, Blaze Women's Network. If you want to keep in touch with me, I want you to. My website is casey-richardson.com. My email address is contact@casey-richardson.com. My Instagram is I am Casey Richardson. Ignore the .com right there. It's just I am Casey Richardson. My LinkedIn is LinkedIn/I am Casey Richardson. And lastly, I provided my phone number, my business phone number right there as well. So I mean it. I want you to get in touch with me. I want you to connect. I want you to be edified. I want you to have community. And I just love speaking to people in the terms they understand, with stories they understand, with context that they understand, so they don't water down who they are, because it's time to be free and it's time to flourish. Thank you so much for your time.
Some people got to have it. Some people really need it. Do things, bad things with a boom, boom, boom. For the love of money, money. Oh. Hey, what's happening, kings and queens? I see that y'all are here, and I'm talking about money. That's a whole nother show altogether. This is Black and Iconic, and this is day 2 of a 7-day journey where we're talking about iconic revenue. And if you've been listening thus far, I know that you have been taking copious notes from all of the speakers. And if you are following the speakers, if you're really feeling what they're talking about, follow them on Instagram, follow them on social media, and make sure that you're commenting in the feed and sharing it out on your pages so that other Black entrepreneurs like yourself can take advantage of the goodness gracious good information that you all are getting. Coming up in our next pod, we're going to have Valerie Rodriguez, we're going to have Roy Johnson Jr., Bruce Hill, and Dr. Daphne Clark Hudson. She's going to put on an amazing workshop. But as I said earlier, if you really like the speakers that you've been listening to, I want you to go over to www.bizfreegifts.com so that you can get your information, or you can get the free gifts that the speakers are offering to all of the listeners and viewers who are here on day 2 of Iconic Revenue. In addition to that, I don't want you to forget about our masterclass that's happening this Saturday. You can go to BlackCEOVIP.com. That's BlackCEOVIP.com to get your virtual seat. And once you get there to that site, it will tell you how to invest in yourself and invest in your business. But I'm sure that these classes will fill up fairly quickly. So go there now and ensure that you have your seat on day 5 for our virtual masterclass. We're going to keep this party bus rolling along, and we're going to continue to talk about the moolah, the money, the greenbacks, the dinero. But more importantly, we're going to help you to be iconic with your revenue. I'll see y'all on the other side. Peace. Some people got to have it. Some people really need it. People don't let money change you. Almighty dollar.
Good day. This is Valerie M. Rodriguez from VMR International. I'm a financial strategist whose job is really to shake up the system so that people can understand better ways to invest their money, to put their money so that their money can make money. I definitely am somebody who's been an entrepreneur since 2004 and seeing the ways of how that's gone. I mean, we always have ups and downs, but it's something that really resonated with me to do this because of how I was raised, right? I was born and raised in a project from a single mother who worked hard. And we really want to give all of our congratulations and gratitude to single moms like myself and those who work hard. But obviously we know that we want to do better and be able to pass on better ways to our family. And so this is why I do what I do. And what's become really, really passionate for me is since I saw how I was raised and knowing that my dad, being somebody who was always making money, so I learned that we all know how to make money, right? But he was somebody who actually turned out in the shelters later on, having nothing to show, having nothing to his name, and not having anything to pass down to his family. So going from living lavish to going into a shelter and being disabled and having nothing but the government to depend on was something that really resonated with me. And I know that I had to create some kind of a change and be resourceful in learning the information that I needed to be able to learn how to run money, how not to let money run me rather. And so it all started with obviously the practical knowledge is one, And secondly, if you're going to know, I'm also a self-development coach and huge on activating our personal development, right? And so because of that, I was able to impact my thoughts on money and creating a better wave in the system as far as creating myself to be someone of value who knew my worth. So I would be the one to dictate how much I was worth, my value, right? Instead of someone else doing that. And so that's why I am an entrepreneur today and so passionate about teaching on financial literacy. So today, my workshop, we're going to be talking about breaking down the rules of money, something that I didn't know wholeheartedly from the beginning. Like I said, we all have come into lots of money through our hands, but how much of that money were we able to keep? So it's not about how much you make, it's always about how much you're able to keep. So once you understand that, and you also understand how to create that mindset shift, I believe that there's nothing that you're not going to be able to do, any goals that's going to be any kind of anything that can hold you back at all. So I move on. Before I tell you that, what really, really settled for me was the fact that my daughter would see that $30,000 once upon a time would be a yearly income. And now she's like, Mom, is that a yearly income? Or it should be a monthly income. So the fact that she thinks that way now tells me that I'm doing everything that I need to be doing. So let's move right along into this workshop, and I'll be sharing the 3 rules of money, okay, and how that is going to basically be able to take you to another mindset, right? To basically understanding the practical knowledge, which is one aspect of it all. Okay, moving on. Sorry. 1 second. All right. So the first rule of money, which is compounding interest, right? There are 3 rules of money. The rule of 72, compounding interest. We're going to go over how your money grows. There's only 3 ways that your money grows, and how your money gets taxed. Now, these things are simply concepts that you need to understand to really just create better habits. So as I walk you through these things, I want you to just get it in your head as a scenario and think of it how it applies to you in your life. So here with compounding interest, the rule of 72 is simply a formula that shows you how long it's going to take for your money to double. Now, when you think of your money doubling, do you think of your bank? Probably not, right? Because when have we even seen our money double in a bank? So take a look at here, the scenario. I'm going to give you 4 scenarios where you are investing in the bank, right? Your savings, and they're giving you a 1% interest on this actual situation. And that 1% on $10,000 as a 29-year-old, right? Investing at $10,000. It tells you with the rule of 72, all you do is take the number 72 and divide it by your ROI, the rate on investment. So if you were getting 1%, it would take you 172 years till 101 years old for that money to double. Sounds exciting, right? Yeah, I know. Clearly, it's not exciting. But if you think about it, that's not even what we're getting in the bank, because they're not even as generous as to give us 1%. So moving along, I'll show you how the difference between that 72 years get cut down by just giving you a 5% increase. So if you see 6% you were gaining on ROI, that 29-year-old would now take until the age of 41 to double that money to $20,000. A lot better, right? Because I don't know how many 101, we might not even reach that year. So how many 72 years do you have? That's something that you need to think about. So in that sense, think about how your bank's paying you less than 1%, how I'm showing you this rule of 72, and how long it's going to take for your money to double. And now make a clear and conscious decision on, is that benefiting you? So again, if you were 29 getting that 6%, now at the age of 65, which is the age that most people think of retiring, some people now, they don't want to retire yesterday, but let's just be realistic. Say you wanted to retire at 65 and you were getting this ROI. So in your retirement plan, you would have $80,000 if you were getting that rate. How long can you last on $80,000? Ask yourself that. Probably not long. I know that's not going to last long for me. So it's probably not going to last much longer for you. So now, hence why most people who go into retirement end up going back to work. So now say you found some place, Savvy, where you could get 10% interest. Look at the difference. That is 7.2 years. Significant change on how long it's going to take for that money to double. So if you fast forward down to 65, and these are estimations, right? You would have around about $320,000 if you were getting 10%. Now, most people ask me, well, where can I get 10%? You absolutely can get 10% because, as I had spoken in my keynote, I was letting people know that you have to understand how to invest your money where the banks put their money. Do you think the banks know how to make 10% on interest on your money? Remember, they don't have money. They're dependent on your money. They absolutely do. So now I want to show you that this compound interest method is so powerful because the difference between 6 and 10 is only 4%. With that 4%, it gave you a quadruple, significant quadruple on your retirement plans money from $80,000 to about $320,000. So it's not a big number, but you see how it made a significant difference. So now take this on the flip side with the compound interest being against you. Because like I said, you're either going to be earning this or you're going to be paying it. So in the contrary, when you're getting credit cards, now today's interest rates are about 18 to 23%, 25% even on credit cards. So when you think about how powerful that is for them earning compounding interest on credit cards, it should let you know this is something that I have to hone in on. This is something that I have to take an interest in because it is affecting me one way or another. So where you put your money in is super important. And that's why I'm pointing this out, compounding interest. Now that 1%, if we were even getting it in the bank, at least, we're still not even making compounding interest. Why? Because they don't pay us that. They pay us simple interest. What's the difference between simple interest? The difference is compound interest is going to pay you on the amount that you earn plus interest every single year compounding, and that makes a significant years difference in the years that you invest your money. When it's simple interest, they're simply going to say you take that 10%, and if you're making 10% on that $10,000, right? That's only $100, right? That's $1,000, sorry, $1,000, and that $1,000 is what you're going to make every single year. They're not going to compound it and continuously compound it like on compounding interest. It would be instead of $10,000, you would earn $1,000 every single year. That's it. But with compound interest, they would add that $1,000 plus the interest every single year. So it would be in 1 year, 10% of the 10,000, which is you would make 11. And the following year, you would get that 10% on the 11. You get it, and so forth and so on. So you can see that in a significant amount of years, it makes a huge difference. If Ben was getting compound interest and Stephen was getting simple interest, the difference would look something like 25,000 versus 60,000, just giving a random number, but we could go over the numbers and it's super accurate. So you would see that it's such a significant difference that we need to be mindful of. Where you put your money totally counts, and compounding interest is what you want to be earning. So where do you put your money that gains you compounding interest? There are multiple ways for you to get that, okay? Aside from some things like real estate, I would just let you know, this is something that most banks know, and that's where they put their money. And that's why I said we need to become our own bank and create compounding interest for ourselves, where your money is making money. Because why should you work for your money alone? Your money should work for you too. Okay, so the second rule of money is how your money grows. When it comes to how your money grows, there's only 3 ways for your money to grow: fixed, variable, and index. There are these 3 ways that most people don't know all 3 of them, because most times when I go over this, they've heard of fixed and they've heard of variable, but they've never heard of index. Why is that? It's simply, and I'm not talking about index funding, okay? Fixed is simply your bank. It's everything that you put your money in that's going to yield you an expectancy of a low interest rate. You can put your money in the bank, you can put your money in a savings account or a CD, all in the banking institution. And it looks just like this, as you see, this flat line. It looks kind of like when you're on your deathbed. That's what I call it. Your deathbed, when you're flatlining. So I call this your money slowly dying. Why? Because it is. It is. Think about it. You're putting your money here where you can expect an interest rate anywhere from really 0 to 1%. Because it used to be maybe you could get 2, but they're not even giving that anymore. And a lot of, you can see since Corona, they have lowered the interest rates, right? So here you have that invisible line called inflation. With inflation, it is increasing your money. I mean, the value on money, right? Everything is increasing, not the value of money, but everything is increasing from 2 to 4% annual increase on the rate of inflation. So that means that the value of your money is dying. If you're getting less than a 2% and the rate of inflation is going up 2 to 4%, that means you're missing out on a negative 2% on the value of your dollar. So I'll give you an easy scenario, right? Once upon a time, we used to be able to get a bag of chips for like a quarter. Nowadays, what does that same bag of air cost? Right? That's inflation for you. You can't get a bag of chips unless you're paying about $5. So it shows you exactly what inflation is doing. And this is on across the board on every spectrum. You think about it in real estate, think about it in vehicles, think about it in every single thing, right? Inflation is taking over every single year. So that's why we need to continuously be able to at least keep up, if not outpace inflation, so that our money is doing anything for us. So these are just simple factors to take in mind. And so, like I said, that's your bank. And I'll move over to variable, where it looks like an up and down. You see what that looks like? Like a heart attack, right? You don't know where it's going to be. It's up, it's down. This is your stock market, clearly. So most people are putting all of their retirement fund money into this bucket. I call these buckets. These buckets right here are mostly where your jobs are steering us into, right? You put your money here and it's your 401k, it's your 403bs, your TSPs, whatever it is, it's in this bucket because the market dictates it. So if the market dictates it and you don't know where it's going to be, because if you just look up the word itself, variable, it tells you what it is, right? It's inconsistent, it's unreliable, and there are no guarantees. So is that where you would want your money to be? I definitely don't. Simply because I know, guaranteed, I'm going to need something to pan out for me in my retirement. And most people, when I'm speaking to them, what happens is they're banking on speculating. And speculations isn't enough because you don't know what you're going to end up with. And one thing for sure I know, we can't bank on any Social Security or pensions anymore because they're cutting those out. So if that's the case, then your funds are limiting. So the main objective is to know where you're going to be able to create other avenues that give you guarantees. Now, who else likes guarantees? I do. I love guarantees. Why? Because it's something that I know that I can create and I can hold the power for. So with variable, like I said, that's your jobs when you're putting it in this bucket. So I'm going to move over to index. With index, you see how this chart looks? It's pretty much going to be when you're going up, you can actually capitalize on the market, right? The market's going up, you get to capitalize on it. When the market's going down, guess what? They lock you in. That's powerful. Why? Because it really lines up with the principles that Warren Buffett says. Rule number 1, never lose your principal. And rule number 2, don't forget rule number 1. So here is wholly where you're definitely guaranteed to never lose your principal. And here is also where you don't have to sustain the risk. Because most people don't mind investing, but the part of it is they're only focused on the growth and not really understanding the risks that they're actually adhering to. They're going to have to sustain these risks. Is there anything wrong with risk? No. I'm an Aries. I love taking risks. It's just something that most Aries do. But what I love is, and understand, I'm not telling anyone not to go here and not to go here or there, All I'm saying is knowing the options. And that's why I educate on these options, because I want us to know that we have them. And what I also want us to know is what the wealthy people do. And the 5% know how to diversify. And that's the most powerful word that I want us all to take away, is that diversification. Most times people think that they're diversifying because they have a 401k and they have maybe a Roth IRA, they have a savings account, but it's not enough and it's not diversifying. Real diversification goes across the board, where it entails not just different buckets, but it also entails you being able to earn money while you sleep in different markets. I'm talking about even expanding into other divisions of conversions of markets, right? Across the globe. So that's one of the most powerful things that I love about this index, is it does allow for you to do that. And so most people ask me, well, why haven't I ever heard of this, Valerie? Well, I'll tell you why. Why take out the middleman? Because your job's not going to tell you about this, and neither is the bank. Because remember, as I stated earlier, right, about putting your money where the banks put their money, and guess where they put their money? Yep, right here in the index. The banks put their money here, and so does your job. It's called BOLI and COLI. You can write that down. BOLI is bank-owned life insurance. So that's what this bucket is. It is indexed on a life insurance. Life insurance is basically the outer realms of being able to call this a way for you to be protected, to be able to invest in it, but they don't actually call it investment. Why? Because they label it life insurance just because of its tax code 7702. Now, 7702 is the tax code that protects anyone to be able to invest their money here to gain tax-free income. Now, put it down. Tax-free income sounds a whole lot better than a lump sum that you would be getting from your 401k, right? Of course it does. And we're going into the next slide that will break down why. So this is super powerful. When you understand what the BOLI is, bank-owned life insurance, it is them putting their money here, and it's your money, actually, okay? And here, with the corporate-owned life insurance, COLI, that's where your jobs put this money, they invested here as well. How do you think pensions are funded? That's how pensions are funded. This insurance thing is a whole conglomerate. It's huge. And think about it. This is something that we all should know and think about in becoming resourceful. Because why? Everything now around the globe is mandatory insurance. There's only one insurance that's not mandatory. Who can guess what? Right? It's mandatory that when you drive your car, you have to have life insurance. It's mandatory that when you purchase your home, you have to have insurance. Now they're even making it mandatory to have renter's insurance. So if you think about it, insurance goes across the scale, right? But the one insurance is not mandatory, which really, really hit home for me, was the fact that I had to have mandatory insurance to drive my vehicle, but it's mandatory for me, the person driving the car, to have insurance. Now that should resonate with you on a whole nother level. And this is why insurance isn't a scam. It was more something that was presented to us in a negative connotative way so that we wouldn't understand it and how it's utilized on a bigger level. And I'm not talking about regular life insurance. I'm talking about index, cash value, life insurance. So the only way for you have to know this is to sit down with a professional and for them to walk you through it. Because like I said, your banks have it through BOLI and the jobs have it through COLI, corporate owned. And guess what? You too can have it, private owned life insurance. And it's all cash value life insurance that I'm talking about. And the most pivotal thing about it is that with these other two that I mentioned, there's something called suitability, and their suitability is written in the law that they do not have to have suitability to you. So that means that it's to benefit them, not for you. So shouldn't you have something to benefit you? Because you yourself are an investment, right? You yourself is an asset. And I want you to really resonate with that and get that in our heads, because we are an asset and we are the bank. So why not take these steps, measures to make sure that we're at least investing in ourselves, paying ourselves first, and doing exactly what they do because we can, and stop following the herd. Okay? So the last rule of money is tax now, tax later, and tax advantage. Now, I already know, well, I don't know exactly. I would ask yourself, how do you want your money to be taxed? How do you want your money to be taxed? Tax now, tax later, or tax advantage? Now, it clearly shows you can see everything here, right? When you're saving your money, when you put your money in a tax now account, right, in the bank or CD, this is where they give you that 1099 at the end of the year. At the end of the year, that 1099 is actually going to say that you have to pay taxes at the end of the year. So, you like getting taxed twice on your money? Who does, right? But they absolutely do it. So, I want you to understand that in this system, the government and the media and the banks, it's most times to benefit them. And you just have to question everything. And the only way that they're able to do such things is because we're the ones who signed contracts. So everything is contracts and codes. If you know the codes, then you can actually benefit. And if you don't know the codes, then guess who gets the benefit? And that's why they say ignorance is no excuse for the law. So if you choose to stay ignorant, well, then they get to benefit. And so they love that. And so I would say, like I said, start to question and start to revamp the things that you're doing so that we can start creating better habits together. Because again, and I stress this again, we are the bank. So it's a mindset shift. So going on forward to tax later, obviously, this is where most people are putting their retirement funding, right? Want to have something to live off. With the 401k, your IRAs, annuities and such, you're deferred, right? Deferred taxes. What that means is instead of getting taxed on the seed, you're getting taxed on the harvest. With that harvest, obviously it's going to be bigger amounts, right? So just think about it. Most people, I think, are under the perception that when they retire later, they're going to have less to pay in taxes. But if you think about it, you've already put in so much time in your jobs. Most times you're making more money, your house is paid off, your children are grown up. So what does that lead you to? It leaves you with no dependents and no write-offs. So obviously tax deferred is probably not the best, especially if you think taxes are going up. So ask yourself that question. Are taxes going down or are taxes going up? Clearly taxes are going up, right? Especially after this pandemic that we've been in. There's a lot of money going out. Where do you think it's going to come from? So we're actually in what we call a tax sale. When I tell people that, they're like, what do you mean? Well, we are. In the year 2026, that tax sale is going to be up, but they can always change it. So one of the best things about certain things and getting into these contracts sooner, like what I talked about with the index, is the fact that you are grandfathered and you're eliminate yourself from certain things like tax deferred, because you would be over here in this tax advantage here, right? Tax advantage, where you see the Roth IRAs and the cash accumulation, life insurance, okay? I don't particularly love a Roth IRA, and I'll tell you why. It's because it's another one of those go-tos whereby, just like a 401k, it is ran by your jobs and the government. So let's go into a little bit of history. With the with the 401k, for instance, that which Ted Benner created was not really for us to benefit in order to have a retirement-free, financial-free retirement plan. It wasn't. It was designed to be able to create some kind of a leverage for them, your jobs and the government, to be pardoned on the aspect of providing for us. Because a lot of early in time, right, we were dependent on Social Security, there were certain systems that were in place, and we knew we were going to have benefit money coming out later on in time. But that's just not the case. It's eliminated, and they knew that with the economy and where we were going, with the amount of population increasing, and with the amount of longevity, that they were not going to be able to sustain paying out this amount of money, right, for us. So they created this plan so that now we would be able to invest in our own self, our own retirement plan. So having said that, you're investing in it, and they still get to benefit because the only way out of it is through the IRS. So they get their cut. Your jobs, they get their cut because they can either match you or not, but they still get their cut at the end of the day. So it's a great plan, maybe to have something if you didn't know anything better. But once you know better, you do better, right? So I definitely am not a big fan of it. But like I said, I'm anti-nothing. I'm just about educating on the options. So once you know your options, you can diversify. So what I normally do is show someone how they can move that money out into another type of platform, like what I'm telling you about, which is a cash accumulation insurance plan. And why I didn't say a Roth is because, like I said, it's another one of those plans which gives you limitations. And I'll explain that in detail. But why would you want to go into a Roth, right? I mean, a 401k, if you know that you're not going to be able to dictate what you end up with. Really, it's in the market and it's deferred. So taxes going up, meaning if it is that case, then you'll have a lower amount that you can actually benefit from. So imagine you getting a $300,000 401k at the end of time of retirement and having to pay out $100,000. Would you be happy about that? No, right? But that's the case. That's you going into contract and business with the government and your jobs. Because at the end of the day, they can take 60 and give you 40, or they can take 40 and give you 60. So you get to choose now if that's something that you really are okay with. And especially if that's the only plan that most people have, it's just not gonna, it's a real setup for a disaster if you want to plan on working for your money for the rest of your life. So now with the Roth, it actually gives you these guidelines, right? Just like your 401k says you can't take your money out till you're 59 and a half. It says that if you take your money out prior to that, it's a tax penalty of 10%. Minus as of last year, due to COVID, some people got to actually get out of it 10% free, which was excellent for those who took advantage of the CARE Act. And now with the Roth, you can only put in there up to 6,500 up to a certain age, which is 59. And now it's gone up to 7,000 after 65. So would you want something that's going to put these limitations on you? Is that enough for you to be able to live the lifestyle that you want to live? That's the question that you should be asking yourself. Most people don't know. They didn't really plan on it. So I tell you now, it is so significant that you start thinking about these things and planning on it so that you can design the plan that you want for your life, because you absolutely have full throttle and the creatorship within you, meaning you can create and design the life you want. If it is that you wanted to have $10,000 a month when it's time for you to retire, you can absolutely do that. But how are you going to be able to do that with being restricted to a $6,500 annual input on a Roth? So that's why I'm not so favored on it. I prefer a cash accumulation, which is a Roth on steroids, simply because it's going to show you how you can get total benefits and create a tax-free retirement. Now, like I said, it has to be designed. So one of the best things about it is the flexibility that it gives you, and also the illustration shows you and dictates what your money would look like, as opposed to your 401k where you're not going to get something that shows you what your money will look like. So I prefer to see something, a blueprint, right? You have to follow the blueprint. Most design plans that actually come out successfully have a blueprint. They follow that blueprint. So you should do the same. Okay? Having said that, again, with the cash accumulation, how your money gets taxed. Those are the 3 rules of money. Now, this is what it looks like today. So if you choose to follow the herd and you get slaughtered, and like sheep, most people are doing the same thing over and over, knowing that it's not going to get them out and live the life that they wanted to live, right? It's not designed for that. The system's not designed for that. So again, we have to create some kind of shakeup in the system and creating new habits so that we can do what benefits us as opposed to what benefits them, and stop following the herd. It means question everything. I know we have to break through, creating another shift in our minds, also understanding that everything that has to be questioned because we think we're living and we think we have our own mindset, we think we have our own thoughts, but it's really not. It's just a bunch of implanted thoughts. So if you're a television watcher, then this is what it looks like. Sorry to say, like I said, I may sound like a troublemaker, but I'm only giving the mere truth. So I will give you some resources so that you could, one, understand where you're parking your money and what the potential risks are this whole time. Yeah. What the potential risks are when it comes to parking your money. Okay. Taxes, markets, inflation, emergencies, right? These are some of the things that we need to think about because we all want to make sure that we have enough money in emergency money. And you used to say 3 to 6 months, but that's a lie. Today, you got to keep up with times, right? You also have to keep up with time. Obviously, with what we just gone through, that should tell you you need to have at least 6 to 12 months in emergency funds that is going to be able to take care of your needs, right? 6 to 12 months, that's your emergency fund. Okay, making sure that you're at least keeping up with or outpacing inflation. Making sure that if you're investing in the market, that you know your risk tolerance and that you're aware of the risk that's going to come with it, you're able to sustain them. So obviously not putting everything there in that bucket. When it comes to taxes, that is one of our number one losses with our people because it is the most ignorance of the laws that people have when it comes to taxes. So knowing the proper laws, codes, right? Codes is everything so that you can benefit when it comes to your money. Like I mentioned earlier, tax code 7702 subsection A, which allows you to put your money in a cash value life insurance plan to come out with a tax-free income. And that is guaranteed based on the structure of the plan. It's all about the structure. So you have to sit with a professional so that they can properly design this based on your needs. You know, having a private owned life insurance, making sure that you're protecting you, yourself, because you're an asset, and your assets, your money assets. Okay. And then when it comes to disability, planning for things that are possibly going to happen, right? And who knows that people were going to die of COVID or whatever they died of, you know? It doesn't matter because I know there's 3 things in life that we're going to go through one or the other, and we don't know which is first, right? We're all going to die. We don't know when. You might get sick and you might live long. So when it comes to death, getting sick, or living long, which now has become one of people's number one fears, which is outliving our money, we want to be able to protect ourselves against all 3. Okay, simply because we know that we're a lot more health conscious. Thank you. I'm a vegan myself, so I know I'm living long, right? God willing, you don't know if something might happen. It could be accidental or you get sick. Then you need to be able to not. Why should you be coming out of pocket or having to sell your assets? It shouldn't have to be that way, and that's what insurance is for. Okay, and I'm a huge advocate of it because I'll get a little political sometimes when it comes to this because everyone was going on that movement of Black Lives Matters. If Black Lives Matters, how much life insurance do you have? Because that is a tool and it proves that you yourself believe that Black Lives Matter. Your life matters. So you should definitely have life insurance anyway. And I'm not talking about some $50,000 or $100,000 policy. It is our responsibility to do more. Okay. And so understanding what type is best for you and what you need to benefit you and protect you and your assets. Again, I won't repeat that. So moving on, lawsuits. In the event that you had lawsuits, a lot of people believed in the old school route. One of my investors purchased a bunch of properties, right? Cash. He was one of those people who believed in working hard and funding himself and building his business. Kudos to him. It's great. But if you don't have the proper structures in place to protect you, you are now vulnerable and susceptible to lawsuits, especially here in America. So, how do you protect yourself against lawsuits? Again, life insurance is one of those things that if you were putting your money in there, no one can touch that money. But a 401k is actually susceptible for child support, alimony, any of those things. But I'll tell you, if you were putting your money in cash value, it's not. No one can actually go in there, not even the IRS. So that's news for a lot of people, right? The other thing is obviously having a trust, putting your properties in the trust, not your name. So you're not vulnerable and susceptible to lawsuits. So these are important things. And obviously fraud. Banks, there's a lot of fraud that's happened. But if your money was in a life insurance policy, again, you're not susceptible to fraud. Okay? And yes, you can have access to that money. And the last but not least, those last two, outliving your money and death. Because with outliving your money, most times, like I said, when we go over 401k plans, when someone comes out of it, they don't have enough to yield them for a lifetime. And they end up going back to work shortly thereafter. So is that a retirement or is that a little staycation? And that's not the life that I'm sure most of us didn't plan for or want. So when it comes to life insurance, cash value, again, it creates that safety net because you actually can have a plan designed to pay you guaranteed income up until the age of 120. So these are powerful tools that we all should be utilizing. And last but not least, death. You want to be able to have yourself protected because you are not going to be dying for free. Nothing's free. So even when you die, there's hell to pay. Sad to say, it's either a legacy that you're leaving or a mess. It's like when I thought about with my dad and what was going to happen with him being in the shelter and everything, I'm saying, wow, okay, I had to go ahead and put some life insurance out on him because we're not doing GoFundMe's and I just didn't want to have to bear that burden later on. So you pay the price now or you pay the price later, and it definitely becomes very messy. You know, there's so many different factors to think about. So obviously being able to take care of that and pass on a legacy is the most powerful thing you can do for your family. So there's things that you need to go into understanding. These are practical things that you can put in place, and just writing things out will give you the keys to actually, handling them step by step. Because like I said, we can have knowledge, but if we don't implement that knowledge, then where does it lead us? Continually going through those generational curses. And that's not what we need. So this is how the wealthy avoid the risk, okay? You got to safeguard your money, grow your money, and allow it to provide the stability, predictability, and access to your money. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to that cash value life insurance. Now, I'm giving you this as a tool so that you can know, again, it's about diversification, but this is your foundation. This is creating a foundation for your family. As you can see, it created such a foundation for the Rockefellers because they're still around because of it. And the Vanderbilts are not. So here's the takeaways that I want you to take in. And you can, take a screenshot of this because this is so powerful when it comes to becoming your own banker. Okay, because you go to the bank, so you need it for some kind of upstart for your business, what have you. You got to go through a credit check. You have to go through a heap of questions, maybe even a business plan, right? If you're starting a business, then definitely you need a business plan, right? So it just depends what you're taking that loan out for. These are the things you have to go through. But when it comes to you creating a cash value life insurance, you allow yourself to become your own bank, because you don't have to actually, without those things that are going to, weigh you down, like credit checks and business plans, questions and applications. You just simply plan it out, have a structure, it's packed in there, it's compounding interest over 10% at best. Most times it just depends. Like, I don't want to speak a whole around it. It depends on the company, but all these things are here for you because it gives you protection by 7702 tax code subsection 8, which if you starting now, you'll be grandfathered in, which is the most powerful thing. This thing has been around since the 1980s, 70s actually, and it's been around for people who like Ray Kroc, like Walt Disney. And this is how they created Walt Disney World, McDonald's, utilizing such plans. And so absolutely, it's no brand new thing. It's just something that maybe some people have never heard of, or, we weren't told about it and taught about it, and you know why, right? But no longer are we behind, and we're becoming more resourceful. So we're going to be able to utilize things the way that we should, and in creating that proper mind shift, okay? You're going to get compounding interest and be able to borrow up to 95% of your funds, become self-funding. Flexibility is the biggest thing with this here. Flexibility is outstanding. It's like no other. So when you really get to hear and learn about it, you'll be blown away. And then no timetable when it comes to repayments, because no one's going to be calling your phone or knocking down your door to pay that money back when you borrow against your policy. So there's a lot more to go into that, but in a nutshell, I know that was a lot of information, and I just want you guys to grasp it and know that it's the most powerful thing that you can have right now to add onto your platform to create that foundation. You need all 6 of these in order to have financial freedom. Yep. So, cash flow, emergency fund, debt management, proper protection, build wealth, and preserve wealth. And it can do all of these. Thank you.
So, before I begin, I just want to put you on notice that I didn't come here today to make you feel good, but to make you feel a little bit uncomfortable, to shake up your foundation, to stir up the gifts within you, and to help shift your mediocre mindset so you can be catapulted to the next level to start living out your vision, your dreams, your purpose, and your passion. But most of all, I came here to be iconic. Turn your yearnings into earnings, gain clarity, confidence, and cash. You have a yearning that you want to turn into a legitimate, profitable business, but you don't know how. Just imagine what it feels like if you can take your idea or what you love to do and turn it into a profitable business without the stress of worrying about how to launch. Good day. My name is Roy Johnson, aka the Business Launcher from Houston, Texas. As a result of my services as a business and entrepreneurship strategist, I take my clients' ideas from napkin to completion, from stagnation to manifestation, and from idea to the bank. I help you get it done from the creative design to self-awareness, to gaining clarity, to ensuring that your language that is spoken matches your image and all the context that you need. I'm looking for aspiring and budding entrepreneurs, visionaries, dreamers, idealists, hobbyists, and did I make mention those corporate renegades who need help and are ready to take and elevate their vision and breathe life into their dreams and ideas, their purpose and passion. And I'm gonna pose this question to you. Who do you know? As you can see, I'm a certified life, business, and entrepreneurship coach, author, and speaker who enjoy helping visionaries looking to start a new business and those corporate renegades who wants a profitable and thriving business. Ooh, that income, more time, more freedom to spend with family and friends, and that feeling of self-fulfillment to escape that corporate grind, who feels like a hamster running in a wheel and they're tired of spinning their wheels. They're feeling overwhelmed. They feeling stuck, even undervalued. The great thing about me is I teach creation and clarity and helping your ideas be a little bit more concrete. Cultivation, staying motivated and empowered. Connection, identifying your niche and your tribe. And commitment and goal setting, throwing your whole self in. Now, rest assured, this is a natural feeling because as an entrepreneurship and as an entrepreneur and coach, I dealt with the same things, but through mentoring and coaching, I was able to get past those hurdles. So if you would look on this slide, here are a couple of things that my past and current clients had to say. Now, before we proceed, I am a giver at heart, and I would like to give you a free gift. So, in order to obtain your gift, please text BLAST OFF to 22828 to get my 8 proven tips to turn your yearnings into earnings handout. Again, you don't want to miss this. Text BLAST OFF to 22828 to get my 8 proven tips to turn your yearnings into earnings handout. Now, we understand that there are sometimes going to be some challenges and hurdles that we're going to have to endure. So let's take a look at some of the statistics that some small business challenges having to face. 82% of businesses do so because of cash flow problems. Main challenge to success of a startup is generating new business. 42% of startups fail because they offer services and products that the market doesn't need. And approximately 90% of startups fail. So I tell you, this talk is for you if you feel like you're spinning your wheels trying to get your business going. This talk is for you if you're feeling overwhelmed, stressed, or frustrated because you don't know where or how to begin. This talk is for you if you're having a hard time explaining what you have to offer and its value. And I tell you, this talk is for you if you have an idea, a dream, or vision that you're ready to take from stagnation to manifestation. So, what's possible? You are about to discover my proven strategies you need to successfully launch your business and start earning money now with confidence. So let me use this analogy. You wonder why the clock. We're going to use the analogy of a football game. Well, we all know and understand what the main objective in a football game is, right? It's to score a touchdown. Imagine this. There are 15 seconds on the clock before the game is over, and your team has possession of the ball. Now, it is important that your team scores this touchdown in order to win and make it to the playoffs. All the players get into position and the quarterback says, hike. The clock starts winding down. 15, 14, 13, 12. Now, in the meantime, you're standing in the same position as you were prior to the ball being hiked. Whereas a few of your teammates have already made it down the field in the end zone, open, ready to score that touchdown. The quarterback looks at you and then turn around quickly with 3 seconds on the clock, looks down the field and throws the ball to your teammate who's in position to catch the ball in the end zone. So I ask you today, are you playing full out in the game, getting into position to start turning your yearnings into earnings? Or are you still standing in the same position on the sidelines, waiting to be put into the game? Know this, your gifts, your talents, your services, and your products are all valuable. So what are you waiting on? Four strategies to turn your yearnings into earnings and launch your business now. Strategy 1, creation and clarity, making your idea solid and concrete. The problem, you have an idea and a passion, but you don't know how to monetize it. The ultimate reason why many people have this problem is because oftentimes it is overlooked or simply skipped over because of its simplicity. It's the simple things that causes your business to flop all at the same time. So let me help you out. You can utilize this wheel of creation action steps. Creation action steps. The first one is your idea. Take your idea and utilize that as the starting point. That is actually your starting point, your idea. Number 2, you take your idea and you brainstorm that idea. Number 3, after you brainstorm that idea, you research that idea. And number 4, lastly, you take that idea that you have brainstormed, that you have researched, and you take action with that idea. Remember, no action of an idea is simply just a good idea. So the benefits of creation and clarity. You launch quickly, you're able to stay more focused, and you're able to save a lot of unwasted time and money. So as you can see, this is Miss Renee Williams. She is bound by corporate America, selling insurance. Well, little do we know that she's ready to get out of corporate America. So we met at a networking event, we talked, and she expressed to me how she wanted to become an entrepreneur. Little did we know that I would take her under my wings and groom her to become that successful entrepreneur that she currently is today. Strategy number 2, cultivation staying empowered, inspired, and motivated. The problem here, you don't have a big enough, strong enough, or convicted enough reason, your why. Your why should be so strong that it just makes you want to cry. Your why should be so strong that the days you feel like giving up and quitting, it should make you not quit. It should cause you to keep going. That is your why. So, what is your why? Benefits of cultivation. You handle uncertainty better, understands your business goals better, you're more innovative and creative, and you and your business tend to be a lot healthier. Strategy number 3, connection. Identify your niche and your tribe. Now, the ultimate problem here is you're wasting time trying to convert those people to share your belief, and you're neglecting the ones that are open and ready to receive. Like they say, you may have a good product and you may have a good service, and you may be trying to sell to everyone, but everyone is not going to want your service nor product. You have to be able to identify who your niche and your tribe is and go to them. And let's see the benefits of identifying your niche and your tribe. Benefits of connection. There's more excitement about your services and products. They hone in on what their needs are. You become known as the expert in your target market, and you develop more relationships and get more referrals. So the key here is, if you identify your niche and your tribe, the time that you're not marketing your services and talking about your products, guess what? Your niche and your tribe are, because they believe in your service and the product in which you are offering. Identify your niche and your tribe. Strategy 4, commitment and goal setting, throwing your whole self in. The problem here, you're no further than where you are now because you're never thrown your whole self at anything in your life. Why? What is the problem? What are you fearful of? Or is it the fact that you're fearful of failure, fear of success, or are you fear accountability, holding yourself accountable? So that gives you the opportunity to run away from your obligation. What is the problem? Throw your whole self in. Benefits of commitment and goal setting brings more clarity and creativity to the task at hand. It brings ownership and accountability, more success in achieving your goals, and it keeps you moving forward. So, show of hands, how many of you need help turning your yearnings into earnings and getting your business launched? The proven strategies: creation clarity, making your idea solid and concrete; cultivation, staying empowered, inspired, and motivated; connection, identify your niche and your tribe; commitment and goal setting, throwing your whole self in. So you have a choice. Stay where you are, spinning your wheels, feeling overwhelmed, feeling stuck, or feeling undervalued. Or you can get help. Creating clarity, making your idea solid and concrete; cultivating, staying empowered, inspired, and motivated; connecting, identifying your niche and your tribe; and committing and goal setting, throwing your whole self in, and much more. So imagine what it would feel like if you can take your idea on what you love to do and turn it into a profitable business without the stress of worrying about how to launch. So schedule your free countdown to success
3, 2, 1, blast off strategy consultation call. And you can also take a picture of the Q code and it'll take you to my website, or I give you the link to my website. So, closing story. Imagine laying on your back, motionless, on your deathbed, with your health declining at an unprecedented rate, with your glassy eyes opened and tears streaming down the side of your face. You have no family around. It's just you and your untapped gifts, unwritten songs, unpublished books, unspoken poems, never before told dreams, aspirations, visions, and passions, unexplored business opportunities that could have changed the trajectory of your family's life, never written, produced, or performed productions, and people whose lives were waiting on you to change. Just imagine each of them standing lifelessly over you, crying and upset because you never breathed life into them and gave them a chance. They tell you, we were selectively handpicked and carefully placed within you, but you did nothing with us. So now we must die with you. How would you feel if you knew you had a solution to unlock the shackles that kept people bound? What if you knew you had an answer people been looking for in order to start living their life to the maximal potential? Remember, what we do is not about us, but about the people we serve. Your legacy is not about the money or material things you leave behind, but your seal, your stamp, your impact, and the difference you made in the world because you were here. Any questions? Please feel free to reach out to me on my website. You can scan my Q code and it will gain you access to my website and all of my contact information. So let's connect. I'll be waiting. Thank you. My name is Roy Johnson, AKA the Business Launcher, and I approve this message. Have a great day.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lakeisha Robichaux, entrepreneur and founder and CEO of Chief of Minds. Over the years, I've worked with many companies and leaders on leadership, company morale, culture, different ways to grow their company, different strategies. And a common theme that I have noticed around leaders and companies when they're putting together their strategic plans and their growth strategies is really around human capital, or really the lack thereof. So I'll take you on a journey with me with a company, a leader that I worked with around a growth strategy, a strategic plan that he was putting in place. And while working with this leader, I did a client site visit and we toured the office, and he was giving me all of this great feedback on a strategic plan that they had put in place. It was a 5-year, 3 to 5 year strategic plan he put in place. And he was telling me about all of the great things that they were doing and all of the data that they put in place, the metrics, how they were going to track it, the different components of this particular strategic plan. So he was so excited. And trust me, it was a well thought out strategic plan. And so when we finally finished the tour, of the office, and we sat down into his office, and, we talked about, how he was going to roll it out. And I asked him, well, who all was involved in the strategic plan and creating this particular strategic plan, the process of it? And so he shared with me, it was the executive staff and consultant. And I said, oh, that's great. And he said, yeah, we had plenty of working meetings around it. And, it took a lot of time. We worked on it all last year. And he said, but I'm very excited with the final product, as you can see. And so, yes, I said, absolutely. So who else? Tell me, who else worked on this strategic plan? Who else was involved? And he said, well, I told you it was our executive staff and, the consultant that we hired, to really help us, get this thorough, comprehensive strategic plan. And so I said, okay. And I said, well, what about your department managers? What about the department managers, your first line managers, your employees, who are on the ground working and interacting with your customers and your clients, is actually, doing the work there. And he told me, he said, well, we didn't involve them, in the process. And it'll be very hard, to get every employee involved in this particular process. And also, they don't know every facet, about the company, and how we grow and what we do. So it'd be kind of tough to, walk them through that. And so I don't think that they would understand. So that's why we had the executive staff, because they know exactly what we do. We have a lot of staff working meetings about this all the time anyway. And I said, okay. I said, but how are you going to get the buy-in then if you don't have every employee at the table when you were creating this particular plan? That's going to be tough. He told me, he said, you know what, I think that's going to be easy, actually. We invested a lot of money into the rollout of this. We're going to have music. We're going to do it like it's a parade, and we're going to bring everybody together, to look at our strategic plan. We're going to have food. We're going to have some guest speakers. It's going to be phenomenal, even, some high motivational speakers, to really get us ready for this year as we roll this out. And I said, well, that's wonderful. It sounds like you invested a lot inside of this. And when I look at the strategic plan, I see, every aspect in here, your marketing, your finance, your operations, partnerships, and human capital. But that's a very small portion of it. And he said, well, here it is, it shows you right here. And I said, yeah, I see that. But human capital really should be at the forefront of this, the human capital piece, first and foremost. And he said, well, it's here. We got to grow this company, we got to make sure that we have all those components. I said, I totally get it. However, human capital, just like as part of your creation process of your strategic plan, it definitely has to be, the highlight of it. And he said, okay, we take it into consideration, and we talked further down the road. And I see this, as a common theme with working with companies, that human capital, the engagement and connection with human capital as you create any type of change or plan, that is not at the forefront. And not at the forefront, at every level, thinking about how does it impact the employee? Have you talked with the employee? Does the employee understand, this change that's about to take place? Absolutely, you want to grow, you want to scale, but you have to have that human factor in that, because you cannot do it alone. No company, can really grow and scale, by itself. Your most important and valuable assets that you have inside of your company is your employees. Okay, so you want to make sure that they're involved in this process, and speaking of that, so a couple of months later, this particular leader, he called and, he gave me an update, and he said, it is concerning. I was so excited about the plan that we had in place, but we're not getting the buy-in. We're really not seeing the results that we expected. The rollout, went well, but the motivation, that the productivity is not there. And I asked them, did anybody at some point ask the employees, how did they feel about it? What are your thoughts on the strategic plan that we put in place? How do you think you can go back, and implement this inside of your department, and make us, allow us to have the results that we want to have? How do you think you can contribute to this? Even though that's kind of afterwards, because the plan is already in place. And he said, no. And I told him, that's something that you need to do. You need to ask. Ask has so much value in it. Asking your team members their thoughts on it. You only know if you ask. And so if you want to know what's going on, why this is not taking place, put a survey out there, get the information. They can do it anonymous or have the meeting, allow them to speak up, allow them to be involved. Because 9 times out of 10, that's part of the problem. And what they did find is that was the problem. Employees did not feel valued. They were not asked. It basically was saying, this is what we're going to do. Although it impacted how they would get their jobs done. Some of the roles that they had, some of that changed. Some of their responsibilities and duties changed. Some of them were moved to different departments. They had all types of transitions that were just thrown at them, and no feedback, no input from them. It was just do this. And that had been a trend in the company for a while. And so they saw that the motivation was lacking. Connection and engagement is lacking. And that happens with a lot of companies. We get so wrapped up, as leaders and want to making sure that we grow and scale. And it's not intentional, that this happens. But you get caught up in the day-to-day, on this. And so you as leaders, employees want to work with someone that they can connect with, that engages with them, that's trustworthy, that motivates them. And so in order to do that, you have to find ways in order to motivate them. You have to make sure that you earn that trust, because again, you can't do it alone. And long gone are the days when leaders just came in and that dictator and had the dictator type of relationships and work. There are plenty of options where employees can go and work with other companies where there's high morale, the culture is good. They get an opportunity to speak where the leader actually listens to them, empathizes with them, empowers them, that allows them to lead different projects, to grow the company. Listening is key. And so not having that dictator type of leadership and mentality allows the company to grow and to flourish, in the ways that you want it to go and how you want it to grow and scale. And so going back to your employees, the ways that you can do that, again, engaging and connecting and nurturing them so that way they can grow. They grow, the company grows. Because remember, if the employees are not growing, the company won't grow. And yes, you can have the mentality or you will get left behind. But think about it. If you constantly have that turnover inside of your company, nobody is getting to know really the company mission, the vision, what makes the company thrive, how they can add value. And also that costs you money. Every time you have to do the turnover, it costs your company money. All right. That's resources you are putting inside of them. That's the training, the time that you have to do. And every time you get a new employee, someone has to take the time to either train them or you have to put in more resources to duplicate this process over and over and over again. And then the most important thing is that the reputation is tarnished. You're not that employer of choice because employees do talk. And so when your team members talk when they leave and they research the company and see if they want to come and work for your company, it's tarnished. And so as you try to grow, you keep hitting these blocks. So engaging, connecting, nurturing, this allows you to grow, just like you would do, with if you have children. You think about it. Every stage of life, from the baby to the toddler to the teenager to the adult, to senior citizen, there are stages where you're still nurturing, regardless of the age. Whether you're giving them advice, you may be coaching them. They may come to you for feedback on that. And so you have to put in the time as a leader. You have to be consistent with that, with the communication that you give to them. Do check-ins. And every time it may not be you, because I do understand as leaders, we are busy. But if it's not you, what processes do you have in place with your other team members and other leaders inside the company so to make sure that they are making sure that communication is there, that there's accessibility so that way they can speak with them, because communication is key. And think about it. Communication is a two-way process. It's a dialogue that happens. It's not only just on one particular manager or on one particular employee. Employees want to have the dialogue. They want to have a conversation. They want to be heard. And you have to allow them that opportunity to do that. So that way they can grow again. And in turn, you grow. And just think about it. We're talking about just the team aspect. Like I said, on this particular strategic plan that the leader had, there was a component in there about community relations and partnerships. Well, guess what? In order to have those community relationships and partnerships, people do business with people that they know, they like, they trust, that engage with them, that connects with them. And if you're not doing that with them, if you're just pitching them, you're sending them, all of your media kits, and you're just constantly just pitching, and you're not taking the time to understand what motivates them, what thrives them. What is their mission and vision about? How can you connect your company with theirs where you see that there's some synergies there and make them want to do business with you? If you don't take the time to do that, and it's all about you and just the data that you want to track, and this is how I want to grow, you're going to hit constant walls with that. In today's time, the value that you have to bring oftentimes is on that emotional side, the emotional intelligence. Have you identified how you are connecting, with them? And again, this goes back to the engaging and connecting for your growth strategy. Every growth strategy has to include that. Whether we're looking at the internal, we're looking at the external. When you have a growth strategy, human capital should be there. Human capital should be at the top of your growth strategy because it has to get done. Regardless of how you feel about it, you need to have that. Investing inside of your company around the human capital piece, okay? And then also, as you begin to ask, like this particular company, they started to sit down and to have different groups, and they started putting together committees. And I told them, have a committee, have different committees in which you can communicate and get this feedback. And as they started to do that, they saw the change. They saw how it evolved. The company began to evolve when they started asking, when they started sitting down to have true, honest, genuine conversations about the company, where the gaps, where the opportunity lies for them. Because remember, as leaders, you're not boots on the ground doing the work. You have other people that are doing the work, and they know, they can identify, they can see, they talk, they can tell you, okay, this is, if we put these particular processes in place, this is how we can grow. There's opportunity that lies within them. And then you can't, remember, empower them. As you're having these conversations, don't just take it back to your office and allow someone else to maybe do it or give them, the high praise for it. Put it in their place, put it back in their hands, empower them, but don't micromanage them through the process. Allow them to do the work, allow them to flourish and grow. Okay. Because keep in mind, you're still, you may have some plans that you need to put in place for whether it's developing, promoting. As the company grows, it may flourish into a different type of company, a spin-off company. You will need people to go and work and work in those roles as well. So don't micromanage, and give people an opportunity to engage and connect as they go through this, as they evolve, and as they bring opportunities and ideas to the table. Okay. And make sure that you're reinforcing the accessibility and that you're being consistent with this. Set up the check-ins with them so that they know that someone is listening. It is going to happen. Now, keep in mind, we know everything that they bring to the table won't happen, but try to implement something. And if you can't, tell them why. Be honest with them. Be transparent about it. Let them know that we can't do this because of this. It may be for financial reasons. It may be that particular model would not work for the company, but tell them why that it won't happen. Allow them to be able to understand. And remember, this is growth and development for that particular individual, for that employee. The more that you communicate, the more that they know, and the more that they can be honest with you, and they can maybe course and correct and bring more ideas to the table. Because remember, ideas come with, you have solutions, and this will help the company down the road. So bringing it all back home again, the engaging, the connecting, the nurturing, the growing, this all helps you. It helps your team. It helps your growth strategy. It helps you partner with other companies, your potential clients, community relations that you want to have, and partnerships. This allows you to do that. But as leaders, it starts with us. Okay, we have to take the idea that the last is said with us, that we know best. We have to remove ourselves from that type of mentality. We have to make sure that there's trust and appreciation there. So that way our team members want to connect and engage with us. Because if your dream only includes you and your way, then it's too small, it won't grow. And we have to, and Ava DuVernay said that the best. So we have to make sure that we have processes in place, that we are engaging with our team, that we are asking them for the feedback, that we are actively listening to what they have to say, that we are recognizing them for what is going on inside of the team and what can help you get to the next level. Because again, they know a lot. They are on the ground. And I'm not going to say that they know best, but definitely they can bring the ideas and different solutions to the table that you can actually implement. You can even test them to make sure that it can happen. And it'll be successful inside of your company. Make sure that they have support. Again, one other key piece that I want to speak about it is the support. Make sure that they have support that they need once you make these changes. So if you're making drastic changes inside of the business, the organization, have the support, have the check-ins, create the milestones that they need, so that way they can carry it out. All right, and continuously develop. So as you begin to make the growth strategies, think about how you can engage, how you can connect, what this will look like, put a plan in place, but don't do it alone. If you do it alone, there will be many times where you have to turn around. You're going to keep doing the same thing over and over again, and you're not getting the results that you want. So allow the flexibility, any type of adjustments that need to be made, and then focus on outcomes. Focus on the outcomes, what is being completed. Don't try to dictate the process all the time. This was another thing when looking at this other company that I was speaking about. Oftentimes it was basically that it had to be done how they wanted it to be done. Follow this process. It has, point A to point B to point C to Z. That may not be the best process. If you're getting the outcome and it's different, why not keep continuing to do it that way? Focus on the outcome and the completion of the project, and then go ask them what did they do differently. If it worked better, it may have reduced the time in which it allowed them to complete the project. And hey, that's better. It may have decreased the amount of manpower that's needed for it. So find out. There's different ways that you can get to a result, and you may find that there is a better way, that they found a better way in order to do it. So allow that flexibility to do it, and then course correct along the way, or make the changes that you need to do. And just understand that situations vary at the end of the day. Okay. So thank you for spending time with me to talk about your growth strategy, how you can grow and scale at a lightning speed versus a slow pace by including your team members in as part of that process, and engaging and connecting with them as you create your plan, allowing them to be forefront on that and not just telling them this is what we're going to do. If you want to have more conversations about this, more tips, more strategies on growing, scaling your team, human capital management, definitely connect with me on social media. You can find me on Facebook at Lakeisha Robis Show 7, on Instagram and Twitter at Lakeisha Robis Show, on LinkedIn at Lakeisha Robis Show, and definitely check out my website at www.lakeisharobisshow.com. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, my name is Bruce Hill, entrepreneur, sales professional, speaker, and I'm so excited to share with you some concepts today as you evolve. So if you clicked on this, you saw the title was career professionals and entrepreneurs, right? They're people working a job, but they're looking, I want something more, I want something with my name on it. And so the theme for today is you can do both. And there's one skill that everyone can use. There's one skill that everyone can benefit from. There's one skill that anyone can learn that'll let you do both. Listen, you could be an introvert and a speaker, okay? You can be successful and kind. Listen, in 2021, we're doing both, okay? So we're gonna talk about that one skill, but let's lay the framework first, all right? First things first, we're gonna eliminate excuses. There's not any of this, I can't. One of my favorite mantras, one of my favorite phrases to repeat is I can and I will, right? I can recognizes your capacity. That's abundance thinking. That's success thinking. Just because you can know doesn't mean you should. You ask yourself, is this in line with my vision? Is this aligned with my purpose? Is this aligned with my passion? Is this moving in the direction that fulfills my life? So even though you can, and you give yourself, you recognize that, Doesn't mean you should or will. But listen, if it does work you closer towards your vision, if it does improve lives around you, if it does work in your purpose and work in your passion, then you say, I will. Okay, I can do both. So listen, you say, Bruce, you know, I wanted to start something, start a little business, start a hustle, but whatever you say after that is an excuse. Throw it out. It may make sense. And those are the best excuses, the ones that make sense. But listen, I'm going to teach you the skill that's going to help you do both, okay? You say, well, Bruce, you know, I'm just not that type of person. Listen, not yet. Some of the most powerful skills that I practice each and every day, I was not born with. Confidence isn't something we're born with. You can learn confidence. Listen, discipline isn't something you are born with. It's something you're taught and practiced. Listen, there's so many things in this life that you just got to go learn. So we're going to teach you some of those today. So first things first, we're getting rid of excuses. I can and I will. That's our mantra. That's our mindset. That's our movement here in 2021. All right. I can and I will. Listen, that sounds tough. I can and I will learn how to do it and I'll master it. You're like, oh, that doesn't sound like something I've ever done before. Hey, I can figure it out and I will figure it out. And if I need a little help, I'm going to ask for it, but I can and I will. So I'm moving forward. There's three things. There's three things. Whether you're a professional, you're building your career, you want to stay there. Hey, that's fine. You can use this skill. Whether you're a professional and you're starting something and it's small right now, okay? Hey, that's fine. We're going to help you grow it. Hey, if you're already full-time entrepreneur, full-time business owner, this is for you too, okay? Because listen, that title says, right? Building your business and excelling at your career. This skill will help you do both. The first portion of this is add value. Please write that down. Add value. Before I get to that number one skill, we'll teach you the little steps, the building blocks along the way. Okay, and the first one is add value. There's a book I read called Go Giver by Bob Berg and Don David Ham. And in the Go Giver, the first rule was to give. A lot of times we start to take, we want the raise, we want the promotion, we want the fill in the blank. And we take first and we'll say, hey, look, I'll work harder when they give me some more money. I've said it before. I'm talking to me. Listen, they'll say, well, you know, I'll be a better partner when he or she is a better partner. Okay. I've said it before. I'm talking to me. But the first thing that you can practice to make a shift in your life, to level up your success, is to add value. All right? Find a way you can improve the life of the people around you. Find a way to change the world around you in a positive way. Okay? Add value. And he talks about being a go-giver. That's someone that puts others' needs first. Now, that doesn't mean at the expense of yourself. Have you heard that? You can't pour from an empty cup. Now, I'm not a scientist, but that makes sense to me. Take an empty glass and turn it upside down and tell me if your hand gets wet. Okay? So when you add value, I'm not talking about giving your rent money to the homeless. No, pay your rent. Pay your rent. Okay? If you're running out of gas, don't give your gas money to the guy standing at the corner, okay? Maybe he needs it. Maybe she needs it. That's not my point, okay? When you take care of you, you can do more for others. So let me just be clear here. I'm not telling you to give away the kitchen sink, all right? But I'm talking about adding value. That means, hey, helping the new person on the job fast track. I don't believe there's any shortcuts. Let me interrupt myself real quick. I don't believe there's shortcuts. You can't take shortcuts, but you can take fast tracks. You can learn from people that have already done it, right? You can practice what's already been perfected. Success leaves clues. So share some of your success with others. Add some value. Share some of your mistakes so that people can avoid them, right? Help them find that fast track, okay? Add value. The second thing is solve problems. This is one of my favorites. Solve problems. A lot of people look into problems. They say, Bruce, you know, I'm an introvert.
you're doing a lot of talking. Hey, that's fine. Some of the best introverts I know are masterful speakers because they know the value of each and every word. Some of the top salespeople I know are top performers because they make sure they listen. We don't do excuses. I can and I will. Now, I recognize introverts recharge differently than I do, right? I'm an extrovert. I get that. So I want to recognize that, get rid of that excuse, okay? But listen. Communication is a skill. We talked about skills, right? Speaking is a skill. It has nothing to do with how you recharge. Knock out that presentation, knock out that workshop, knock out that speech, and then go take your alone time, okay? But leave the excuses last year. All right, boom. So we're solving problems. You say, listen, this company needs top performers, people that add value to the business, that show up early and leave late, whatever the case may be. Find the problem where you're at and solve it. That's truly what an entrepreneur does. That's what a business owner does, okay? That's what successful people do. They see problems and they look around. So wait a minute, you see that problem? There's an opportunity close by and they're looking for it. They don't run away from problems. They recognize those problems as opportunities to solve them. And I started reading the Forbes magazine a long time ago. I won a subscription and they said, look, you can have Elle, you can have Cosmopolitan, you can have Vanity Fair. Look at me, guys. Do I look like I read those type of magazines? No, don't answer that. So I said, all right, I'll read Forbes. And I saw that the most successful people in there didn't come from rich families, didn't have higher education than me, weren't more talented than me, weren't more education than me. They found a problem. They found a big problem that hit a lot of people and they solved it in a meaningful way. That was it. I said, man, I could do that. And so from that point on, when I recognized that, I said, you know what? I got to go find some problems. And so as an entrepreneur, listen, I still work. I still got a job. So if you're looking to quit, hey, don't tune out. This is the first step to get you there, okay? But I also want to eliminate that excuse. Say, well, I can't start a business because I haven't quit yet. No excuses. I can get started and I will start today. I'm going to find a little value. I'm going to find a little problem. I'm just going to get started. I'm going to get the ball rolling, as they say, build some momentum. So the problem I solve is professionals need the skill and confidence, there it is again, to start their business, put their name on it, and excel at both, okay? We're not going to suffer at a job to grow the business. We're not going to let the business suffer because of the job. Hey, you can do both, all right? So my value add is taking my experiences, 10 years of trial and error, so you can fast track, so you don't have to make those same mistakes. The problem I solve is, I say, hey, what do I need to know to succeed? I say, hey, here's what I found out, here's what I'm going to share with you, all right? So add value and they solve problems. Now, through the course of my adventures, from my career, from my learnings, I've run into some amazing people. I run into some talented people like yourself. And what frustrated me so much is that they had a magical message, okay? They had a powerful presentation. They had something impactful and insightful, but they kept it a secret. They didn't share it. They were afraid because they said, well, you know, Bruce, I don't want to seem like I'm bragging. I don't want to seem like, you know, I'm better than anybody else. I said, but you're the best at being you. So be that person. Look, be you. Everybody else is taken. So I've ran into these people, these talented people, these hardworking people, these creative people, and they would add some value in some places, and they would solve some problems in other places. But then they would feel guilty about asking for the business. And this is number 3. We have value, solve problems, and then we ask for the money. I really like to title this talk, Ask for the Money, but I want to make sure you know who I'm talking to, so we'll leave the title where it is. This is the number 1 skill. There it is. I'm about to go off. This is the number 1 skill that anyone can practice today and level up. And if they practice this one phrase, ask for the money, your whole life will change. I guarantee it. Your life will not remain the same if you add value, solve problems, and when it's all said and done, you ask for the money. You ask for the business. And listen, maybe it's not a dollar amount, okay? When I say money, it's got a nice ring to it. But at the end of the day, at the beginning of the night, it's about the confidence to ask for what you deserve and worth. So that could be that promotion, okay? That could be the raise. That could be the transfer to the new location. That could be more attention from your spouse, okay? That could be the new client for your business. But we don't beg for the money. We don't trick people out of the money. We don't manipulate for the money, okay? We've added so much value and we've solved such a big problem in an impactful way, it just makes sense to ask for the money. Listen, we'll say, Bruce, I'm an introvert. I'm a woman. I've heard that one before. I can't sell. I don't want to be seen as greedy. I don't want to be pushy. I don't want to be aggressive. Let's start over. Come back to me. Those are excuses. Do you hear them? There are reasons why you can't do something you haven't even tried yet. Or maybe you have tried and you said, well, it didn't really work out. My first question is, one, how many times did you try? How many times did you practice? Remember, listen, sales isn't something you're born with, okay? It's something you learn in practice. Confidence isn't something you're born with, something you learn in practice. Now, some people's environments makes it a little easier for them to learn it. They learn it naturally. But hey, if you need some help learning it on purpose, reach out to me. Look, at the end of the talk, I'm going to show you how to get in touch with me. Okay. So they have this excuse in their mind of who they are and who they aren't. But whoever this version of you is right now, listen, I can and I will. So you can say to yourself, I can learn sales skills and I will practice them so I can add more value and solve more problems. I'm not trying to turn you into a sales professional, to that killer closer. Okay. No. I just want you to be rewarded for the value you add. I just want you to be remunerated for the problems you solve. And it's not going to happen if you don't ask for the money. One of my favorite stories, I was training someone way back when I used to sell cars. This is where I learned some of the most valuable sales skills, which wasn't bullying or talking fast. It was listening. It was customer service. It was understanding. But listen, I've got something for you. We'll dive in deeper. So I'm training this guy, and a couple comes in and they say, hey, we're expanding our family. We need a van. So he finds a van and they like it. He finds the color and they love it. They get the financing in place and it's lower than they expected. Great rate, very little down, maybe no down. And then they said, well, all right, I guess I'll see you later. that was on purpose. Look, did my screen freeze? Hello? No, that was on purpose. They just sat there and looked at each other. They had it all lined up, ducks in a row. And they said, well, okay, thank you so much. And they got up to leave. Whoa. I stepped in. I had done my best to stand back this whole time. I stepped in. I said, wait, hey, thank you so much for coming in today. We appreciate the opportunity to serve you. Do you have any questions about the vehicle? No. Do you have any concerns about the vehicle? No, that's great. Would you like to take it home today? Yes, we would. And they went and they signed and they took it home. That's a sale. Ding. What did I do? What super sales skill did I have? So simple. I just asked for the money. Listen. This is something you can do right now. If you know that you add value to your business, you get things done on time, you get them done well, you get them done correctly, you enhance the team you're on. Ask for the raise. Now, let's see, Bruce, well, probably you're going to tell me yes, and that's quite possible. But they can't say yes if you don't ask. And if they don't see your value, if they don't acknowledge you solving problems, maybe it's time to move. And that's where this skill comes in. You can use it again in the next place. Perfect example. This one question doubled my income year over year. I was applying for a manager role. It's the first time I've officially been under that title. I've been adding value, training the new people, helping new hires, helping people get out of slumps, okay? I've been adding value. I've been solving problems, but I never officially been a manager before. So in the interview, they pointed it out. Said, Bruce, we're afraid that you might not have the experience for this role. And I said, listen, who better than someone who's already done it? They didn't have an argument for that. She said, you know what, Bruce, you're right. I had demonstrated that I add value. I had it documented. I had the numbers, the proof. What do they call it? The receipts. And so I said, yeah, let's do this. So they made me an offer. I looked at it and I said, you know what? I'm really excited to work with you all. But is there anything else we could do to make this make sense for both of us? All right. Even after I had the audacity to ask for a role I'd never stepped into before, even I had more audacity to ask for the money. So they ended up, listen, I knew what my value was and I knew the problem I solved and how much that was worth. Okay, I didn't just want more money because I'm greedy. I didn't just ask for more money because I felt like it sounded good. I read it in the book. Listen, I said, wait a minute, this doesn't match up with the value I add. This doesn't match up with the problem I solve. So they come back next business day, 20% increase of what they offered, a car stipend, a phone stipend, and a business card. Yes, ask for the money. That changed my life. Asking for the money changed my life. So from that tax year to the next one, double it up. Okay. So for my professionals that say, I really don't want to be an entrepreneur, that's fine. You're still going to ask for the money. Say for my professional that's starting his career, this may be the first time you've had to collect money, right? This is for somebody in HR. This is for somebody in IT. Okay. You still got to ask. You still got to ask whatever it is that you deserve, you've earned. Okay. We're not begging. We don't beg. You got to ask for it. Okay. If you're a full-time entrepreneur, you could grow your business like teaching your team to ask. Maybe you need to build a team. Hey, reach out. I'll help you out. So listen. We add value. We solve problems. Okay. And we ask for the money. We ask for what we deserve. Right. So if you need a little help exploring that, that's not a skill that you've learned or practiced. I'm here to help you. Okay. You can visit www.askforthemoney.today. Not .com, .today. Because listen, this is useless until you use it. I need you to take what you learned today and put it into practice. Level up. Okay, so www.askforthemoney.today. And in that course, you can keep it for a lifetime. Listen, and I update it regularly. I'm gonna dive in deeper to ask for the money, okay? For knowing confidently who you are and the value you bring, all right? I bring it from A to Z. And I want you to take that opportunity to level up, right? My name is Bruce Hill. On Instagram is speakwell.llc. That's a shout out to the first businesses I started, all right? I want to thank you for your presence. Thank you for participation, and go do it.
Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to Turn Your Side Hustle into Your Main Hustle. So I hope that you are ready. You got your pen, your paper, you got your mind ready so that you can take in all that I'm going to teach you and all that I'm going to share with you so that you can eventually say bye-bye to your 9-to-5, right? So if you are ready, I want you to just kind of get excited, get ready, say yes, just get your mind right. Because we are about to go into a lot of material that I want you to not only absorb, but I also want you to take action. I also want you to do a darn thing, because that's the only way we're going to make this happen. So let's get started. I hope that you're ready. Like, I am super excited. But before we do that, I do not want to be rude. So let me reintroduce myself, like Jay-Z, like allow me to reintroduce myself, right? Again, my name is LaShawna N. Williams, the Success Navigator. I am a VP of Finance. I am the CEO of Impact Business Institute. I am also the founder of Busy Black Girls. And I am an author and international speaker. So I am doing the most. So I understand some of the struggles, trials, and tribulations some of you are having. I got it, understand it totally, right? But I am also an entrepreneur, right? For 5 years in the making. And I transitioned from corporate in 2 years. So I am taking my journey, I am doing it at my own pace. We'll talk about that later on in the workshop, but it's about doing things at your own pace.
And so I am transitioning out of corporate America in 2 years. So yes, 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 yes. But that's all about a part of my plan, and we'll talk about that. But again, I want you to know that this has been a journey, and I understand the journey that you're on, and we're going to talk about how you can make that transition happen for you, right? But I was born and raised in New York, hence the Jay-Z reference. Born and raised in New York. I migrated to Atlanta. Yes, I'm in the ATL right now. And about 18, 19 years ago, and I just packed up everything in search of just kind of a better life. I wanted my dollar to go a little bit further, and I never looked back. During that time, though, when I came to Atlanta, I was like, yes, I got all these degrees, and it's going to happen. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to get this job, and I'm going to live this glamorous life. And lo and behold, my degrees got me nowhere, because in Georgia, it's all about who you know. So I was able to land a temporary position, right? As soon as like my bank account was running low, the chick did not even have enough money to pay her car note, right, at the time. But I was able to land a full-time position. And so hence my start going from temp to now VP. So I have climbed that corporate ladder, and I know what it's all about. And during that time of me climbing the corporate ladder, I've also built a profitable, growing, thriving business. So I'm going to teach you how to do the same thing, and then also how you can transition from employee to employer. So I enjoy traveling. Yes, I usually travel at least 4 times a year. Unfortunately, with COVID, not so much. I'm missing the beach. But we'll eventually get there. It's all about being safe right now. So I totally get it. But I'm still missing my beach, right? But I love watching movies, which I have done a lot of, but I'm doing at the comfort of my home and on my couch. And then I love going to new places to eat and have drinks and be with my family and friends. Haven't done that so much during COVID, but I will get back to that. So again, it's all about being safe. But you know who I am, so now we're going to get into the meat of it, right? I wanted to make sure we got all the niceties out the way so that you know, first of all, who I am, why I am here teaching you this, and you know, why do I call myself the expert in this? Why should you be listening to me? It's because I am where you are. I've done what you are doing, and I've also created a process and a plan to make sure that I can turn my side hustle into my main hustle. And I want you to do the same thing. So let's get into the nuts and bolts. Let's get started. So get your pen and paper ready, right? Get your pen and paper ready. So let's get down to like the run of the show. So what we're going to go through in the next couple of minutes, we only got a few minutes together. This is a lot of information. So I want to make sure you take it in and take action. But the first thing we're going to kind of delve into is to get your mind right, right? You got to get into an entrepreneurial mindset. We're going to talk all about that in a minute. And then there's 6 things that your side hustle needs, like every business needs, but especially your side hustle for you to eventually turn it into your main hustle. So there are 6 things that you need, and we need to really go into those 6 things so that you can start taking action on them. And then the strategies to balance your life, your work, and your business. I know that is a struggle. I know that is a challenge. And I want to address that and help you find some strategies so that you can kind of work through those things, because that can be a hindrance as you are building your business while working full time, right? And then firing your boss. Like, this is the part that everybody kind of gets excited about. I'm ready to fire my boss. I'm ready to fire my boss. I get it. Let's slow our roll. There is a strategy, there is a process, there is an exit plan that we need to kind of create in order for us to fire our boss. But eventually we could say bye-bye, bye-bye, especially if you take heed to everything that I'm saying. So let's get started. Let's get our minds right. Let's start with getting our minds right. And some of you may already be like, I got my mind right. I get it. But let's start here. So while we're on this journey, right, we're building our business while working full time. I know there are a lot of things that kind of hinder us from moving forward or progressing the way we want to. We get all in our heads. We are sometimes our worst enemies because we kind of stifle our progress, right? And so I want you to get out of your way. Get out of your way. And what I mean by that is, like, sometimes as we are climbing the corporate ladder, right, or we're progressing in our careers, yeah, we now can pat ourselves on the back and we feel really good about that. But as we move into this entrepreneurial space that is foreign to us, did not go to school for it, we did not learn it at the job, it kind of puts us in a space to where we feel like we're less than. And all of that, the accolades and the momentum that we had on our jobs, we don't take that on our entrepreneurial journey. And sometimes that tends to get us depleted. So what I want to tell you right now is just get out of your own way. So take those superpowers, take the talents, the gifts, the skills that you have that have afforded you that career trajectory. I want you to take that and transition that into your entrepreneurial space. And what I mean by that, like for me, I mentioned that I am a VP of finance. Great, I count and I could do numbers, spreadsheets, all of that stuff. That's just a function of my job. But my superpower is the fact that I do project management. I am very good at thinking outside the box, strategic thinking, creative thinking, right? I am very good at that. I'm very good at process improvements. All of these things are needed and necessary in my business. I'm also good at content creation. And so when I am building my business and when I'm, growing my business, I take those skills into my entrepreneurial journey. And then all the rest, I delegate. And we're going to talk about that in a minute as well. And so I take the pieces of my superpower that have, like I said, have landed me the opportunity to move up in my career, and I take those and transition it into my business. And I want you to do that as well. I also want you to remember that it's a marathon, not a sprint. So stop thinking that you need to run out and make it happen right now, especially as we go on social media and we see everybody like, oh, how you make $1 million in 6 days and you can make billions in 2 months. Let's stop it, right? Let's stop it right there. You have to remember that it is a marathon and you gotta run your race at your own pace. And I mentioned that here as well. Run your race at your own pace. As you are working full time, your energy, the way you maneuver is different from those that are full-time entrepreneurs, right? Your lifestyle is different. And so you have to adjust your entrepreneurial space and journey that fits your lifestyle. So let's get out of our own way, right? When it comes to that. And you have to chart your own course. And that, again, that comes with you understanding what your life looks like, what your goals are, and where you want to be in the next 2, 3, 5 years, right? So I want to make sure that you understand that. And then, as I mentioned, it's your own race at your own pace, right? And stop trying to compare yourself to the next person, compare yourself to this entrepreneur. The only person that you need to compare yourself to is you. The you of yesterday, the you of the day before. That's the only person you need to compare yourself to. So I want you to remember that as well, right? And then remind yourself that you have everything that you need to succeed. Your product and service is what people need. They need it, they need it, they need it, right? And so you have everything that you need. You have resources, you have tools, you have things at your fingertips. You have means. While you are working, you have the means to outsource, to delegate certain tasks so that you can make your life a little less stressful. So I want you to get out of your own way and remember these things as you are moving in that entrepreneurial space, because sometimes it could be a bit lonely. It could be a bit challenging, and it lends itself to you saying, you know what, I'm going to quit. But you don't quit. Don't quit. What I want you to remember is that you need to run your race at your own pace. And I want you to remember that all of the superpowers that you have are not in vain, and you need to transition those into your business, right? And I want you to utilize the resources that are afforded to you. So Let's get our minds right. Let's get our minds right. And so the other things I want you to think about, like there are strategies and mind shifts that need to happen as you are working full time. I hear it so much when people are building their businesses. They're like, oh, I hate my job. I hate my job. But remember, your job, your employer, I should say, and your paycheck are part of the silent investment into your business. Remember that. Your employer is your silent investor, one of the biggest silent investors that you have in your business. So no more, I hate my job, I hate my job. It's okay, my job is fueling my business so that I can live the life that I desire. So I want you to make that mental shift, right? Some of the strategies that I have kind of incorporated for myself, because I was there with you. I was like, oh, I hate my job. I'm ready to quit. I'm ready to quit. But then I was like, whoa, wait a minute. This is a free MBA, right? A free MBA. What am I doing, right? People spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get what I have right here at my disposal at my job. And so what the first thing, M, is for money. So my paycheck is something that I can use not only to fund my business as far as certain expenses are concerned, but also to get programs, coaching, right? Different seminars that I can use a piece of my paycheck to get me to certain conferences and things of that nature. Books, resources, tools, all of that stuff that I need to help me grow my business. So the first piece, M, is for money, right? B is for business strategies, right? And so all of that stuff that you learn at your job, if you look at the corporation or the business that you work for right now, think about it. It has human resources, it has a finance department, it has a marketing department. You can start learning some of the things that are in the business, what has made it so successful, and incorporate that into your own business, right? Look at the blueprint, take what you need and incorporate it in your business, right? And then the A in MBA is access to diverse networks. There are people on your job that are probably doing the same thing that you are, that you can now tap into as you are building your business. So you may find somebody on your job, on your day job, your 9 to 5, that creates and builds websites. Oh my gosh, I need that. And so you now have this network of not only people that you on your 9 to 5, so as you climbing the corporate ladder, but there's also people that can help you in your business. And so I want you to start thinking about your employer as a free MBA, money, business strategies, and access to a diverse network. Let's get this out of our heads that, oh, I hate my job. It is your silent investor. Let's move on, right? Mind shift, right? And so I mentioned before these 6 things that every business needs in order for it to profit. And your side hustle is no different. And so you need these 6 things. And if you do not have these 6 things, let's get them going right now, because you're going to need them to be successful. And so the 6 things are a silent and consistent way to collect leads, a way to nurture those leads, a solid presence on social media, an email, I would say, introductory campaign, a promotional calendar, and a consistent email calendar. I'm going to break these all down, but I want you to know, just write down those 6 things because you need those in your business. But let's just kind of pick them apart a little bit, right? Let's just pick them apart. You know what? Let me just go back because I want to make sure that we stay on there. So a solid and consistent way to collect leads. So this requires you to have a lead generator, an opt-in. They call it a freemium or something like that. So it's like you are, offering something that your client base or your ideal customer needs, right? That can help them to solve whatever problem that they have. So you are the solution to their problem, right? So they have a problem, you are the solution to their problem. And so what you're doing is you're now offering them a free, whether it's a checklist, whether it's an ebook, it could be something as simple as like a template, anything that they can do, like kind of a low hanging fruit kind of thing that will help them solve a problem, solve a small problem, right? And it will also generate leads for you. So you offer this lead magnet, or called the opt-in or freemium, and from that, you get their email addresses. But what happens is they now become part of your ecosystem. They become part of your now your community, right? And so now you have their email list. You know some of their pain points as you're working with them, and then you get to understand your ideal customer a little bit better. And so this all happens as you now have a consistent way to collect leads. So I usually tell people to have one or two opt-ins or freebiums or whatever you want to call them. They're like freebies, freemium, but usually we'll call them like lead magnets for the sake of like confusion, right? So we have one or two lead magnets that you now offer to your ideal customer, right? Or your target market, so that they can get a little something to solve their problem, and then you get that lead. Now they are in your ecosystem, and now you have a way to communicate with them, right? And now once they're in your ecosystem, now you need to nurture them. I say that business is like dating. And so some of us, not me, but some of us, right? They go out there and they're like, buy my product. And you're like, I don't even know you. I have never met you before. Who are you? What do you want from me, right? And so with that, it's like you have to date a person before you say, I want to marry you, right? And so you don't want to just kind of go out there and marry somebody, right? The first time you meet them. It's the same thing in business. We got to date a little bit. I got to nurture you, right? I got to kind of get this relationship going. And so what the first thing that I do in my dating process, I provide you with an opt-in. I provide you with the lead magnet, right? And then that kind of gets you to, all right, well, who's this person? I want to know more about them. But now I need to nurture them. So now we're going on a couple of dates, right? I'm not just asking you to marry me, right? And then you need a consistent and solid presence on at least one social media platform. And so pick a platform, whatever platform you feel like your ideal customer spends their time, and just dominate the hell out of it. Dominate, dominate, dominate. And so that now you're nurturing your email list, or nurturing the people that are in your ecosystem. They're seeing you a little bit more. So now what's happening is that I'm knowing, I'm liking, and I'm getting to trust you a little bit more, right? So I need to have these things so that now I'm dating so that I can get up to the marriage phase, which for a business is for you to purchase. And then I also need to not only do some things on social media, but I also need to kind of give you some things in email. So what we tend not to do sometimes is introduce ourselves via email, introduce our business, the brand, take you through our journey, tell the story. And that's what people want to hear, right? We want to know, like, and trust you. And so part of that is them getting to know you. So who are you? Why are you doing this? What is your brand? What is your business? How can it solve my problems? Like, all of this stuff needs to be part of your email strategy. And so we need to make sure that we do that, so that we are continuously dating, so that they know, like, and trust us. And so that we can get to that purchase, right? So that we can get to that marriage part of this whole relationship. And you also need a promotional calendar. So what are you promoting now? Now that they know, like, and trust you, what are you promoting, right? How are you promoting it? How often are you promoting it? So you also need to know how you're getting this stuff out. It's like, it doesn't help when you have these products or services and you don't promote it to anybody, or you don't have a cadence for promotion. So you need to know when, and it needs to flow and it needs to make sense. And so a promotional calendar helps you do that, right? So let's say you're selling, let me see, you're selling like bath bombs and stuff for women, right? A great time of the year may be Valentine's Day, maybe Mother's Day, maybe certain times of the year where you want to really kind of heavy promotion, right? And so you need to make sure that the calendar fits well, like you're doing this 3 weeks out and you're saying, hey, here's my stuff. Hey, here's my stuff. You have a promotional calendar. You're getting on social media talking about, hey, did you know that we have this sale? Did you know that we have these products for you? Did you know that my product does X, Y, and Z for you? Like, help them understand how it solves their problem, but also share like what's the benefit of your product, but have it centered around certain times of the year. Make it make sense for people, right? And then also you're doing your ads or your promotions and you're selling it in enough time so that you can generate that sale, right? Because how many people or how many of you know that when you are selling something or you're sending messages to people, it takes them about 7 or 8 times before they even look at the thing, right? So you want to make sure that you're giving people enough time to look at your promotion and click and then take action. And so you may have to even test. So you want to make sure that you have a promotional calendar that helps you to kind of, I guess, plan this out a little bit better so that you're not kind of scrounging around and rushing. Like, you don't want to start your promotion on February 12th for Valentine's Day. Like, that's too late. Like, I'm not going to see 7 emails from you in 2 days. It's not going to happen, right? And then you want a consistent email calendar because, again, now I got to continue to nurture you. I still need to tell you what's coming up, what's going on. I need to, know what your challenges are. I need to, be a part of now that you have these ideal customers in your ecosystem. Now you want them to kind of share some of their feedback. What are their challenges? Get to know them. Let them get to know you a little bit more, and then help them in understanding how you can solve their problems at each step of the process, right? And so for me, right, I have something for each phase of your journey. So we start out really small. We start out with, hey, I have a Facebook community. You want to come? I have a checklist for you. I have also kind of like I want to say like a guide and a digital guide for all of my CEOpreneurs, or what as I call them, but for all of us who are building businesses while working full time, something to help you there. And then I also have an exit strategy if you just want to have some downloadable, real low cost thing, right? And then I also have a workbook if you really want something to help you kind of get clear on some of your thoughts and your purpose and your why, and get your brand clarity together. I have a workbook. But then if you're like, okay, I need more than that, then I have the boss kit, the side hustle boss kit. Now that has videos, it has templates, it has resources. So you have all of that at your arsenal, right? But if you need more than that, then we have the academy, the silver package, to where now you have not only everything that I just mentioned, but you also have Q&A sessions, you have intensives, you have a whole Facebook community that's exclusive to you. And then you have other resources and expert training. And then you have a book that, an anthology that you're a part of. So you have another product. So again, you see this. And then after that, then we have the done for you service. So it's like you're always on this, you're always part of my ecosystem. But I need to tell you that, right? So that's what that whole email calendar is for, so that you can help plan these out so that people know what's going on with you and they continue to know, like, and trust you. And so I just mentioned about the journey that I take customers on, right? See how that flows into there? But I told you about the journey that people take when they're coming to my ecosystem, right? And each customer needs to have this journey, and you need to make sure that you know how you are taking customers on this journey. So again, you want to generate leads. You want to build awareness and interest about your brand, about your business, about your products and services. So you need to get them like hype. Like now they need to be aware that you even have a business. So many times when we are working full time, we don't really tell people about what we're doing, but we expect them to know, like through osmosis or something, and then buy our products and services. That's not going to happen. So you need to start telling people, so they need to know, okay, oh my God, yeah, you got this product and service. I may want to know more about that. And then you have prospects. So again, these are these little things. Like I told you, I have the workbook, right? I have a downloadable exit strategy that you can kind of purchase for a real small price. And then I have the boss kit or what have you. So those are little things where people can like, oh, let me just kind of see what she's all about or see what products and services she has, just kind of tipping their toe in the water, right? And then you have the customers, like the purchasers, right? So these are the people that are going to buy your big ticket item, your big ticket product or service. Now you have the customers. So you don't turn a prospect into a purchasing, paying customer. And that's what you want to do. But you want to make sure that you have something, you have an offering at each phase of this journey. So let's make sure you have that as well, right? So you want to make sure that you do that so that you're not having somebody like, well, I really need this, but you don't have it. Or you get the what's next and you don't have anything that's next, right? The whole purpose of this is that you want to keep people in your ecosystem. You need something that keeps them to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, right? And so you need to make sure that you map out your customer journey. And then I mentioned to you, right, we are always, again, we are doing the most. We're working full time. We got the family, we got this, we got the business. We're doing all of these things, right? We got to work smarter, not harder. We don't have time for that. 8 to 9 hours of our day is spent at the day job, right, with our silent investor. We need to now figure out how we can make our business run smoothly throughout the day and then kind of give it some love at night or early in the morning before we start our 9 to 5 or when we end our 9 to 5, right? So, you know, you need to think about these things about automation and systems and processes, right? So the first process that I want to make sure that you get or that you understand that you need to map out is that customer journey that I just mentioned to you. The intake process. Now that you have this person that turned from a prospect into a customer, now how do they get a part of your ecosystem? I'm not ecosystem, but how do they get a part of the payment process, or how do they buy or tap into whatever product and services you have? So like you have this product, right? Or this program, and this says click here if you want to purchase. Now I gave you my credit card information. I'm all set. But now what? Is there a form? Is there a call? Is there an email? Like what happens there? Is that automated? Is that not automated? How does that work? So do you have a plan for when somebody says, I want your product or service? What is the next step for them? And how do they now kind of flow into your process? Right? You got to make sure that it's not clunky, because you don't want to be on your day job and somebody's like, well, I pressed the button and nothing, or now what? What do I need to do? What needs to happen? Like, you don't want to be that person that has to now, you're on your day job and now you have to send out this email and now you have to do that. You want to make sure that you have a process. And then you also want to document this so that you can eventually hire somebody else to do it, so that it's documented so somebody else can repeat it, right? And then again, like the purchase process. I know some people that are like, oh, well, I need the person to, because they don't have everything kind of built in the background. They're like, oh, I have an IG account. You send me an email, you DM me, and then I can send you a link, and then you can do all of this. How many people know that if the purchasing process is too clunky or there's too many steps, you're going to lose a customer? Because they're going to be like, I'm not clicking here and going over there or whatever. All people want to do, click, and that's it, right? If it's too many clicks and too many things here, and I got to DM you this, and then I got to look at this here, I'm done. I'm moving on to the next. So let's make sure that your intake process and your purchasing process is very seamless for the consumer, right? Automation is going to save your life as you work full time and build a business, right? So some of the things that you can automate, social media. You can go out there, schedule all your social media posts. Communication, you can take some time every month, write out your emails, you can schedule those, right? And then scheduling, like if you offer a free consultation, you can do that through what do you call that, an online calendar, so that people can click the link, see when you're available, and choose a time. There's no more of this back and forth, like, oh, I'm available here, and oh, I'm at 6 p.m. work for you. No. Look at my calendar, schedule some time when I'm free, and there we go. We're done. There you go. Outsourcing. Come on, people. We are working full time while building a business. Our silent investor affords us a little bit of change to put into our business. So whatever you can, outsource those tasks that are taking too long, that are repetitive, that are not your superpower, that somebody else could do very easily and quickly. Let's do that. Outsource, right? So let's talk about outsourcing, because so many of us that we just don't do that. And I'm like, this is why we're working full time and building a business. We have the luxury of taking just a few dollars here and there to outsource. So let's kind of explore that. So outsourcing on a budget. I'm not saying taking your whole paycheck and outsource. Your family wouldn't like it, and I'm not suggesting it. What I'm saying is that there are ways in which you can take some task and give it to somebody else, and then you can focus on the thing that you are strong, that you are talented at, that people are paying you for, right? And so some of the ways that you can outsource on a budget. Take advantage of discounts during Black Friday and then certain times of the year. Some of these software companies, vendors, they offer discounts, like ridiculously like discounted. And so like your CRM, so like your content management system, so like MailChimp and GetResponse and those vendors there, they may offer you 50% off. Take advantage of that when you see it. Not like, oh, I'm going to wait, because when you say that, it's another year before they come out with that discount again. There's other, programs and apps and things like that that come out with these ridiculous discounts. Take advantage of them. When you see them, take advantage of it. Even if you know you're not going to use it until next month, take advantage of it, because that discount won't come again until maybe the following year. And so that'll help you in taking advantage of that stuff and probably outsourcing certain things, right? Because when you automate, sometimes that's kind of like outsourcing to me, right? So you want to take advantage of those things. Bartering, right? So if you know somebody, I told you about that MBA, right? If you know somebody, you may have in your network that does web development or graphics or whatever, and you do marketing, maybe y'all can barter. Like you do a couple of hours for that person, they do a couple of hours for you. You're outsourcing, you're using your superpower, they're using theirs. Win-win, right? And then determine what services you need now to make money, and then save and fund accordingly, right? And so there are certain things that you're like, okay, I have a to-do list that is as long as my arm, but there are things on that to-do list that probably do not generate revenue. And so you got to figure what things I need to do right now to make some money. And then once you start making money in your business, then kind of carve a little piece out here and there for these type of things, for outsourcing. You can go to Fiverr, you can go to, there was another one that I used to use. I think Pineapple is another one right now, where you can like get freelancers to do certain things in your business. And again, they may be $6 an hour, $10 an hour, whatever, but you now have carved out this little nest egg for outsourcing. And so when you need somebody to do certain things like graphics or landing pages or even copywriting, you have that little nest egg for them to do that. And then partner with others on high price subscriptions. So there are subscriptions for graphic designers, where you pay a certain fee and you get unlimited graphics, unlimited, right? But it comes with a higher price. But that is when you start building in your business besties. You start leaning in your network and say, hey, if three of us go in on this subscription together, it is minimal. It's not such a ding in our pockets. And now we can outsource this part of our process to this vendor here, right? So there's vendors that do graphic designs. Technology is another one. Like if you need somebody to kind of do all that back end stuff, build your funnels, like your sales funnel, your audit, your awareness funnels, all of those funnels, they can do that too for a subscription. So if you go in with somebody, and then you can actually kind of save some money that way, because now y'all are divvying up the price. And then partnerships, right? I have my business besties and we partner on certain things. And so she's good at one thing, I'm good at another thing. We come together and we partner. And we kind of build certain projects and programs together. And so we are using the best of our talent, and not one of us is kind of, put out. Even when I do retreats, I partner with I call her my purpose partner. We do those together. She's great at her thing and I'm great at my thing. And when we come together, we make it work. And so building those partnerships, those are super important because, I want to say, not even important, but they are a lifesaver, because it allows you to not spend so much of your time, your resources, your money into one thing. You come together and you're now partnering with somebody or sharing that responsibility, sharing that load with somebody else. All right. I think we got to move a little bit quicker. So these are just some kind of outsourcing tasks that you could do, because some people are like, well, what can I outsource? Social media postings, emails that you send to your community. You could do some creating templates, monitoring your Facebook groups, things like that. Like there's certain things that are like repetitive or things that other people are good at that you can outsource. So there's a whole list of things. I tell anybody who works with me that make a list of all the tasks that are in your business. Now put a star next to those that are revenue generating, and then all of the rest of those are potential outsourced tasks or eliminated tasks. So you got to kind of decipher which one they are, right? And so this is just kind of certain examples of them, but there's a laundry list of outsourced tasks, but you need to figure out which ones you are needed to do, right? Because it's your gift, your talent, that's what you're good at. And then all of the rest of the tasks can be outsourced, delegated, or eliminated. I'm just saying. So now, right, we got all through that. We got our minds right? So are you ready to run your race at your own pace, right? And you're getting out of your own way. You're kind of adapting and building that entrepreneurial mindset, right? Now you're in that space. Now you're moving as an entrepreneur. No longer are you kind of in that employee space, right, where I need to know what my job description is. I need somebody to tell me what I got to do. No, in the entrepreneurial space, it's like, let me get in where I fit in. Let me figure this out. Let me see what I need. Let me test. Let me adjust. Let me, those kind of things. Like we're moving into that space. The 6 things that you need to build a profitable business. And you need to make sure that you're doing that consistently, right? It's not just one and done. Oh, I got some people on my email list. Now you need to make sure that you are doing that consistently, whether it's once a month, whether it's once every month. So you need to make sure that you are getting more people into your pool or into your ecosystem. Because I tell people all the time, like, we get so frustrated because we're not generating sales, right? But what tends to happen, or the reason for this, is that we don't have a big enough pond to sell to, or we don't have a big enough pool of people to sell to. So we start out and we sell to our friends and family, great. But after a while, they're gonna be like, okay, I was just buying from you just to support you, but that's not gonna pay your bills, and that is not gonna help you transition from your day job into your full-time business, right? And so what we need to do is get more people who know, like, and trust us. And that's what that whole lead campaign does. And then as your pond grows into the sea, the river, then a sea, then you have more people that you can get in front of. You got more people that you can market to. And then you have a better chance of getting more people to buy your products, right? So that's what you want to do, right? Then we talked about working smarter, not harder, because again, while we're working full time, I can't be stressed out about, oh my gosh, I need to do this over here with my business, but then my boss needs me to be over here. And so you're stressed out. And then you run the risk of getting frustrated, getting overwhelmed, and then quitting. And that's not what we want to do. So we need to start working smarter, not harder. And then we come to the where everybody's like, yes, let's fire our boss, let's fire our boss. And I get it. And I tell you, I was there, but then I had to slow my roll. Let me do a time check. Okay, so we need to kind of go through this pretty quickly, right? So the elements of your transition plan. You need a vision, goals, an action plan, and then a financial plan. So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because we're kind of running out of time. I just want to be respectful of time. So the purpose of your vision statement is to create a written visualization, right? You need to live it, read it, see it, smell it, and taste it, right? Your vision needs to be plain, it needs to be clear, and it needs to be written down. And this will help you to determine what your goals are and what your action plan needs to be, what your timeline is, and then it'll help you with your financial plan, and then also the completion of your transition plan. And so your action plan needs to align with your goals. Again, your goals are aligned to your vision, and then your action plan is aligned to your goal. So then you now know what steps you need to take, what's your timeline, some of your milestones, what are the resources that are needed, what are some of the roadblocks that you may face, right? As you are now taking strides to accomplish those goals that are aligned to your vision, right? And so I'll just give you a quick example of this. So my vision, long time ago, a couple of years ago, was to live by the beach, to be able to work, play, live by the beach, build a beach home, and now work on my business. So again, I had to create a plan to do that. And that's why I mentioned in the beginning when I introduced myself, right, that I have a 2-year plan, because now that started out about 10 years ago. I started and I did everything on my transition plan. I'm telling you here, I had my vision. It was plain as day. I had goals that I needed to accomplish. I had an action plan, and that action plan got me to where I am today, right? And that included the financials and all of that stuff. So where now I'm like, okay, 2 years from now, I'm ready. We're building the house right now. We're building our retirement funds right now. So we're doing all of the steps that I'm telling you that you need to do for your transition plan. So again, your vision, your goals, and your action plan. Everything needs to be aligned. And we're just going to go into the financial plan just for sake of time, right? So your financial plan, you need to make a list of all the expenses that you have, like your monthly expenses, and then include everything, and then determine what expenses that you can cut. Because now this is part of you saving, building a nest egg, building a reserve so that you can make this transition happen, right? Because eventually you will not have that silent investor. You will no longer have that paycheck, and you will have to fund your personal and your professional life, like your business. And that means healthcare, that means life insurance, that means the gamut. And so you want to make sure that you have a reserve. And to do that, you need to kind of cut out some things, eliminate some things, but then you also need to build a reserve. Your business P&L. And again, we don't have time to go through this. I do go and walk through this, all of this in much detail in the boss kit. But right now, just for the sake of time, just gonna say for your P&L, as you look at that for your business, that's your profit and loss statement. Then that'll help you in determining some expense changes and things that you need to make as far as your expense and your revenue is concerned. So you need to always make sure that you're looking at that, and that will help you to better better plan and be a better steward over the money that is flowing in and out of your business, right? And then also, as you are working full time, pay down that debt. Pay down your debt. You do not want to leave your job and then go into full-time entrepreneurship with a ton of debt. You don't want to do that. So let's pay down on our debt, right? And then build your retirement fund. While you at your job, you have your 401k, you have retirement fund, you have all of these like funds and retirement plans that you can take opportunity on. And I want you to do that, because that is the time when you need to do that. So that, again, as you are moving in and transitioning to the entrepreneurial space, you can then use that retirement fund that you grew while you were working full time, and you can use that for later years, right? But I want you to make sure that you are taking full advantage of it right now. And then create your reserve for both your personal and your business. So you need they say 6 months, but if you could do 3 months, that'd be great. So build a reserve for both so that, again, when rough times come, and they will, you have that reserve. Whew, that was a lot. So I want you to consider certain things, right? Your family, I want you to make sure that, they are aligned with all of this, because you can't just be like, oh, I'm quitting my job, and they don't know about it. And then, you got to speak to your financial advisor. I want you to think about all of these things, right? All of these things you need to consider. And ask yourself these questions before you transition. So this should be included in your transition plan as well. And I'm sorry for going so fast, but we ran out of time. Sorry. So again, thank you. It was my pleasure to kind of walk you through this. I hope now you have those tools, those strategies, those steps that you need to turn your side hustle into your main hustle. It was my honor. It was my pleasure. And I don't want to just leave you empty-handed. I know we rushed through a lot of this stuff. So if you text side hustle to 678-498-7218. Again, that's 678-498-7218. Text side hustle. You will receive a copy of the slides here so that you can kind of look at it at your leisure, and then you can make notes and then take action on it, right? But then also I want you to visit busyblackgirls.com, and then you'll see our suite of services, what we have to offer, and all of that good stuff. But again, it was my pleasure. It was my honor. I am LaShonda Williams, the Success Navigator, your coach and your guide on the journey to success, helping my career professionals go from clocking in to calling the shots in their own entrepreneurial venture. So I wish you all the best, good luck, and let's go ahead and turn our side hustles into our main hustles. All right now.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Smith, and I am the CEO of The True You. It's a training and development company. I'm glad that you chose to be part of this workshop. I think that you're going to be pleased with the tools that you get. It's an incredible tool that can make a difference in your business, which is what I'm going to be talking to you from. But if you've come here, you're not in business, I will say that whenever you hear me talk about sales, think about influence. Influence of people, influence to join your group, influence to go on a date with you, influence your kids to do their homework, clean their room, whatever it is. There's influence everywhere. I created The True You so that people had the space to be themselves. I'm assuming, since you're part of the BlackCEO conference and convention, you know what's important to you. You have products that you believe in that make a difference in the world. And this is a tool that will help you have the ability to speak to people in a way that they can hear what you have to offer you don't change who you are, but you may need to alter your approach with them, and you'll see that in what I'm about to show you. So I'm going to share my screen here. And we are going to jump in. Just a second. Okay. So let's talk about why they buy. Just in case, like I said, there are some of you that came in before, or you didn't hear my keynote before, maybe it went by really fast for you. Let me just give you a quick background before we jump in. So if you're in sales, you've been told that sales is a numbers game and that in order to get more yeses, you need to get more nos. But that doesn't make any sense. In order to get more yeses, you need to get more yeses. So there's a proven way to get more yeses, and that's with the bank code that I've talked to you about and that I'm going to elaborate on in this workshop. So sales is not a numbers game, it's a people's game. If you're in sales, then you're in the people businesses. I had said earlier, this is a methodology that dates, it's related to, and it's the cousin to a lot of different assessments that you've taken. It's the cousin of those assessments in that it comes from this Greek physician Hippocrates. He's the father of medicine. He's the one that found out that you can treat people differently based on what their temperaments are. So if you look at this screen, the people, say in the blue area, you would treat them differently to get a result than you would the people yellow, because if you treated the people in the yellow the way you treat the people in the blue, it's just not going to work out. So that's where a lot of the assessments are born, and why you see so many that have different colors. Bank is different from the perspective of we're personality based. We're the same in that we're personality based because we're rooted in those 4 personalities that Hippocrates, the father of medicine, had talked about. We're people focused because we know that sales is not a numbers game, it's a people's game. You need to be great with people and understand people to be successful. And then it's profit driven because you can make a lot of money in whatever field you're in, or get a lot of yeses, however you want to look at it, if you're looking at the influence, by knowing how to interact with people. And if you are that person who's making a lot of money, you can make a bigger difference and donate to different causes when you make money and you're successful in your business. And you can teach other people how to do it. That's the other great thing. So bank has 4 colors. We are the blueprint, the action, the nurturing, the knowledge, which a lot of the other assessments have. The only difference is they're based in psychology. We are based out of biology, which is the science of buying behavior. So knowing and understanding that, because we don't really care if you're an introvert or an extrovert or what happened in your past. What we care about are what your values are, because those are the things that are going to trigger a yes for you. So bank has been proven to be the only methodology in the world, not just America, but the entire world, to scientifically validate and predict buying behavior in less than 90 seconds. It's used all over the world. So bank, there are 4 personality types, which if you were following along earlier, basically what that means is if you've got 4 personality types that are main personality types, you basically need 4 ways, different ways to interact with people and talk to them about whatever you're trying to talk to them about. But most of us only talk about one way, which is our way, and you may not even know that that's you. So as I'm going through these, look for not only yourself and your personalities codes, but look for what other people are as well. Because you come from one personality code, that means you have a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right because you're not talking in the other codes. And that also means that you have a 3 in 4 chance of getting it wrong. So you're basically spoon feeding your competition, because if you're giving them the information, but it's not in a way that you're going to get a yes, they're going to be convinced they need to have this product that you offer, but they're going to go to somebody else who probably matches their code or knows how to talk in their code to them to get a yes from them. So I want to give you the tools so that you can get that yes. The last thing I'm going to just review is that there was a study by the Shalley group that found that people who were not matched personality-wise were only 18% likely to say yes to whoever was selling to them, versus the people that were matched in their personality were 82% likely to say yes. And if they weren't matched, but this person who was different spoke in their language, that was 82% as well. Okay, so let's get in. The first thing that we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the blueprints. Now, the blueprints, B stands for blueprint. This color is cool. There's a box on the left because blueprints live inside the box. They make their decisions based on what's going to be safe in that box. What are they familiar with? Let's look at what their values are. Blueprints values are, they value stability, structure, systems, planning, processes, predictability, responsibility, duty, rules, credentials, titles, and tradition. Those are all the things that they value. So that's the first thing. The next thing I'm going to tell you about, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you the values. I'm going to talk about occupations next because different personality codes tend to go with different occupations. So for the blueprints tend to be people who are accountants, teachers, lawyers, managers, officers. If you think about it, there are people who are following rules and structure. Lawyers enforce the law. Officers enforce the law. Your managers enforce the law. Your teachers are teaching you those different laws. Your accountants are following your numbers. Your accountants, there's no fluctuation. You either have $10 in the bank or you don't have $10 in the bank. They're not going to pretend you have $70 because that's outside the box. So that's why they tend to go towards those occupations. Now, the other thing that I'm going to tell you about are greetings. If you don't have one of the ways that we use to figure out a person's code, you may need to figure it out on your own. So I'm going to tell you some ways you can tell based off of greetings. If you meet somebody and they just put their hand out right away and they want to shake your hand, which may be a little different with COVID, but for the most part, people still do it because it's in their nature. That firm handshake, that traditional way of greeting someone is probably going to be a blueprint. And you'll see the difference as I go through with the other people. Next thing we're going to talk about are sales tips for, in this case, for the blueprint. If you have a blueprint customer, you want to be professional with them. You want to be very organized and you want to be on time. I want to give you a quick story. There was a person who was not a blueprint. She was actually in action. And she had been working with this person who was a blueprint, wasn't ready to do financial business with her. And finally, he called her and said, I'm ready to do business with you. She said, great, let's meet for lunch. We can sign the contracts and we'll jump right in. He said, great. Now, fast forward to the day of lunch. She's heading out there. She's got all her stuff. She's getting it ready. She runs into traffic. She gets there. She's about 10 minutes late. She had not called him. She puts her suitcase down. She reaches in to pull out the contracts. And the man says, before you go any further, I want you to know that I no longer want to do business with you. And she was like, well, what happened? And he said, you were late. And she said, she's like, I apologized. But the thing you got to know is she was late and she didn't call and communicate that she was going to be late. That was the first thing. But what the man said to her was, if this is how you treat me before you have my money, I can only imagine what it's going to be like after you have my money. And so I don't want to work with you. Now, if she had known this gentleman was a blueprint, she would have known not to dare be late. And if she was going to be late, to call and let him know that she was going to be late the minute she knew she was going to be late. She shouldn't have been late in the first place, but not with him. The other thing is that she didn't only lose his business and the relationship that they had for all those years, she lost all the people that he would have referred to her. So she figured that one moment of being 10 minutes late cost her millions of dollars because she was dealing in the high digits. So be professional, be organized, and be on time. You want to have a step-by-step plan that you can give them. Think about franchises. Franchises like McDonald's or I don't know, any franchise you can think of, In-N-Out. I'm thinking of food right now. It's getting close to dinner time for me. But franchises are boxes that says, here, if you do this, you can succeed. We've proven it this way, so all you need to do is follow that. It's a step-by-step process on how to do business, and a blueprint gravitates towards that because to them, there's less risk. They know how they can succeed. With a blueprint, you don't want to be too pushy and you don't want to exaggerate, because exaggeration is hard to believe and they're going to think that you're not telling the truth, and it's risky, and they're not going to risk you, especially when it comes to money. You want to stay within a budget. If a blueprint tells you we have a $50,000 budget, don't go 51,000. If you went 45,000, that would be better because you're saving them $5,000 and it makes sense. So be aware that that's what you should do with them. Other sales tips are to have your facts straight or resources in place so that you can show them proof to back up your claim. You want to just show them a system for success. As I said, franchises are great for that as an example, just to keep it in your mind. And you want to minimize the risk of them getting involved with you. So let's talk about likes of a blueprint. They like accountability, budgets, talked about that already. They like commitment, consistency, directions. They like discipline. They like discounts because they're saving money. They like people who do their due diligence. They like goals. They like guarantees. They like insurance. They like integrity, lists, loyalty. List is a big giveaway. If you see someone who they have a list for everything, they're probably a blueprint. One of my really good friends, until I knew this system, she was a list queen. It all made sense once I realized that she was a blueprint. Loyalty. Loyalty is important to them. They're loyal to you. They want you to be loyal to them because once there's that loyalty, you're safe. There's no risk because they know what to expect from you for the most part. Organizing, they like perfection. They like proven plans. They like punctuality. Again, early is on time for them. They like references because they want to know what your track record is. They like routines, savings. They like things in sequential steps, and they like track records. Now, on the flip side, there are things that they dislike. They dislike blame, not being responsible for things. They dislike carelessness and change. They don't like chaos. It stresses them out. They don't like clutter or danger. They can't stand debt. Credit cards to a blueprint or working out of the allotted amount of money is bad news with them. They don't like delays. Over-deliver and under-promise and over-deliver with them. If you say you're going to have it there in 2 weeks, get it in a week. They'll love that. If you're late, just like being late to a meeting, late and delivering with them is bad news. They don't like disorder. They don't like exaggeration. They don't like instability at all. Makes them totally nervous. They don't like interruptions or irresponsibility. They're not into jokes, very serious. Doesn't mean they can't joke because they do have other codes in them, but for the most part, not into jokes. Don't like missing deadlines, late. They don't like overspending. They don't like paying interest. It's a waste of money because you're paying more money than you should have been paying in the first place. They don't like risks. They don't like rule breakers. Their whole world is designed to keep rules. You could say rules are made to be, if you're blueprint, you said kept. If you're not a blueprint, you probably said broken or stretched or some version of that. Blueprints would not say that. They don't like surprises. They don't like tardiness. They don't like things that are unclear. They need instructions so they'll know exactly what to do and won't veer off and get lost. They don't like your unreliability, and they don't like waste. Clues that you're working with a blueprint are you can look at their dress. They're professionally dressed and it's very conservative. They're going to have your grays and your blues, your basic blues, or whatever's acceptable and has been acceptable for a long period of time, not the latest trends. Conservative, organized, punctual. As I said, early is on time for them. Formal, clean, articulate, not saying that the others aren't, but these are just clues. They're polite and respectful. They will show you their credentials, or they'll be looking for those credentials. They're thrifty. They want to get a bargain. 2 for 1 is all for them. Money back guarantee, all over that because there's no risk in it. It eliminates it for them. If they're really focused on their budget, could be a clue. Do they drive economical cars with high safety ratings? And I'm going to show you visual clues before we jump into the actions that you can take with them. You can see here there are folders. Being organized gives them a sense of calm. If they come to your office or your place of business, or you come to them and you're all disorganized, that's stressing them out. But you can look at how they have their office laid out or how their car is, and it's probably in order if they're a blueprint. You got Toyota and Mazda there, reliable, safe brands. There's no guess. They're not going to buy that just fresh off the idea car. They're going to wait and see and go with what's going to be safe and economical. Volvo, safe and economical. They like a sale. They like to save money. That's the piggy bank. And there's a picture in the bottom right of a wallet. They're going to be impeccable with their money, how they keep it, just how they live their life. Actions that you can take with a blueprint. Now, this isn't action as the red actions. These are just actions if you're working with a blueprint. Stick with the color there. Actions that you can take. You want to appear more professional and organized, or just be professional and organized. If you're not, because that's just not your wheelhouse, but this is something that is really important, then you need to do whatever you need to do to get your act together. It may even help you. You never know. You want to show up on time, 15 to 30 minutes early. Now, some people, especially if you're in action, you're probably rolling your eyes. That's going to kill me. I'm going to waste time, because you don't want to waste time. We'll get to the actions in a minute. But with them, you want to be 15 to 30 minutes early. An example, some person said that they organize all their client files and put them in a file box in their car. And then they carried that file box in with them. And that when their clients saw how organized they were, they chimed in on that. Color coding, Post-it notes, all kinds of stuff. They love it. They'll eat it up. Okay, so that's the blueprint. Now let's get into the actions. The actions, if you recall, the color is red. These people are the movers and shakers, in the millionaire makers. They've got a lot of energy. It's like they drank a Red Bull. They like the red carpet pulled out for them. As you can see, there's a speaker on there because they like to be the center of attention, the spotlight. The values for the actions are they like freedom, flexibility, spontaneity, action, opportunity, excitement. Hate to be bored. They like attention. They like stimulation. They like competition. They like winning. They like having fun. They like image. And occupations that go with the actions are actors, athletes, salespeople, public speakers, entrepreneurs. Their greeting, the blueprints was a handshake. The actions is a high five or a fist bump. Or even now when we're not supposed to be touching, that's an elbow bump or kicking your foot. It's something that's fun. It's not that same old boring thing. It's high action. So let's look at the sales tips with the action people. You want to be cool and dressed to impress. Now, don't go out and break your bank trying to get some high-end clothing and high-end cars. That might be over the top for you, and that may not work for you. In working with people who are actions, they said, you know, I don't expect people to have the nicest things. I'm the one that has the nicest things because I care about it, but I want them to look good because I'm with them. It's you're making them look good. So you want to be cool and dressed to impress with them. You want to be excited and enthusiastic because that's how they're living. They want to be excited about products. Their whole life is about being excited and their cutting edge things and how they look and who all is involved. Skip the small talk with them. They don't want to talk about the weather. The weather is a big yawn for them. And they also don't want to chit chat. Just get to the bottom line because time is money. Money is time. So movers and shakers, just going, and have a sense of urgency with them. Also, sell the sizzle, the lifestyle, and the dream. You know, this is the latest housing craze or whatever it is. I don't know what your market is, but you can pick any market you have, and I'll tell you in a minute an example in the real estate industry. You don't want to overload them with details. You just want to give them the quick ins and outs. If you have a whole long contract that they have to go through before they can work with you, you're probably going to lose them. Or you can say, look, these are the 3 bullet points on this. It says that I'm going to protect your privacy, that you're not going to steal my ideas, that if this happens, we'll do this, but we're going to have you win. Maybe saying steal their ideas is not the thing you want to highlight with them because that'll probably turn them off. But basically, just hit the high points. They're going to sign it and say, let's just get to it. I already picked you. They've chosen to work with you already. So just get through that paperwork. They don't need all the graphs and the information about whatever you're going to sell them and the history of it. They don't care about it. You want to introduce them to other successful A personalities, other actions, people who have done well. Actions like to hang out with actions. They don't like to hang out with other people. Now, what actions like? They like beauty. They like the bottom line. They like celebrity endorsements. If there's a celebrity that you can connect them with, or who has used your product or has benefited from whatever you're using, let them know that. If Tiger Woods is wearing your shirt, let them know Tiger Woods wears this thing. Okay, well, definitely want to do that, whatever it may be. Confidence. They love confidence. They love credit. I don't have the money, but I want that right now. Charge it. That's all about them. They like designer brands. They like entertainment. They like expensive cars. Now, I talked about be who you are, but there are people who, knowing that they were, I'm going to give you two real estate examples. There was a person who was trying to sell a high-end $1 million home, more than multiple $1 million home, to somebody as a real estate agent. And they went to a rental company and rented a Mercedes so they could drive their client around in a Mercedes and show them different homes. Now, that wasn't them being fake. It just went with what they were working with this patient. Again, I'm from the hospital setting, so I say patient a lot. They were working with this client and it was high end, so Mercedes worked. They weren't going to drive around in a Toyota. Nothing wrong with the Toyota, but driving that client around in the Toyota versus driving them around in that Mercedes had a different effect. So just be aware. They like expensive cars. They like driving them. They like fame, fashion, fortune. Now, to some of you, these things may seem shallow. They're not shallow. It's just how they live. They like that lifestyle. If that's not your lifestyle, that's fine, but recognize it, especially if you're trying to sell to an action. Because if you can't get into this, then you're probably not going to be selling to an action. And that may be okay with you. But if you want to sell to an action, these are the things you need to be aware of. They like fortune, as I said. They like games. If you're a manager and you have a team of actions and they're not producing, come up with a game. Say, okay, the first person to close 3 sales, you're going to get, I don't know, $300, whatever it is. You can make it up. When you make it a game, it's fun for them. It's not the same old, same old. Think outside the box, because that's what the actions are doing. They like glamour, incentives, luxuries, parties, power, prizes, recognition, results. They like speed. Everything's fast for them. They like travel, variety, and they like the VIP treatment. What they dislike is they dislike being bored. That's why I say make it fun, make games out of it. They don't like bosses. You're probably not a boss for an action for most people, because if they're really connected with who they are, they're an entrepreneur. They are their own boss. They're not having to answer to somebody. Sometimes that's not the case, and then they're like locked in this body and they have bosses and they hate it. But if you know and recognize that they're in action, then you can work with them so that that's not such a hook in their craw. They don't like boundaries. They don't like budgets. Blow budgets out of the world. They don't like curfews. My son is in action. He hates curfews, and the way that I can work things is with his curfew. His curfew gets older if he doesn't follow the rules that we set in the house. He hates that, but he understands it. And because he hates that, he'll do what he needs to do to be able to stay out later. Details, instructions, jobs. They don't like jobs. They want to be their own boss. Limits, losing. They can't stand losing. They're competitive. They like to win. Losing means that second place is first place loser for them. They don't like paperwork. They don't like planning. They don't like punctuality. They're the last to the party because they're like, the party starts when I get here. You're like, you're at work. You're not at a party. It's everywhere. It's just how they're built. They don't like repetition, routines, rules, saving, schedules, silence. Can't stand silence. It's like deafening to them. They don't like speeding tickets, but they get them because they drive and move fast. They don't like tattletales. They don't like time clocks. They don't like unnecessary meetings. They'd rather just poke their eyes out, and they hate waiting, which is why they're the last one there, because then they don't have to wait for anybody. Clues that you're dealing with in action, they're dressed to impress. They look impeccable. Even if it's not the designer labels, they're dressed to the nines. They do like designer labels. Look for bling, flashy money, the cash. As I said, my son is an action. He wants to have the best costume at Halloween. He'll spend whatever money he has earned in his job to pay for the shoes that are going to match it so that he's the perfect. Last year it was Miles Morales for Spider-Man. So he got the best costume, which is what he wanted. He won that competition. They're animated, they're loud, they're fast, they're attention seeking. You'll know when an action walks in the door. Everybody knows an action. It's like, oh yeah, everyone knows Cedric. Cedric comes in, the room lights up, everyone's smiling around him. They love being around him. Let's see, they're unorganized sometimes, unless it's to impress somebody. They're energetic, they have great hygiene, probably have that fancy perfume or cologne that they love. You may hate it, but they love it. They smell amazing. They drive expensive cars. They love exclusivity. Okay, this is the example I was going to talk to you about real estate. Their real estate agent who recognized this action couple that came in was showing them the different homes, and she said, you know, there's a listing that is supposed to come on next week. I can call and see if we can get in and get you to see it before it goes on. She made a couple calls and was able to get the keys so they could go in and see the house, and they bought in that moment. Is that exclusivity, being able to do things that other people aren't able to do. They love that. If you can make it happen, you're likely to get yeses from them. Let's see. Celebrity name drop I've already talked about with my Tiger Woods example. So visual cues, certain glasses, high-end glasses, Louis Vuitton, the American Express black card, Tiffany box, all this high-end stuff, a Mont Blanc pen, that's a Rolex, but maybe it's an Hublot watch. My favorite, I love that car up there, the convertible Bentley, hot car. Anyways, you all have a little interaction in you. It may be hiding in there, but you have it. Don't lie. Okay. All right. So actions that you can take with actions. As I said earlier, you want to stay cool and dress to impress. What designer brands can you wear to an appointment? Now, there are things like Ross, TJ Maxx, different places like that, Marshalls. They have high-end clothes where you can get them at, don't break your bank costs, or invest in one nice suit, and that's the suit that you're wearing when you're going to these meetings. What can you do to be more cool with your clients? Just ask yourself that. Okay, so now let's get into the nurturing. The nurturing. The nurturing, they're the recyclers of the box, if you were in my keynote speech there. If you weren't, let me just tell you about them. So the blueprints are inside the box, the actions are outside the box, the nurturings recycle the box and look at how can this take care of other people besides how I'm using it. Sunflower, the yellow, to say that these are the people that are the heart of gold. They love other people love them. Their values are, they value relationships, authenticity, personal growth, significance, teamwork, involvement, community, charity, ethics, harmony, morality, and contribution. And occupations for nurturings tend to be nonprofit organizations, nurses, social workers, life coaches, volunteers. These are the type of occupations that nurturing people gravitate to, because if you look at all those things, they make a difference for people. I'm a nurturing, it's my top thing. I like to make a difference for people. It shows up differently than other people, but that's what's important to me. I teach people with bank tools to give them what they need to make a difference so they can be successful in their lives, so they can be successful in their relationships. That's what draws me the most. What this does for relationships is mind-blowing, and it's why I give so much of my time to it. Our greeting, I'll speak our because I'm a nurturing, is we like to hug. Now, 2020 has wiped out the hug practically. That's okay. If you'll notice, because I've noticed this of late, people have their masks on, but they still get that hug in. Or if you're in business and it's not appropriate to hug, which pre-COVID or not, that was the case. If you reached out to shake their hand, they would shake your hand, but they would hug your hand with theirs. Or they'd reach up and touch your forearm or touch your shoulder. It's that connection. They value touch in that kind of greeting. Sometimes you may not be someone who likes a hug, but they're going to say, I'm a hugger, and they're going to come in and take that hug or try to take that hug. That's your clue you're working with a nurturing person. Now, sales tips with the nurturing people. They like a good cause. I'm going to use the example of Apple. Apple, they sell all kinds of stuff, phones, iPads, iPhones, you name it. They have a specific product in the iPhone realm called Product Red. If you're not familiar with it, it's Product Red. I don't know how it's in there, but red is in parentheses. And basically, for every one of those products that Apple sells, they send money to AIDS research, HIV and AIDS research. Now, for nurturing, that's a double win. If I buy this product and it sends money to somebody, I love that. People who know the bank system will say, for every for every house that we sell, we're going to donate this amount of money to this charity. To a nurturing person, that's huge, because whatever they're doing is making a difference for somebody else. So they like that. When I was younger and working in the hospitals as an intern, I used to wear ties at the children's hospital, but I wore ties that were Save the Children ties, because I knew that every tie that I bought, money was going to support kids, children's research, and keeping them healthy and feeding them and things like that. So a good cause, nurturings love that. We love approval, authenticity. We can tell when you're being fake. Nurturing people buy with their gut and feel with their gut. They can tell where people are coming from. And if you're being fake, not interested, don't want to play. They like charity, children, counseling, diplomacy. It's got to be fair. In our world, fair is important. It may not be important in your world, but it is for a nurturing person. Empathy, encouragement, good eye contact. If you go in there with shifty eyes and it looks like you're trying to figure something out, they're going to wonder what you're up to. Faith is important to nurturing. Familiarity and family. Fresh flowers. Flowers, that's kind of an interesting one. I think everybody likes flowers on some level. Friends, helping. Inspiration, love inspiration. Intimacy, being close. Sharing things like personal secrets, or trusting someone and telling them things that you wouldn't tell people normally. They love love. We love love. Nature, peace, referrals, support, and as I said, touching. What nurturings don't like, they don't like arguments. They don't like being left out. They don't like bullies. They don't like getting the cold shoulder. That hurts to get the cold shoulder. Talk to me. Let me know what's going on. Dead flowers. There's a flower thing. Who likes dead flowers unless they're hung up? What your nurturing will probably do is hang them up so they die, but then it's a memento. That's a purposeful dead flower. Deceit. Dictators, can't stand it. Disagreements. Nurturing doesn't like nurturing. Now, if you're in business and you have nurturings there, be aware that they're nurturing. And then if there's something that's a conflict, you need to look at how can I make this a safe space for them to bring a potentially conflictual idea forward, because you need to know how to work with them with that. They don't like doing the wrong thing. They can't stand egos or failure. Fraud is horrible with them. They don't like greed or immorality. They don't like insincerity or lies. They don't like to be lonely, don't like manipulation or materialism. Politics, they can't stand it. They'll steer as far away from that. So sometimes you may not have nurturings in your leadership positions, but they may want to be that leader, but they're going to have to learn how to play that political game. So just be aware of it. That doesn't mean they're not politicians, because a lot of nurturings are politicians, but they don't like the politics in the bad sense. Rude behavior, selling tactics, tension, and unfair treatment are the things they dislike. Clues are they talk in loving tones. They're softer. They're not as aggressive in how they talk. Always touching your shoulder, as I said. They give hugs. They're positive and happy. They wear soft colors. They dress comfortably. They're happy. They're cheerful. They don't necessarily let you know they're having a bad day. They wear flowers or costume jewelry. Actually would not be wearing costume jewelry. I don't know that I could recognize costume jewelry unless it's big and gaudy, but if you're a jewelry person, costume jewelry is something that's going to be a clue. They're very friendly, very talkative, very helpful, thoughtful. My daughter is a nurturing. She can hear that somebody needs something and she'll run and get it before they even know that they have it. Kind of like the Steve Jobs talked about, Apple wanted to give people something that they didn't even know that they need. Nurturing would be like, oh, that's so thoughtful of you to think that I'm going to need this and to think ahead for me. They drive family cars, and again, they maintain eye contact. They talk to you and really listen to you, and you feel heard with them. Now here, there's a piece of pie. It's not apple pie. That looks like it's a raspberry pie, but it's pie. It's something to share with each other. There are flowers. Those are the fresh ones. A little teddy bear, families. You got your Volkswagen, your Subaru safe family cars, or even a family wagon. You got tea, but the focus there is not the tea as much as the 4 cups. It's something for everyone to share. And then there's the Hug Me t-shirt. So sales tips with nurturings. You want to be authentic and genuine. Here's the thing. If a nurturing can't afford what you have to offer, that's fine. Their currency is people. They may have all kinds of relationships with people who can afford what you have to offer, and they can connect you with them. But if you're inauthentic and you're not genuine, they don't want anything to do with you, and they're definitely not going to refer people to you. Show them that you care more about them than you do about money. I'm going to give you another brief example. There was a man who someone was trying to sell him life insurance. And so a friend of his said, hey, I've gotten into this life insurance company. I want to sell you a policy. And he's like, I'm willing to listen. And so she connected him with her partner, and he listened and was not interested. It was actually turned off. What it was he was a nurturing, and the lady talking to him was an action. She was interested in closing the sale, wasn't really listening to him. And he was like, They scheduled a couple of meetings so he could get more information, But ultimately he was a no. And he said, not right now. This isn't the time, which is kind of like, when you hear that, it's just like, I just spent all this time just to get a no from you. Now, his friend touched base with him about 2 months later and said, hey, I just wanted to touch base with you. Have you thought any more about the life insurance policy? And he's like, yeah, tell me more. I wasn't really thrilled with what I heard. I don't know if I need it because I have some policy already through work. What do you have? So she sat down and she talked to him. He, as I said, had other policies, and he was going back and forth, and he took the policy that his friend had and he took it to his other agent, and then his agent came back, and then he was kind of torn. Nurturing, doesn't want to create tension. He wasn't sure what to do. So his friend said, you know what? Forget me, forget him. What's going to work for you and your family? That's what's important, which is what he needed to hear, because she, as his friend in that moment, stopped, and it wasn't about her. It was about him. She cared about him. She cared about more about him and getting what was going to work for him and his family than she did about closing the sale. So she won him in that moment, and he purchased it. So that is huge. And introduce them to your team and get them connected with others in the group. So she introduced this man to her partner, but it was the wrong partner. That partner wasn't the one to sell to him. But include them. It's part of the family. Be interested in what's going on with them. Remember what it is. I notice when I go to the dentist, I haven't been to the dentist for a while, but they remember that last time I was in there, I did X, whatever it was. Take notes. If there's a long period of time where you're not talking to your clients, or you talk to them frequently, keep notes if you can't do it up here, so you know what's going on in the world. Be interested, especially if they're nurturing. Talk about the cause that you're passionate about and how that can make a difference for them. And then if you're into it, give them a big hug. They're going to love that. Maintain good eye contact. We've talked about that. And then actions to take with the nurturing are, you want to show authenticity and genuine. Be genuine. Be interested in what's going on. Don't just fake it with them. Be true with them. Ask yourself, how can you be more real and authentic with them? That may be a stretch for you, but it's going to work for them. And then focus on being present with them. Put your phone away, put your emails away, just be there with them. Give them your time during your appointment and really listen to them and what's going on. All right, in our last few minutes, we're going to talk about the knowledge. Green, because of the matrix. Green, because of the Excel spreadsheets. Their values are, they like learning, intelligence, logic, self-mastery, technology, research and development, science, universal truths, expertise, competence, accuracy, and the big picture. Their occupations are, they're engineers, scientists, programmers, analysts, and researchers. The greeting that we jokingly say works for them is Spock. You just say, live long and prosper. Actually, what it is you could give them a business card. A business card is safe because you don't have to necessarily touch to interact with them. They don't like to touch. They don't like you to touch them, and they don't like to touch you. I had a friend who went to a Microsoft convention for 5 days. He said that he noticed that not one person shook hands. They all just handed cards. No one touched him the entire time. Room full of knowledges. So with knowledges, it's important that you are aware, you're smart, and you know your information. Don't make stuff up with them. Tell them the facts. Stick to the facts. Have resources and documentation. Give them more information than you think anybody would want, because that's what they want to know. You want to provide it to them so that they can study it, and then they can make the decision for their own. Stay logical in your approach with them, and don't get overly emotionally excited. Knowledges can't stand drama, touching, anything that's emotional. That's not them. They just want to just get the job done and learn some stuff. That's what's important to them. Be able to debate and defend your product, whatever you're offering, with your service, your business, whatever. And if you have someone who knows more than you, bring them along as an expert. They're going to appreciate that. Allow them to do their own research. Tell them where they can go and find out more information about you or your product, because they're going to go and do it. And if you tell them about it ahead of time, you beat them and they feel like you're giving them the information. The main thing is you want to give them as much information so that it's a no-brainer for them to act. And then give them time to think about it. They're going to sell themselves. You're not going to sell them. Stay within a budget. They care about a budget because it makes sense to spend money, not because, like the blueprint, they want to save money. They just want the logical approach to buying whatever it is that they're going to buy. Their likes are they like analysis, charts and graphs, consumer reports. They like data, documentation, experts, facts, formulas, gadgets, higher education, information, innovation, logic, maps, peer journals, proof, puzzles, research and development, science fiction, software strategy, studies, technology, and wit. They're crazy witty because they're constantly thinking. They got a lot of information up there. They dislike automatic recommendations. So if you buy something from Amazon and it says people who bought this also bought this, they can't stand that. Blanket statements. All of our customers are blank. They're going to poke holes in that because that's not true. It doesn't logically work for them. They don't like celebration. They don't like celebrity endorsements. They don't like chit chat. They don't like drama and emotion. They don't like excessive praise, excitement, ignorance, incompetence, lack of documentation, networking, poor listening, public speaking, recognition, role playing, shortcuts, social media buzz, social mixers, speculation, stupidity, touching, unsubstantiating evidence. They don't like any of that. And I'm rushing because we're running out of time here. Clues about them is that they're quiet, often lost in thought. They like gadgets and they have them. They do techie talk. They're wallflowers. They have complicated conversations. Technical reading. They share their expertise. They love to tell you what they know. Wardrobe malfunction. They may have polka dots or stripes because fashion is not their thing. They drive electric cars. They're always reading. They may play chess. And they'll have gadgety cars. They'll like things like that. Let me just jump in here. Actions to take with them. Come across as smart and knowledgeable. Look at what you can study to make sure you're the subject matter expert on your materials, and what are the most important talking points that you need to master them. Once you know what their code is, then you can work with them. Thank you for your time. I hope this was useful for you. Have a great convention.
Hello, great day. How is everyone? My name is Valerie M. Rodriguez. I'm financial strategist of VMR International Inc. I've actually been in business since 2004, self-employed entrepreneur, actually starting my journey out from the car business, learning how to read credit, going into real estate. Today, I'm actually a real estate broker, who was in the residential firm and actually shifted into the commercial firm. And this was something that was super powerful in 2015. As you guys know, after 2008, this crash in the market, which shook us up, was something that was so pivotal. So now, fast forward to where I'm at with teaching financial literacy, simply because I learned that there was so much money that I came into and so much money that I actually realized that I wasn't holding on to. So I had to figure out why that was. And that's the story of a lot of us. I know we all have something in common, and that is the fact that we all know how to make money. But how to keep money is a different story. So when it comes to keeping money, what I realized was that I was going to have to go back to the books, my own books, meaning, because I am a college graduate. In 2012, I graduated from John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and my major was in forensic psychology, but I actually obviously didn't pursue that. Hence why, like I said, I just understood that I had to, one, work for myself. It was something that was just ingrained in me from me out of nowhere. I don't even know where, because my mom and dad were on a whole different trajectory. My mom is a hard worker. Kudos to her. All developed women who are, single moms who are working hard, doing it like myself. I'm also a single mom. I definitely give it up to you guys, because together we are so powerful and strong. But back to where my dad was another lifestyle. He was actually a street guy who I didn't learn much of the street aspects of things from. However, it could have been beneficial. But guess what? Going from living lavish to going into a shelter in his later years. And that just hit me hard, because I realized that as I didn't know much about him, but having to be able to, still be there for him and do the things that I had to do, I also realized that he wasn't going to be someone who I could bank on leaving a legacy, but rather a mess. So that's the difference in where we are today in making the decision and having that shift to be resourceful, being resourceful for ourselves and being resourceful for one another. So that's why it hit me so hard that I knew I had to create this new division of my business entity to be able to teach people financial literacy. Hence where I'm at now. Since 2018, I've been licensed. I'm actually licensed in 50 states. And this is something that I love, because I'm able to not only make the change for myself, having learned about so many different things and understanding money and how to become my own bank, was simply so that I could be able to change the trajectory for my daughter. Now, I didn't want her living the same lifestyles that I had came from. You've heard of that family curse. Exactly what it is. It's simply habits being passed down from one generation to the other. So if you know better, then you know you can do better. So simply the difference is just, like I said, becoming resourceful and understanding that we ourselves are the bank. Because think about it. What exactly is a bank? They're able to give us money, right? It's a lending institution for you to be able to borrow money from them and also obtain credit. And also what? It's nothing really that special that you couldn't do. It's just a matter of becoming resourceful and becoming able to understand how to take yourself from out of that, which is just a system that's been created for us to follow, just like any herd of sheep, right? You too can do what they do. So you have to then understand that it's just a mindset. So for me, it was that mindset shift and understanding the rules of money, and also understanding that the biggest thing was this was a game of money. And the game of money that I didn't understand until I actually read Tony Robbins' Master Money, Master Game. I'm sure you guys heard of that book before. So there were so many other books that I learned, and I started to just break open my brain and change my perception and change my mindset. So if you are someone like myself who didn't learn about money from school and wasn't learning about it from home, then you know that there were some things that you're going to have to do. And it's work, it is. But you're either going to sacrifice now and go to work, or you're going to sacrifice later and pass down the same old habits, which I know that's not what I wanted. So I know that's not what you want either. So it is absolutely a mindset shift. And why I'm big on self-development. Personal development is something that I do actually branding myself and calling myself Miss Self-Development, for the reason that I know it's hard work to work on yourself, but it's so easy to just sit there and go through the steps of what the system is created for us. And you sit there and watch television and it gets into your head and it's all subliminal messages to benefit who? Not you, it's to benefit them. So what are we going to do? We have to do something different to shake up the system and shake up our system, rather, right? It's in our DNA. And it's just that, like I said, mindset shift to creating different habits that are going to benefit us, being mindful and mindful habits that are going to work for us. And so the difference on why you rely on the bank so much is simply because you don't have the discipline to create and teach yourself how to operate like a business. Operate like a business and understanding, treating yourself of an asset. You are an asset and you yourself are a business. And they know that. But these systems have been created so that we can definitely just undermine ourselves, follow the system so that they can show us that they need us. We need them. We do not, because they need us. They actually need us. It's really, if you think about it, it's so funny because they need our money. The banks doesn't have any money, so they need our money. So one of the things that really rubbed me wrong was when I went over my accounts in the past and I saw even overdraft fees. You ever gotten one of those? It's the most demising feeling. You feel disrespected. I do. And when I realized I did research, they did over $35 billion in overdraft fees. Where do you think that benefited? Where do you think they put that money? Benefited them. So you absolutely have to start thinking about the things and the decisions that you're making with your money and try to make that shift to understand that you yourself are a business and you are a bank. I'll tell you a funny story real quick. I was in kindergarten and I actually received $100. Remember, if any single parent or any parents, sorry, I'm all in my single parent mode, but any parents that knows their kids every year would get that candy sale form and you'd have to go out and help your kids sell candy. So my sister's father's friend actually gave me $100. I must have thought I was the bank because my little boyfriend in kindergarten called me out the window when the ice cream truck came, and I literally threw that $100 out of the window. So I must have thought I was a bank, right? I know, crazy. I got in trouble, but the one thing that was so pivotal that I now can take back is thinking back on what was my mindset then and what was the perception that I took from that. I actually thought about it and I'm like, all right, one of my affirmations is that money comes to me freely and easily. I want you to say that too. Money comes to me freely and easily. If you tell yourself that, it's just a tweak, it absolutely will. So with that incident that happened and I got in trouble for, what happened was my perception with money, it didn't shift from there because I got beat, but I didn't know why I got beat. I didn't know what I did wrong. I'm thinking like, hey, money came to me freely and easily, and I have freedom to do what I want with that money. So if I want to throw it out the window to my boyfriend, then I just do that, right? You think about it, it sounds foolish, I know. But if you fast forward it to today, how many people are just like that 5-year-old that I was, throwing money out of the window every single day? That is most of us. So it's all about what we saw when we were growing up and what we took from it, that perception that skews our thinking and following those same habits. But if we know we actually go back and think on things, we can make the shift. So it starts with the source. So I want you to ask yourself, what was your experience with money when you were growing up? What was your first experience like? And what were you taught? Were you told that money doesn't grow on trees? Were you taught those type of things, those colloquial things that, your parents would tell you and beat you for different things or whatever it was the case? There's so many of them. But I just want you to know that it started from there. So money is energy. That was one of the shifts that happened for me, that I understood that money was energy. And when I say that, if you want to create more income or whatever it is that you want to have more money for, you basically have to embody that in energetically, raising your frequency. Understanding practical knowledge is one aspect of it. So as I teach practical knowledge on financial literacy, yes, it's important, but it's even more important for you to grow your mindset so that you can actually start to align. And when you align with that, there's nothing that can take you down, right? So let's start aligning, growing our mindsets, and actually becoming that which we are, which we know we are, really deep down, because there's so much, right? I definitely want to share with you this quote. And it was something that was so powerful that I had came across, right? The goal of the elite is to lure the people to surrender all of their rights in return for benefits, privileges, and feelings of security and safety. That's powerful. But John Adams and Benjamin Franklin said that he who surrenders essential liberty for the feeling of a little security and deserves neither liberty or safety. So you just think about that. And that's exactly how the system procures and how they think, because you're giving up so much for a little when you can have so much more. So much more. It costs you just to basically work on yourself, personal development, practical knowledge, being resourceful, and asking proper questions to see what is actually serving you and analyzing where that's going to get you. Because that's something that we don't do. We're just, like I said, following the herd. And that's just something that I will do no more of. And so this is why I am so adamant about doing what I do and growing and continuously growing, because it never stops, right? You'll be making $30,000 one year, just like Tony Robbins. He went from making $30,000 to $1 million in a single year. Can that be? Absolutely. I've seen it. You know, I don't talk about money much because it's really, I don't say, the people who say it's not important, it's close to air, but it's what is important to you. It's the value that comes with that dollar. Okay. For me, it's my time. And that's why I don't like to sell my time for dollars. But I do put out time because it's a value for me to be able to educate and expand, because there's this oneness. So that's just the difference, okay? So let's start thinking differently. Let's start creating better habits. And let's start putting our money where the banks put their money and not rely on them. And I am Valerie M. Rodriguez, and this is my message. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya Hardy. I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here to let you know people with disabilities need love too. Do you know why I'm saying that? Because I have a disability. Do you know what else? I took control of my life and found success through loving myself. I was diagnosed with a learning disability as a young girl. I couldn't read very well, and my comprehension was very bad. I got teased in school and in the neighborhood. Can you imagine how a young girl would feel growing up in this situation? I know many people had experienced this too. Even though I had a learning disability, I kept going. One thing I needed most was love. At the age of 17, I was still searching for love, so I started to rebel by disrespecting myself and my body. I rebelled by staying out late, skipping school, and as a normal teenager, tried some drugs, also being sexual active. The reason why I was rebelling, because I was trying to hurt my mom and then realized I was only hurting myself. because I thought she didn't love me. This is why I told you earlier, people with disability needs love too. These choices that damaged my thinking and made me go into deep depression. At the time, the doctors prescribed me some medication for my deep depression. Also, when I got the medication in me, it made me open up a little better, but the side effects also made me gain weight and make me sleepy. The doctors at the time prescribed me medication, even though it let me open up a little better, but the side effects made me gain weight and sleepy. Can you imagine how that can affect my education? While I was in school in Atlanta, in high school, my teachers doubted me, lost confidence in me. I relocated in New York City with my grandparents. Also, the schools in New York City, the teachers doubted me, but I graduated with a Regents diploma. Despite all this setback, I was determined to make it. I knew I had to love myself first. I'd like to share with you my 5 tips to my journey to get to self love. Tip number 1, set positive boundaries. Setting positive boundaries are have a plan, what you want to do in your life, what you want out of life, and what you want to become. What's your purpose in life? Tip number 2, change your environment. Like I say, I changed my environment. It was the happiest thing. Change my environment helped me guide me to love myself because my grandparents took me in. I was stable, I was loved, and they believed in me. Changing my environment helped me. It can help you because changing your environment, moving forward, can help you by letting go your setback, what was holding you back, where you were doing negative things, wasn't feeling comfortable in your inner self. Tip number 3: surround yourself with positive energy. I talk to myself positive, give me life, self talk, self affirmation. My favorite was I am beautiful, I am smart, I don't care what people say. Tip number 4: improve your circumstances. With all that, I wanted more. I over I overcame my learning disability and I own my own business. I'm a mommy entrepreneur. Find something in life to make you happy and pursue that, your dream. Tip number 5: just get started. Getting started means I didn't wait till someone to tell me I love me. I start loving myself and realizing I am more than a conqueror and I am a woman that can face anything through self by loving myself. Self love means to me is very important. It's the best love because you can face obstacles in life when people talk down on you, even people that are important, like a teacher or a family member, thought you nobody. But look at me. I own my own business and I am on the BlackCEO Iconic Conference. Thank you for listening to me. And you can find me at on Facebook, Tanya Hardy. My Instagram is melody.sexexpert. Now my new business I have is desire underscore sex underscore doula. That means I can help through women during postpartum, after birth, or during birth for embracing their confidence through sexuality, feminist, or and finding their feminist divine. I find mine. I hope you find yours. Thank you. Bye. My name is Tanya Hardy. I'm a self love coach. I hope you're able to watch my talk on self love. I went into details about my journey dealing with learning disability and how it affects how I love myself. Today, in my workshop, I was going into a little deeper on self love. So let's get started on the introduction of Tanya Hardy, Iconic Workshop. My title is Self Love Secrets to Healing Your Inner Self Scars. My two business as Tanya Beauty Supplies, and Bedroom Candy by Tanya. Tanya Beauty Supplies is for self-care, boost your self-care, your self-esteem. Once your self once your self-care and your self-esteem is together, now you can work on your confidence as sexuality. I do bedroom candy. That's help with empowering women in positive sex skills, empowering safe sex as well. Now, let's get to the learning steps of self love. First step is positive boundaries. It's teach positive boundaries teach us how to conquer the world. Once you set positive boundaries, it sets of positive impact of life. Self positive talk with self affirmation. You set that up daily during the day to get through our day. Help us guide us a peace of mind. So self positive, self talk, do it as soon as you get up in the morning. It sets your tone of the day. It helps you with guide your mind in peace, so you can think positive and make right choices. Forgive yourself. Once you forgive yourself, it's treating yourself. It's not good to treat yourself so hard. It can damage your mindset. When you're so hard on yourself, doubt yourself, and oh, I did bad. That's negative talk. We don't want that. It's damage your mindset. So always forgive yourself, because we fight to live another day. That's through self love, positive. You know, forgive yourself is moving forward, so you don't have setbacks of life. Once you move forward, you can't. You got to keep your eyes on the prize. Overcoming the darkness sides of you, it guides you to go forward with your life. Once you overcome the darkness side of you, you see a new aspect of life. Once you overcome the darkness sides of your soul or your spirit, it once because you have to know yourself to move forward and keep it positive. All right, another learning steps of self love is the best love. Once you have your self love, yourself is nothing can come between your inner thoughts. Once you have your self love, your inner thoughts, nobody cannot come between you and your inner thoughts. Like when people say negative things about you, you quit, say something positive about yourself. Once you quit to say something positive about yourself, you let nothing come between your thoughts of your mind, of you hold your own, how you think about yourself. You will not be easily broken. Some days you might have bad days, or in a relationship or a friendship, you can get back down, but you always can pick back up once you return back to your life. Because when you're so down, 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 you easily broken. You easily get your feelings hurt. In life, you have to overlook that and move on, because once you learn learn the steps of hardship and the hardness, everything is not easy. So you can't be easily broken. Self-love can guide you and make life easier. Once you love yourself, life can be easier, a little easier. You make your life choices. You make your own, like they said, as an example, you make your bed as you lie in. So your mindset, what you think is coming out of your body tone, your physical emotions, your physical everything, your language, your like everything's come in your body language. People don't have to see what you're thinking. They can know by your body language. So once you set the tone, head up, speak good about yourself, it guides you in a life path of a little easier life. Life is not hard, but you can fight through it through self-love. Knowing your real pleasure feels through intimacy. A lot of ladies want love through sex or pleasure, but you have to know the right pleasure of your of yourself. Because once you have self-love and that man respect you, or anything, or yourself, because you have you know, sex toys, single toys, or couple toys. So that's when my business come as bedroom candy, as an example. Positive sex, learn about sex education, knowing your pleasure, self-confidence in yourself. That's all comes in. Doing self-care brings care for your mind to your body also in the best of you. Self-care brings out the best of you. You look good, smell good about yourself. You always sets the tone of productive day. That's when Tiny Beauty Supplies, the Booster Self Care and CBD products, is help you relaxation, or it can help you with aches and pains. Like a lot of ladies doing a lot of self care in the herb. That's a positive way. Taking a herb bath, herb tea, CBD care. It boosts your care. It can also boost your self esteem. Doing facials, take time out to just enjoy life, enjoy yourself. You gotta learn how to enjoy yourself to before you have company, because you will know your own self. Because sometimes you don't have to have everybody around you. Just go out, enjoy yourself, take care of yourself. Aware of your personal needs. When I say be aware of your personal needs, be aware of your sexuality, your feminine confidence. That's all through self love. Knowing your self worth. When you know all your self love, and also knowing your loving yourself, bring out the self worth out of you. Know your worth. Don't set yourself cheap or short, because life is valuable. Loving is valuable, and love is free. So it's worthy of yourself. Also, health self education. You have to learn health self education. For once, health self education gives you the positive impact of sexuality or having sex, safe sex, positive. That's one thing, loving yourself. Like having mental partners or anything, that's not loving yourself. Learn how to wait, or know when to have sex when you're in a relationship. Knowing the healthy way of sex education, it helps you knowing the proper way of intercourse. The proper way of intercourse, smoothly, relaxation, know your fantasy, not just lust. Lust is not self-love. It's not. That's not worthy of your body or your mind. Fantasy is good to have because you're doing something, fantasizing what woman's, pleasure, good, safe sex of pleasure. Knowing your sexuality and your pleasure needs. You gotta know your wants, how you want to be touched, how you want to be loved. That's why it's good to know yourself, know your body, and know everything about yourself. Sex positive is an example of loving your body. Because once you have sex positive, loving your body, it sets the tone of someone else loving you and knowing that you are loved. Like there's a lot of like they say, love is blind. That's the way love is blind. Blind. It's that you don't love yourself, or you think the guy's good or anything, that he loves you. No, that's not it. You gotta know sex positive example. Explain of your body. Having a woman or a man orgasm by pleasing each other also helps release stress in your life. So sometimes women need a little boost, orgasm, or feeling that orgasm. And then sometimes, they used to say, as an example, men get it quicker than women. So sometimes the man has to learn how we want to be feel so we can release our stress through orgasm. That's very important. Orgasm is a part of life women needs in their life. Know how to, get that stress relief in life. Because all right, self-love activity. So now the activity is I'm gonna walk through the participates through creating a self-love vision board on Canvas. Self-love vision board brings out your vision about aspects of life. It gives you vision what love about yourself. All right. Step one, how to get a cabbie on. How to set a cabbie. How you gotta have to download the cabbies on the app, on a smartphone, or on the computer. So you can just type cabbie, and then it comes on the Google or whatever. And then once it's download, follow directions on the cabbies on the app. Plot your email and password to sign up, and then enter your cabbies. The cell, you see all types of tablets designs. So you're gonna go to that design of cabbage, says print portrait, and then click the blank tablets. You click the blank one, so you can download photos on your cell phone or computer. It's very easy, so you can see all step by step. You'll see it better once you do it by yourself. And I'm gonna show you an example of a cabbage should look like different types of pictures. For example, self-love vision board on a cabbie. All right, so one photo I would do. I love my girl tribe. I'm gonna pick one photo and make an example. That's a picture of my Lego Desire Sets Doula coach. I passed it on my birthday, so I was very excited. My birthday weekend, and I learned more about my sexuality. I learned about more feministly, and sexual drama. And I learned about other women going through other things just like me and how they overcame and how they want to empower other women just like me. I love my girl tribe. Yes. I love. I just love. I just love being a girl. Because we got so many. Because women are so respected. Even though we gotta learn how to respect ourselves. Because women out there hustling, being blessed, doing our things. What we need to do, be independent. We give birth as a mother as well. And some women cannot have babies, but they give birth of life as well, because it's different types of girl in this world. Mother, or just being a woman. A mother, a girl, love my girl tribe. It's the tribe of just being blessed as a girl, and to have a birth a daughter, birth another human as a girl in me. And that's the blessing of being a girl. Sometimes blessings being a girl is blessing to bring another girl in this world and teach them about self-love and teach them how to be a mother or how to be a woman in this world, to be respected. It goes a long way. And so the challenge I want to give you, a self-love challenge I challenge you to do a self-love photo shoot and write one word of self-affirmation about that photo. The deadline is April 30th, and you can email it to me, Tanya Hardy, TonyAHardy 88 gmail.com. So I'm a self-love coach. My name is Tanya Hardy, which I have a learning disability. I didn't let nothing stop me to love myself. I didn't let harsh judgment stop me either, to stop me. I empower women what I'm passionate about self-love. It's very important in life because it's like giving you a second chance in life. Self-love also give you air to breathe on in life. And also I'm an entrepreneur and I'm enjoying it. I love it. I'm having fun. And now I'm ready to meet new clients that need help in that path as a self-love. I am here to help you. So enjoy the rest of your day. And you can find me on Facebook on Tanya Hardy. Please give me your feedback and send me your self-love photo shoot at my email. And I challenge you to be bold, be fierce, be self-love. Be bold, be fierce, be self-love. Thanks to BlackCEO Iconic Conference for this opportunity. Have a blessed day.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Be Iconic conference. I am super excited to be spending the time with you and especially to speak to you about a topic that is dear to my heart. So my presentation today will be I am a billionaire and so are you, accessing your universal bank account. I am glad that you have decided to join me in this workshop today. And you are probably asking, who am I? I am a soul, purpose, and why consultant and coach. And what that means, it means that I work with you to guide you to unrealized potential. As we proceed in this workshop today, you will become more clear about what it is that you were born for. So sit tight, grab your pens and paper, because I know that there will be a few golden nuggets that you will want to take note of today. Now, what do I come to the table with? My unique value is that I am gifted and talented with the freedom to deeply connect with one's inner blueprint for success. And as I mentioned in the beginning, that gives me the opportunity to guide you to unrealized potential. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, what gives her the right to be claiming this? You see, my journey started back on the sunny island of Jamaica on the 11th of December, 1947. I am the daughter of James Clark and Leonora Scarlett. There were two humble farming people in a district called Painstown. In that community, we did not have so much of material things. However, the legacy that was handed down to me by my parents, I hold dear today. You see, I'm no stranger to adversity. I lost my mother at the tender age of 13 and a half. My mother was an asthmatic, and I used to stay home to be her nurse whenever she would have an asthmatic attack. That means I missed school many times. When it was time for me to go off to high school, I was not successful in the Jamaica Common Entrance exams. And for that reason, I did not qualify to go to high school. And because I did not pass the exam, my parents did not have the money to invest for me to go to a private high school. So I remained at the Carmel Primary School where I got my education. I sat for the first, second, and third Jamaica exams. And during the times when I was the nurse for my mother, during her asthmatic attack, I would climb up on that high bed, the four-poster bed. You know them now, they are the in-thing. But back then, they weren't an antique in-thing, but it was a tall bed. I climbed up on the bed and I knelt in the middle And when my mother would catch a breath of comfort, I would brace her chest against mine just so she would breathe more easily. And she would say to me, sweetie, one day you are going to be a good nurse. The only difference is going to be you'll be wearing a uniform, a cap, and you'll be getting paid. I'm sure you can remember, if you're as young as I am, you'll remember the days when nurses wore caps, apron, and white shoes. We were immaculately dressed. So, although Mama died when I was 13 and a half, the dream did not die with her. While she was still alive, the family had set aside and they were raising animals, pigs, cows, and goats that was to be sold for me to go to England to study nursing. But because of her death, I did not go to England, but the dream of nursing did not die with Mama. I was blessed to be trained as a nurse at the St. James Public Hospital in Montego Bay, Jamaica, West Indies. And up until this day, I've gone through many adversities. So from then, I have been learning the importance of my universal bank account. Even as a nurse, I knew I was different. I knew I was born for something special. Why? I love to talk. I always talk with my patients. I always want to know what's going on. To me, they were not just their diagnosis. I saw them as a human being. I saw them as a soul person where we could connect. So fast forward to today, where I am one that is walking in my why and my soul purpose. And as I proceed, you're going to learn more. So I am happy that I am able to share that little bit of my story with you. And I hope that this will trigger you to also start with your story. Everyone was born for a purpose, a special purpose. You go back to the conception and you are going to realize that the reason that you and I are blessed to be on this earth is because God our Father, the universe, had a special task that you and I were created for to solve. So I know sometimes that it might look like somebody's doing what you are supposed to do, but trust me, no one can do what you were born to do, because the reason that egg met with that sperm in your mother's uterus is because there was something special for you to solve. So I am telling you, go ahead, take a deep breath of relief, knowing that you are as unique when it comes to your purpose as you are unique with your fingerprint. So, yes, you were born for a special reason. Listen, we live in a society where there are so many people out there who are looking to talk us out of our why and calling. And many people go around and they avoid it. They go to school, they get degrees, they're miserable in the job. They don't know what to do. They sit down, they are confused because what? Everybody wants to be like the Joneses. People are telling you, why do you want to do this? Why do you want to do that? No one else ever succeeds at that. You need to be bold. You need to be unapologetic. You need to look them in their eyeball and say, guess what? I'll be the first to accomplish this. So don't let people talk you out of your calling. You might get frustrated. You might get confused, but I want you to make a commitment to yourself to say, I am going to accept my call, come hell or high water. Fear, feeling of not enough, negative self-talk, and a big one is imposter syndrome. When you think, oh no, I'm not good enough for that. You are a child of God. You are a child of the universe. You got to know that you are enough. When you came into this world, you had enough. So you are out of your state of confusion and you say, you know what? I'm going to invest in me. I am going to answer to my calling. And you said, what habits do I have to develop during this time of accepting this process? One of the things that I do is to adopt daily and early morning silence. Some people use that for meditation. Others use it for prayer. Another thing I'm going to encourage you to do is to, every night when you go into sleep, I want you to take a glass of water. And I want you to drink it first thing in the morning when you get awake. Water is an electricity for your body. So I want you to start off by drinking that 8-ounce glass of water that you have at your bedside from the night before. I want you also to develop your own affirmations. There are some amazing affirmations out there. However, I am here to tell you that when you develop your own and you speak them with power, it speaks to you and you can connect with that. So go around and create your own affirmations. I am beautiful. I am successful. I am loving. I am lovable. Whatever it is that speaks to you, journal them and write them down so you can start using them. Visualization. See your end from the beginning. Visualize what it is that you want to accomplish. Don't just sit around and say, oh, someday I want, and someday I want. What is it? Specify what you want and begin to visualize it. See it, taste it, smell it. Another beneficial thing when you begin to accept your calling is to begin to exercise. Whatever exercise is for you, might be walking, whatever. Some people do rigid exercise, treadmill and that. You know your body. Go with what works for you. And important, read. You would be surprised to know how many people has been sitting in my chair who does not own a library card. Hello? Reading will open up many doors for you. So start. I tell you, My car is a mobile library because for every hardcover book I buy, so long as there is an audiobook, I am buying that. And why? Before this pandemic, I always travel a lot. And what I do, I don't play the radio, I am reading books. And last but not least in that category, I want to encourage you to journal. Journal, 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 journal. For every book that I have written, and I have written 8 books so far, I always go back to my journal, and I was always able to pull a few chapters out of my journal. Here is one little secret I want to tell you. When you journal, I want you to date and time every entry in your journal. This way, when you go back, you will be able, excuse me, to see what has been repeating themselves. All right, moving right along. Here are some things that gets in the way of us answering our why and soul purpose. Doubt. Doubt is a big one. And you know why? Especially now that we are in the social media era, especially Instagram. People are on there, and you look on all the other folks on there, and you begin to compare yourselves with them. And you're thinking, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that. Stop it. Stop it. So instead of that, look in the mirror, look eyeball to eyeball, back at that person that is talking to you, and let that person know how adorable they are, how much you appreciate that person. Negative mindset is a big one that gets in the way. Once you accept your why and soul purpose, you got to modify your mind. Your mind holds all of the negativity and all the naysaying that people been saying to you. They get hold up in your mind. So you got to do everything and make sure your soul, your heart is overriding all of that negative saying from the naysayers. And listen to me, guys. Many of those naysayers are family members. Yes, we love them dearly, but let's call a spade a spade. Many of our family members are the biggest naysayers. So know that the minute you stepped up and you hold your hand up and you say, I am accepting my call, many of those who you think will be on your side will not be there for you. So, hey, make the decision that you are going to go it alone, because I'm here to tell you, the minute you begin to get more successful, guess what? I've heard this all the time. Oh, I always know you are going to be great. And all you do is smile and you wonder, am I really hearing right? In inferiority complex is another thing that will get in your way. Remember, you're worthy. You are unique. You're authentic. There is nobody else like you. Nobody else like you. And guess what? You decide you invest, you're getting a mentor, you getting into some groups, all of a sudden you understand what your why and soul purpose is. And what, guys, you're happy, you're excited, and you're telling yourself, listen, I am glad I did not allow anybody to talk me out of this. You are on your way to the promised land. Know that our why and soul purpose is not for everyone. It is also not for personal gain. We have to itemize how will our why and soul purpose benefit others. What's your focus and message? Are you excited when you think about your why and soul purpose? When you think of your why and soul purpose, would you do it 365 days a year, even if you didn't get a dime to do it? Know that our why and soul purpose is not for financial gain. You can't be saying, I'm doing this because it brings me a lot of money. Because as I get down further, you will know why. We have no reason to worry about the finances when we are operating in our why and soul purpose. Know the power in your why and your soul purpose. Why? Remember I mentioned about my gift and ability to connect with your inner blueprint for success? When you were born, you got that in your hand. You got the birth manual, so you did not come in this universe empty-handed. So you have your blueprint that is inside of you that nobody else has that. I have mine, you have yours. The universe handed you a birth manual that has a draft and line out of the blueprint for success. All you got to do is open it and turn those pages and continue to work on what's in that life manual. Always trust and believe your gut. Always trust and believe your gut feeling. I'm sure that you are probably leaving home one day. You are going to a certain place, and all of a sudden, you have a feeling that you shouldn't go the same route that you've been going for the past 25 years. All of a sudden, you went another direction. And when you got to your destination, somebody said to you, Dolores, did you see that big accident on 506? You said, no. Today is the first day that I did not drive that route. That's what obeying your gut feeling is all about. People will say, I don't know why, I just had a feeling. And too many people ignore that feeling. So, as of today, I want you to begin to pay more attention about that feeling. And guess what? Jot those things down in your journal. What are the principles that are governing you now? Do you know the universe has organized people for our support? We don't even have to know these people. Will you also accept that there is no need for you to contact these people? They will show up at the right time and the right moment. You'll hear people say to you, oh, you lucky. This always happen and that always happen. It's nothing. It's no luck. It's the universe allowing you to withdraw from your universal bank account. What is your commitment level? What's your commitment level? Are you living a life of gratitude. Not only for the big things, ladies and gentlemen, the little things. Start with the little things. Get up every day and be in gratitude for the breath that you breathe. Be in gratitude that your taste buds are working. Don't wait till you get your first $1 million or you have your house in Beverly Hills that you're going to begin to give thanks, or you're off on a remote island somewhere living your dreams. Start with the little things. And I am here to tell you that the minute you begin to live in gratitude for those small things, then you'll notice that those small things begin to multiply. Are you setting daily intentions? You got to set your intentions. Don't wait on anybody to say, oh, I know she wasn't going to make it. You know, set your intentions. You know what you want today. Speak it. Because that which we speak, we can see. If you can believe it, you can see it. Are you willing to unlearn old habits? Lord knows we have some. Utilizing our universal bank account, we got to undo some things. We got to unlearn some old habits, boy. So that's a commitment that you have to make. You don't need anybody's permission to do that. You just have to go there and do it for yourself. Are you open to adopting new mindsets? We don't eat the same thing. You don't hang out with the same people. Your social life is not the same. You look in your life, you assess it, you analyze it, not based on what anyone else is doing, but what suits you. You are now on purpose. You are different. So you need to design that life that is going to work for you. Write things down, your goals and your plans. I grew up in an era where we were doing what we call goal posters. Now they got so sophisticated, they're called vision board. However, I now work with a vision book. And the reason I'm working with the book is because when I go to bed at night, I can take it with me. I can go through the pages. That's the last thing I see at night and the first thing I see in the morning. So write things down. If you're someone who's working with a vision board, do what suits you. I just want to know that you are writing things down, because guess what? By writing things down, they manifest. When we get things out of our head and our hearts and put them on paper, then we are opening up room for more things to happen. We need a support team. People who are willing to support us. There's always somebody out there that is willing to support us. So I have these circles. You have the inner circle, that the people who you are tight with. You have an outer circle, and then you have a bigger circle. The people in the bigger circle, I train them and groom them to move into the smaller circle. But we all need people. Take time to examine your belief system. Meet with people. Talk with people. Don't be judgmental. Change ideas. Let go of past experiences, blame, failures, disappointment. Listen to me. I want you to know that what other people think of you is really none of your business. That's their problem. Don't get hung up about what it is they say or not say about you. None of your business. Go on your jolly merry way of what you're doing. Embrace the new you. You see these people here, you network with people, change ideas. You have more confidence. You start to build in trust. You're not judgmental about other people. Invest in personal development. Read a book, buy a video, go to a webinar, do something. You start already because you're here at this conference. Spend quality time with yourself. That's important. A lot of people don't like their own company. I am certainly hoping you're not one of those. More pride in every aspect of who you are. Take pride in yourself. Develop self-acceptance and more self-awareness. Mindset, attitude. Get your mind in line with your health. Remember that your mind holds on to all the negativities. Your heart must override all of those negativity. Now, you heard me mention about the universal bank account. There are 5 different levels in the universal bank account. And it starts at conception, which I touch on briefly. Then you have birth. Then you have the thousandaire. Then you have the millionaire. And then you have the billionaire. What each level represents in life. You have the fertilization. You receive the manual of life when you were born. Some success level as you move into the millionaire. Very successful life in the corporate arena. You hear people say that they are hitting the glass ceiling, yet they are miserable. They have no satisfaction. And that is why they are empty. That is why I work with them to connect with their calling and purpose. You can also message me because there is a personal assessment that I have that you can work with to find out what level you are on. Today, for this workshop, because you decided that you wanted to attend this workshop with me, I want to make you an offer. This offer normally goes for $1,500, but today, by signing up, you can get this offer for $597. I'm teaching you the 4 sessions, teaching you the level that you need to go through to master the universal bank account. This is a 5-hour training that will be done on Zoom in March of 2020. For those of you who said, well, I'm not ready to invest $597 because I'm not worth it, you can get level 1 for $97. That is normally $297. All right? I want to close with this quote. And I'm sure you all know about Jim Rohn. And the quote says, your level of success will rarely exceed your level of personal development, because success is something you attract by the person you become. I just have an urge to read it again. Your level of success will rarely exceed your level of personal development, because success is something you attract by the person you become. So you got to think about what you do. You got to have an idea. Don't just write it and sit down. Take a look up, get somebody to look on it with you. You got to do again and again, keep doing. And that is what success is all about. These are my links that you can connect with me on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Blog Talk Radio, Pinterest, and guess what, guys? I'm even on TikTok. So I am praying that something that I have said to you today will encourage you to grab a hold of your why and your sole purpose. It was not by accident that you're at this workshop, because the beauty about our universal bank account is the fact that a lot of what's deposited in our universal bank account were deposited there by our ancestors. So you remember when the conception, when you were conceived, they started depositing there. They started depositing. So it is really a shame that we would die and live here without withdrawing from our universal bank account. So my prayer and intention is that you will reach out with me, to me, that you will connect with me, that I, this girl who did not go to high school, this girl who went to college in her 50s, and if I can do that, and every day I continue to withdraw from my universal bank account, if I can do it, so can you. So I look forward to receiving your email, receiving your DMs with your questions, because I am not a success unless I extend a hand and to reach out to you. I did not do it alone. Who I am today, I owe it greatly to my coach and mentor, Dr. Miles Monroe. He believed in me when I was totally confused. I did not have any understanding about why and purpose. Because the first time I met Dr. Monroe, I was telling him about the inner turmoil that I was experiencing. And those of you who know Dr. Miles, you know how sweet and gentle he is. He looked at me and he said, my sister, that's happening to you because you're not walking in your calling and your purpose. And I said to him, what is that, Dr. Miles? I don't know about that. He said, listen, when I go to sell my books, if it is only one book you can buy, I want you to buy In Pursuit of Purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, that little book, it's a thin little book, but that little book has changed my life. That year when I read the book, I made sure that I bought the book for everybody that I was going to give a Christmas gift to. For many, many years, I taught that book at the church that I used to attend, In Pursuit of Purpose. This is how important it is to me. This is the reason why I can unapologetically sit here in front of you today and tell you, when you step up to your calling, when you raise your right hand and said, I am ready to walk in my calling and my sole purpose, there will be no turning back for you. No turning back whatsoever. I am going to boldly say, I am hoping that this will not be my first or last conversation with you. I am waiting to receive all your messages about the withdrawals that you have been making from your universal bank account. It is never too late. Don't let age get in your way. Age is just a number. And you know what I tell my older clients? I said, you're seasoned. You're like good wine. So those of you who are saying, I never got to college, I never this and I never that, listen, now is your time. You have so much to give. The young people can use you because you have a lot of golden nuggets. Listen, I am so excited to be here and to be part of this amazing conference. I want to thank the organizers for providing me with this platform. And I can only say, I do hope that I did them proud. I am Dr. Daphne Clark Hudson, your Why and Soul Purpose coach and consultant. Check me out on all of the social medias because guess what? I'm always there saying a word or two that I hopefully will encourage you. Again, I look forward to receiving your emails. Again, text me, DM me, and you'll get the link so you can make the purchase for the package. Love you guys. Stay empowered and don't allow anyone to talk you out of your dreams. Love you and stay blessed. Bye.